Hello, good morning. Welcome to the May 11th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes, I'm here and I'll be stepping out of the meeting for a brief appointment and will return.
Thank you. Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Chair Parks. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Let us now go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all please join me in our pledge to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And at this time, we'll go to the minutes. Do we have a motion on the minutes?
Huber, move approval.
Longo, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. And do we have the roll on that?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And now let's go to our agenda review. Welcome, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Good morning. Good morning, board members. Item 8, receive a summary report on the novel coronavirus and associated disease known as COVID-19. Comment letters from Judy Bruce and Lorena Sadowatari have been submitted. Item 9, public comments. A comment letter from Tim Totten has been submitted. Item 28, Ventura County Library. Authorization for the library director to sign the First Amendment to agreement to renew broadband circuits at Fillmore, Government Center, and Piru locations. Comment letters from Lorena Sadowatari and Gordon Goodwin have been submitted. Item 30, Board of Supervisors. Recommendation of Supervisors Parks and Levere to adopt a revised resolution condemning those who tried to overthrow the results of a free and fair election. 6 comment letters have been submitted. Item 40, CEO's Office. Receive and file the fiscal year 2021-22 department budget presentations. PowerPoints from the Treasurer, Tax Collector, and Child Support Services have been submitted. And finally, items 41 through 46, correspondence agenda comment letters from Tim McCarthy have been submitted. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to accept the agenda revised?
I move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And now it is our time of the agenda for our moment of inspiration. We can all use at least a moment. Today we have Maya Zumaya, and she's the community liaison for the Vista Del Mar. And Vista Del Mar helps to treat people with mental illness. And she is their advocate, and she's here this morning because May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And this month, we are particularly recognizing first responders for mental health. And I know that we have her available, and I believe she also has a presentation, a video. And so, Miss Zumaya, if you would like to go ahead, I know that she is certified in suicide prevention and has a great history of working in collaboration and on many boards. So please go forward.
Supervisors for having me on. I've supported many causes throughout the year. Altruism is a prominent quality of our county. However, in my efforts to gain support for mental health awareness has been lacking. Last September, I hosted my first initiative during Suicide Prevention Month called Take an Hour, Save a Life. And I have to thank then Ventura City Council member Eric Nazarenko for providing the most support. Through that initiative, approximately 240 individuals were trained in suicide prevention. And though it was a countywide initiative, it extended to Santa Barbara County. Though reaching just one is important, however, at the rate that our children and veterans are dying by suicide, it then became my goal to have a bigger show of support for mental health awareness. It has not been an easy sell to get people on board, but with the help of Port Hueneme City Council Member Misty Perez and Chief Andrew Salinas, this has grown into a very successful countywide initiative. The pandemic has, as well as other negative current events, has affected the mental health of our first responders and our community. And we need to take care of our first responders as much as they take care of us. One first responder shared with me, we are taught to deal with others in crisis, not how to deal with our own. This message is so important. So we have to ask ourselves, why is the most preventable type of death continue to be the second leading cause of death for our youth? And why are more first responders dying by suicide than in the line of duty? The stigma surrounding mental illness is a huge factor to why individuals are not seeking help and why I believe we are not prioritizing providing more services. This initiative is so important, and the amount of awareness that we are raising is life-saving and making an impact. So I thank you so much for your support. In addition to the Board of Supervisors drafting a resolution, 6 cities are also writing up proclamations and hosting mental health awareness events this month. Every law enforcement agency in this county, as well as EMS, fire, and some emergency health care are supporting. And they all hope that this will be the first annual mental health awareness event in our county. We have a huge task in front of us, but if we prioritize working together as advocates, service providers, and lawmakers, we can make a difference in the way our culture responds to mental health. I ask you to please support the events that are going on throughout our county these next 2 weeks leading up to the NAMI Walk on May 22nd. And lastly, I want you all to know that as a result of this initiative, 4 lives have been saved, including the daughter of a first responder. We are making an impact. Please help me save more lives. And I initially wanted to share with you the collaborative PSA that we put together. Unfortunately, it wasn't ready in time, so I'm just going to share a little slideshow of what we've been doing so far. So if IT could play that video.
Thank you so much. Here's the video.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time to watch that. We have put a lot of work into this initiative, and we have many events coming up, almost one every day of the week through the weekend this month. So if you want to join us in any of these events in the city of your choosing, please just reach out to me and I'll let you know what's going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm sorry that the short, but we have seen these on television now and elsewhere. They are definitely getting out there. Appreciate the attention, particularly to our first responders. Think about all our first responders, and I know they do see some things that are just so tragic, and they're under such pressure. It is wonderful to have this emphasis, so I really appreciate that. And we could see in that slideshow many of the first responders that we know and that work for our county, but throughout our county. And we realize that mental illness can affect anyone, no matter who they are, what their position is, what their age is. And as a result, being able to seek help is important, but also if you can encourage others to seek help, how important that is. We certainly have a resolution for you for this, and just realize that people do recover if they can get help. And with your help and Vista Del Mar and all our mental health providers, particularly also our behavioral health department, in addition to first responders, our county efforts led by our behavioral health director, Savette Johnson. Dr. Johnson has been dedicated, there we go, there's the resolution, to the message that, quote, I'm talking about my mental health to help reduce stigma, because that is one of the reasons people won't seek help is because of the concern about the stigma, because we have in our society and in many cultures have placed a stigma on the fact that you're not as good if you have mental illness. But the truth is, it's a disease, and it is something that can affect anyone. And so we need to come together as a society to help those and make sure it's easy to access those mental health services. And so really appreciate this emphasis. We're seeing the ads out there, and hopefully it will continue to save people's lives, whether that's from suicide or just from being institutionalized or elsewhere. We definitely can save lives by helping people. And I know with the suicide prevention effort, that's also a part of this. Just on Mother's Day, I heard that an individual was saved from committing suicide. And you know, that mother, I'm sure, is delighted to see that her son was able to be stopped. But there's a good treatment out there, and I think that is really important to know. Let me turn it to other supervisors. I see Supervisor Ramirez. Please go ahead.
Well, I really want to thank Ms. Sumaya for bringing this, and for you, Chair Parks, for inviting her. Yes, unfortunately, I've known of people who have taken that last step, and later friends and family wonder, what could I have done to stop that? The truth is, people are suffering so much pain. They are looking for an exit, and I'm hoping that we can help keep working on trying to help people avoid it. When people are depressed, can be so painful. They don't see anything but dark clouds. So thank you so much for bringing this message to us. Let's keep working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Levere, did you want to comment too?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank Ms. Sumaya. I've had the chance to know her for several years now. She's been just a fierce advocate for a lot of different causes in Ventura County, but particularly the cause of mental health awareness. And I just want to thank her for bringing this to our board's attention, for working with you, Madam Chair, to put in our agenda this morning. And just such an important issue. And as Supervisor Ramirez said, it takes the whole village to deal with such a serious and complex issue. And today there was a focus on the public safety and our first responders and all they do, but there's so many different actors involved, and just really important to continue to recognize this is a serious problem in our community, and continue focusing on ways to work with those suffering from mental illness. So thank you for this, providing us this opportunity to address it this morning.
And I also want to say thank you to Supervisor Levere for being on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and just really that emphasis that treatment can bring recovery. And I think that's so important. Supervisor Long, you have a comment too?
Yes, thank you. I just want to appreciate the opportunity to talk about mental health and to hopefully, as we continue to talk about the mental health, we will remove some of the stigma that goes along with that. This should be just the same as if we're talking about a broken arm, that we're talking about our mental health as well. So appreciate everyone's efforts in making sure that we are having these discussions. So thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Sumaya. Just really appreciate having you here this morning, and we are inspired to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And with that, I also want to thank the leaders from our district attorney to our sheriff, our fire chief, and all those that are also involved, as well as the police chiefs in our various cities. Great work, guys. Thank you, and ladies. And with that, let us then move on. We'll go to our consent agenda items, but before we vote on them, I know we have a comment to be read in the record on item 28, which is regarding our library. And I believe we have, go ahead, Mia.
Good morning, Chair Park Supervisors and CEO Powers. This email is from Lorena Saru-Atari, and it says, how does a culture fall? I am sure you are well aware of the fall of Rome in 400 to 300 year BC. Did you ever wonder what caused its fall? The promotion of evil morals. I believe you are contributing to the fall of Western civilization by the things you promote and pass on the agenda items as the board meetings. But don't despair, you are not the only ones doing a disfavor to our society and to your children's children, but every single government official that promotes evil principle does it. My point here is that by voting yes on agenda item 28, we're about to give a contractor to GARE, G-A-R-E, an organization that promotes a twisted way of racial equality. In all honesty, they are not here to make non-white people lives better, but they are here to use these people to usher a cultural and economy destruction, switching to a communist ideology where they are promising them free housing, medical insurance, education for all, and employment without having to work. When these organizations move in as part of a task force, they will be promoting their ideologies. I demand that you vote no on agenda item 28. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate the comment. This is regarding, as I understand it, broadband through our library systems. Do we have, I don't know if perhaps that comment might have been on a different agenda item. Supervisor Levere, I know you have your hand up, but maybe that's inadvertent. And at this time, then we have heard our comments. Do any of the supervisors wish to make a motion on the consent agenda items? Supervisor Long, did you have a question that you wanted to ask or something?
No, I wanted to thank the board for the continued support of our Fillmore libraries. It's such a key instrument for our community to get information, to put in job applications, to educate our children and youth, and want to say thank you. But I will motion to approve if we don't have one already.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Long moves the item. And is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. And you know what? It is wonderful to be able to have that broadband available. We feel like that is one of the more inclusionary things you can do in life, and that everybody, deserves the ability, if they want to be able to connect to the internet and the education you get from that. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you very much. And now we will go to our item 8, and this is our summary, receive a summary report on COVID, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Powers for leading us off on that.
Thank you, Chair Parks, board members, county team, and community members. So yes, if we could go actually get the presentation up and go to slide 2. And as you mentioned, Chair Parks, this will be a summary report, so we'll be a little more focused and brief today. And so here's what we'll update on. Obviously, vaccines from Dr. Levin and Rico. Again, a good report on our extensive health equity efforts, and then our rental and business assistance programs. Next slide, please. So just as an overall summary, you can see the number of vaccines administered in our county, over 728,000, which is a lot considering, for how many months we've been doing it. And as we've talked about before, the demand is falling off, so which is, not unexpected, but, so those first gains were big, and now the gains are going to be smaller, but it's just as important. So we're shifting from mass vaccination sites to more focused, tailored efforts, pop-ups throughout the county. No appointments necessary. We started that more than a week ago. Partnering with businesses, community groups, churches, downtown organizations, physician offices, the medical association, thinking about events, graduations, and so forth, anywhere where there's a good number of folks, and we can make it really easy and convenient for people who do want to get vaccinated. Just to give you a sense of how we're doing, as you say, 63% have received at least one dose, 47.7 fully vaccinated. You can see we're comparing favorably to the state at 61.8, and the state's doing well compared to the national numbers. So I think we're doing really well here in our county, and appreciate the vaccine task force and the community and our partners rallying to get there. Our health metrics, continue to look good. 2 of them are in yellow, as you know, the positivity and the equity metric. It's that case rate that's sort of stubbornly above 2. We got to get it down. It's going to be 2.3, I think, today. But one of the key things we can do is keep testing. And we have, I think, aside from LA, we have the highest testing volume in Southern California. So again, a tribute to the team and Patrick Maynard and the testing team, and also the community for continuing to get tested. Our numbers over the weekend looked better. So, we may be starting to head towards that yellow, but just to give you a sense of where other counties are in the state. As you can see, 39 counties are in orange, 7 are in yellow. And just to put that in perspective, it's really kind of a mix of 2 large counties, LA and San Francisco, and then the other 5 are smaller counties, much smaller counties up north. So you're either at either end of the spectrum. So it's not too many counties that are in yellow, although as you said, we're striving to get there. Only one more measure to go. And then for further perspective, there are 12 counties who remain in red. So again, you'll hear about our equity efforts there, and rental and business assistance. Both our second round, but also a little preview of the third round of business assistance grants for businesses that have qualified in either round 1 or round 2. So excited to share that with you. And then just next up, we're going to hear from Barry, and one of the numbers that I'm excited for him to share is the percentage of vaccinated in the 65 and over population. So with that, I will thank you very much, and I will turn it over to Barry. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Their population has received a vaccine. That is tremendous penetration within that group, which we made, obviously, as you supported us in making that as a priority early on. We do encourage and hope that we can and will make every effort to grow our adult population and their access. We're at 63% now. We do have aspirations to grow that significantly so we can assure that we have maximum protection within our community. We hope to get up close around 80% would be an excellent stretch goal for us right now. This graphic just shows a little bit of our trending of the volume of vaccines, both first and second dose. In May, our pace is off the April pace by quite a bit, about 35% off at this point in time. That is not unusual, as Mr. Powers mentioned, throughout the state. We've seen a significant slowdown, as well as in the nation, a slowdown in vaccine volume. Yes. Next slide, please. So my remarks in summary really are going to be what next with the slowdown in the vaccine volumes and how we're going to use our resources throughout the county. As you know, the third-party administrator has taken over a lot of the efforts to build a network and to distribute vaccines there, and they continue to do so. And that's primarily through pharmacies, some other medical clinic systems, and so forth, and the associated hospital systems within the county, where previously we administered the vaccines. That is now with a third-party administrator. So I'm focusing on just what's within what we call the local health jurisdiction, or what we control within our purview right now. So these are our main community sites that have been in operations, and due to the downsizing or the slowdown in demand, we are going to be adjusting some of the activities at these sites. In particular, at the South Oxnard site, we will be focusing not just on, currently we have DSWs, disaster service workers, as well as contracted nursing staff there. We will release all those individuals and turn that back over to public health, and they'll run that as a smaller clinic 5 days a week throughout the weekdays, and that will be managed through public health. Our two other large clinics, the Rose and the Fairground clinics, will work together in concert to do a 6-day coverage. Each clinic will operate at a 3-day cycle, and then but be able to cover over a 6-day period and allow access there. The smaller sites in Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, and Santa Paula will finish up their current volume of appointments, and will conclude their operations somewhere around June 6th is the time period that we've targeted for those individuals. Now, just because we close a large community site doesn't mean that we're not doing activities within the community to continue to provide access to vaccines. With all these locations, in particular like Santa Paula and in the East County and in Simi Valley at Sierra Vista, we have community pop-up sites that will be regularly scheduled in order for individuals to access the vaccine within their community. In addition, each of these sites, we do know that have other outlets for the vaccines that are readily available through pharmacies and other networks within their communities. So it is not that we're abandoning the communities, it's just that these larger sites and the volumes have decreased so greatly, it's time to shift to a new strategy. In addition to that, as Mr. Powers mentioned, we will continue with mobile pop-up efforts, working with various entities, from business entities, ag, to faith-based communities and other organizations, to sponsor and to establish pop-up clinics, if you will, in their locations as well. As a reminder, all our locations, you can go to My Turn and schedule for a specific appointment, but you can also walk in with no appointment necessary and have access to the vaccines as well. In addition, that the demand has decreased significantly, we are also going to be sunsetting the registration line that we established here locally. Individuals can get phone assistance through the My Turn system and be able to understand and receive assistance in scheduling an appointment through that phone system that the state operates. Our registration system will have message on it to direct individuals appropriately where they may need to access or gain more information or services with that. In particular, the homebound seniors use that line to gain access where public health does go to the homes and provides vaccine services to them. That will continue. If they call the registration line, they'll be directed to area on aging, which will man a phone bank and be able to not only do a warm handoff on the vaccines, but also offer additional services that the seniors may be entitled to. So that's our current strategy on where we're shifting. It is the right timing to downsize some of these larger sites, but we do continue to do community outreach as well as community events in order to have a maximum access to the community that remains to be vaccinated. We are aware that the vaccine is growing in authorization use for younger individuals, and we will be in contact with the school systems to see how we may assist. I do know that there's a direction for pediatrics and pediatricians to also administer the vaccine for those younger individuals as well. So more to come on how we'll assist in that population as that becomes more readily available. I'll leave it there if there's no other questions at this point.
Supervisor LeVere.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that update, Mr. Zimmerman. Mr. Powers mentioned this in his opening comments briefly, and it's something that he and I talked about yesterday. And as we continue to deal with vaccine hesitancy, we're starting to look towards people who the public trusts to kind of give them advice and recommendations on the vaccine. And a lot of times that is the person's family physician, their primary care provider. And I was curious when we might be able to start getting vaccines to those offices and those clinics as a means to get more vaccines out into the community.
Yeah, I can speak to that briefly. There is discussion, and actually there needs to be some guidelines from the state on how to distribute that and how doctors' offices will access the vaccine, but it is an active discussion right now. Since there are requirements on how to store the vaccine safely, that not every doctor office has that capacity. So those type of logistical issues, we're trying to determine how best to service. But the goal ultimately is that the network of family doctors would be the easiest and the most practical network long term for these type of vaccines.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Ramirez.
Thank you. Supervisor LeVere had my exact question, because I've been contacted by a number of private doctors who want to participate. They are trusted by their patients and would more, you almost have somebody in the office. You can say, hey, have you got it? Do you want it? I've got it right here. Let's do it. I think it could be really a good thing if we could figure out how to make that possible for those doctors who are willing to follow the protocol when they come out. Mr. Zimmerman, we're now going to see parents wanting their children vaccinated. And there's a lot of kids out there who I think will be eligible, and their parents will want them to get it. What will be the plan to get them vaccinated? Will there be anything special? What would parents maybe have to bring to show consent? Has that been worked through yet? Thank you.
Well, we do similarly with the 16 and 18-year-olds require parental consent, and we allow that to occur at our community sites right now. And so we will just expand that to the younger population as well. It is, in all practical purposes, the best scenario is to have a parent accompany the child and provide written consent as the child is registered and receives the vaccine is the most expedient and correct way to do it.
I'm really pleased at the numbers, and of course, for everybody, we just need to make the connection to the economy. Economy can open when more people are safe, and really feel very good about this. Thank you.
And just I may tag on to that too, Supervisor Ramirez. So Dr. Levin is going to go over a little more detail about the plan and the important reasons for 12 to 15-year-olds to get vaccinated.
Thank you. Supervisor Long, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was at the Santa Paula Clinic yesterday. I received my second vaccine shot. And so I just wanted to report how friendly and caring those individuals working at the site are. Really do appreciate it. I wanted to understand the plan for our disadvantaged, low economic communities such as Santa Paula, Fillmore, Piru, with the Santa Paula location closing June 6th. I know that Oxnard was noted as the top 400 cities in the state for low economic, but Santa Paula and Fillmore, Piru are close behind, wanting to make sure that we continue to focus in those areas. And what would the plan be for that?
Yeah, so Santa Paula, Piru, and Fillmore have all been on regular schedules with community pop-up clinics that have occurred. Even in Santa Paula, as we've had the Kmart as a large stationary per se clinic, we've also ran community clinics within that community as well. So they've been covered in multiple ways associated with it. In addition, we are working with the faith-based communities. In particular, we have an event scheduled with the Guadalupe Parish there in Santa Paula. And so we are working at events like that. We did a large community event in Piru a week ago. And so we continue to, just because we're shutting down some of these sites that are more prominent doesn't mean that we're not servicing those communities. We'll continue to do so on these pop-up basis.
Thank you, Barry. And if I may jump in there too, just let you know, you will hear a report in more detail on the equity efforts just coming up in just a few moments. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just thought it was very important for any of our community leaders that are listening to this presentation that we reiterated it several times to make sure that we're getting as much covered as possible. And I appreciate those efforts. So thank you very much.
And also regarding the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, are we seeing people getting vaccinated with that now too?
Yes, so we do offer Johnson & Johnson for people to make appointments for it. And there are people making those appointments, as well as when we go out to do second dose clinics in the community, we do offer Johnson & Johnson for those that may not have received a vaccine that would accept that. And we do have people accepting that vaccine as well.
And I know in some areas there's no appointment necessary, but we still have appointments in still some cases.
You can still access it via appointments or by walk-in. Either way is appropriate.
Okay, that's, I think, important for people to know in case they spontaneously want to go get that shot. So.
Yes, we hope so.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Powers, back to you. And I think you're muted, so please begin again.
That's some of my best stuff. No, thank you. Now we'll go to Mr. Vargas for an update on our metrics. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. And so here with a brief report. All right, here's the slide. Good morning again, all. I have two slides today to go over our metrics. And so, fortunately, our numbers are still good. Unfortunately, though, we are short in meeting the yellow tier metrics for the first of 2 weeks that is needed to actually enter into the yellow tier. We're still very close. But not close enough. And so, I just urge everyone to still continue to do all that we need to do to bring down our case rate. As you can see, it's 2.3. If you're tracking these numbers, it's just a slight increase from 2.2 to 2.3. It needs to be less than 2, so 1.9 would have had us there. And so, again, we're very close. The other two numbers continue to be very well into the yellow tier. Both our test positivity number in the general community at 1% has stayed stable. And then in our health equity areas, it went up slightly from 1.3 to 1.4. The overall increase, has to do in cases, has to do with some additional cases that we had towards the end of the report period. And to put it into context, we had the 3.0 unadjusted case rate is what it will end up later on today, the state revealing for us 3.0 unadjusted case rate, and then with the favorable adjustment factor due to our still excellent test volume, it will be 2.3. But to put in perspective, that 3.0 case rate is 177 cases, and that's about 15 additional from the previous report period. So 15 additional cases bumped our unadjusted case rate from 2.7 last week to 3.0. And again, with the favorable adjustment, our official case rate is 2.3. So again, please continue to do all that we need to do still with masking, social distancing, especially if you still have not been vaccinated or fully vaccinated. Please continue to practice those measures so that we can bring our numbers down. Next slide, please. So briefly with today's numbers, yesterday's numbers were really good. That's what you see there on the screen, 63 over the weekend. Today, we're going to be reporting 44. And so usually on Tuesdays, sometimes on Wednesdays, because of the increase in number of tests that are done on Mondays, sometimes we get a bump on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So today's 44 is on the higher end. We need and want to average 17 or less. That would get us, to where we need to be. Sometimes I say that up to 20 on average. That's because if we continue with our excellent testing volume, we'll continue to get an adjustment factor. But for us to not rely on the adjustment factor, really the average number is 17 cases per day over a 7-day period. And so, we're a little short of that there with today's 44. But again, on an average, that's the important thing here. And so the new tests performed a little bit over 3,000 today, so another good number. In terms of deaths, unfortunately, we are going to be reporting one death today. It happens to be from a community resident in their low 60s age-wise. And so just a very sad reminder that COVID is very well and present in our communities and affecting and devastating families. Hearts, thoughts, and prayers go with that family that lost their loved one. The hospital numbers of are good, a lot better than certainly than our surge, but still 21 families yesterday had a family member getting care in our hospitals, and 3 of those were in the intensive care unit. So not that we need a reminder, but just these numbers are a reminder. On the other hand, that again, as I said before, COVID is still present in our communities, is still affecting our individuals, our family residents, and it's also preventing us from moving into the yellow tier, so that is also affecting then those businesses for more increased capacity, especially some of the gyms and restaurants would have increased capacity. And really another major feature of the yellow tier is that larger gatherings, especially outdoors, would be able to be had. And so it is important for us to reach as a community, especially on our own, to reach the yellow tier after all that we went through the last surge. Would be a real accomplishment, I think, as Ventura County residents strong if we reach the yellow tier on our own before June 15th. Nevertheless, on the other hand, though, June 15th is around the corner. And so that is when we won't be needing to worry about our, on a daily basis, what tier we're on. So, I think it's still very important for us to follow all the guidelines and to stay strong. And for that, I thank all Ventura County residents to continue to work hard to bring our numbers down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rigo. I'll pause in case there's any questions.
Not seeing any at this time.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Dr. Levin.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. The Federal Drug Administration approved the Pfizer vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds yesterday afternoon. As you know, this vaccine has been shown to be 95% effective for people 16 years of age and older. This trials in kids 12 to 15 years of age showed that it was 100% effective, which is we just don't see vaccines that have that kind of efficacy. The chief side effect in these kids was fever in 20%, but there were no serious side effects. The FDA approval now moves on to an arm of the Center for Disease Control called the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the ACIP. And that will happen tomorrow. If approved by the ACIP, the Western States Scientific Group will look at this information on Thursday or Friday. And so we might get final approval to use this vaccine in kids 12 to 15 as early as Thursday or Friday of this week. Ventura County sites could begin, therefore, administering this vaccine at any time after that. Now, there is a statement that probably will come out tomorrow from the state about this vaccine and its usage. So that could influence the implementation of vaccination of kids in this age group. As Barry Zimmerman pointed out, children will need to come to the site, wherever it is, with a parent or a guardian, or they can come with a note that will be corroborated with a FaceTime call that speaks directly with that parent or guardian. Next slide, please. So why vaccinate children? The common belief is that children don't get sick from COVID. And it is true that the significant majority of children who do get COVID have no symptoms. But there are children who have mild illness. And when it comes to serious illness, about 1.3% of all kids that get COVID are hospitalized. And half of those have some kind of significant respiratory disease. 10% of infants under a year of age have severe disease when they get COVID. And that's compared with 3% of teens over the age of 15. So 3% of teens will get serious disease with COVID. There are downstream complications of COVID, whether a child has these symptoms or not. Totally asymptomatic children can get long haulers, COVID long haulers disease. And remember, that can leave somebody either for a short term or maybe for a longer period of time with brain fog, fatigue, headaches, dizziness, and shortness of breath. And then when it comes to even more serious complications, death occurs in 0.01% of kids who get COVID. And so that's at least 350 childhood deaths in the United States due to COVID. And then post-COVID multisystem inflammatory syndrome also occurs in 0.01%. And we have recorded 3,185 cases as of last week of this syndrome, with 36 deaths associated with it. And this syndrome of what's called MISC, M-I-S-C, has inflammation of blood vessels, damage to heart and kidneys. These can be long-lasting. So there are other reasons for children to get this besides the threat to themselves, and that is to protect others. It's, I think, really important to protect the infants in your household, elders, people with comorbidities that children are exposed to. Even if they don't have symptoms, they can carry the virus for a while. And then more public activities will be available to children who are vaccinated. I think there are amusement parks that require this, professional baseball games, foreign travel will require this in many cases. And then it's important to play a role in preventing another surge of COVID disease and decreasing the opportunity for COVID variants to develop. Because if there are fewer people with COVID, then the opportunity to move from a person to person and mutate is limited. And so we can keep businesses open for both of these reasons, that we're preventing another surge and we're decreasing variants from developing. And some might argue the most important reason is so that children can hug and kiss their grandparents without concern of putting them at risk. Next slide, please. So vaccines are intended to be and needed to be in private physicians' offices. And in some sense, this slide is aimed at private physicians. But everyone out here who can influence a private physician and encourage them to carry the vaccine in their office, like all other vaccines are carried in their offices, that would be appreciated, so that I think Supervisor Lavera's point is true. There's a lot of confidence that people have in their physicians. And so we're relying on our physicians to give this vaccine. There's going to be a webinar by the California Medical Association today, later this afternoon. And I think anybody who knows a physician can write this down. I think it would be good. They can either attend this, and this, incidentally, this webinar is intended for pediatricians, but I think any physician can listen into this and can take advantage of this and sign up to do this. It's going to be recorded and it's going to be posted on easyiz.org/COVID. That's easyiz.org/COVID. And we'd love to see physicians either attend this or later on go back and review this, because it is due to an abbreviation that the CDC has now made in its sign-up process. So it might only require 1 hour, but certainly no more than 3 hours, for a physician to sign his or her office up to be able to give vaccinations. The state has said that it will approve these sign-ups, assuming that there's the appropriate knowledge that the physician has, the appropriate refrigeration and freezer that the physician has. And this does not take an extraordinary type of freezer beyond the kind that is already being used by physicians' offices for the other immunizations, and that this turnaround by the state for approval will be within 24 hours. Doctors, therefore, might be able to order, theoretically and hopefully, this vaccine next Tuesday or Wednesday, and should be able to give it. It should be in their refrigerators and freezers by the end of next week. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Levin. Pause and see if there's any questions.
Supervisor Long, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Levin, I've been contacted by some school principals and so forth requesting this information, so thank you very much. I would just ask, I'm sure it's happening, is just to make sure that our school districts are up in the loop of this information as their parents are going directly to schools in regards to, do they need vaccines to get into the schools? All those different questions that parents ask. I think this information for our school districts will be very important as we roll out any availability from 12 to 15. So maybe if you could just let us know what the outreach to our school districts are, that'd be great. Thank you.
We have communicated, Mr. Vargas and I have spoken with the superintendent of schools, and he is in communication with the schools, and we are willing to go to significant lengths to bring vaccine to schools if necessary, or to find ways of bringing schools to sites that we can establish. And when these kinds of vaccination events occur, it will not be limited simply to the students, but any parents or guardians or anybody else that comes with these kids will be able to be vaccinated as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I also heard there's no way you can get on a cruise ship unless you've been vaccinated, is the way they're going forward. So that there are definitely some things that will require vaccinations that people will may be encouraged to get vaccinated for, if not for wanting to spread the disease and to actually be able to end it. Because once we eliminate the ability to spread it, we'll have less of the virulent extensions of it. So one of the thoughts I'm having too, as we look at our Board of Supervisors and coming back into session, I was looking at the City of Los Angeles. Their City Council is planning on coming back into a session in person, I believe in June, probably around that June 15th date. And then that they are asking that all their council members be vaccinated. They'll bring the public in at a later date, I think once COVID is even more controlled. I don't know if you have some thoughts on that too.
I think that is what I'm hearing from many parts of the state, that same kind of progression. Of course, all of this is going to be subject to how we're doing our rates of vaccination. If we see another surge, I'm optimistic that we won't see another surge. And if we do, it won't be anywhere near to the extent that the last one was, just because of how widespread vaccines becoming in our county.
And do we have an understanding of, and it's a tough question, but the how long those vaccines will be good for? And we have some experience, I guess, with the flu vaccines.
Yeah, we don't know. And actually, Supervisor, the flu vaccine is kind of an exception in that we require another one every year. And the immunity from the flu vaccine seems to wane after about 6 or 7 or 8 months, whereas other vaccines that we get last a lifetime. And so I think indications are so far with this vaccine that we're seeing a really good, solid immunity from it, and we're seeing it endure, at least for the duration of what we've seen with this since December. So hopefully that means that we're going to see at least a solid year and maybe longer.
Thank you. Supervisor Ramirez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Levin. I have, I have some acquaintances who've just traveled internationally, and it was quite complicated to be able to get on a plane and then come back, and costly if they didn't. They were all double vaccinated, but that's the kind of thing that I think people do love to travel. Right now, it's not really easy to go anywhere or even advisable out of country, even to some states. So, and I do know someone who was, although vaccine hesitant, decided to get vaccinated to be able to go to a Dodger game. So that's quite an incentive. One of my concerns about opening up the building and all of the facilities to the public is that, I'm vaccinated. I don't know. I haven't asked. Not my business. Who else is vaccinated on the board? People can say if they want to, but I do know people who are not able to get vaccinated for justifiable medical reasons, and I'm concerned about our staff and people who may be unable to get the vaccine. I don't think it's a lot of people, but a few, and then of course there are people who do not want it, and I'm just concerned about opening the facility to people who might not be able to get vaccinated, not want to get vaccinated, and endanger county functions. I know at Oxnard, when I was there was a very important protocol to protect the staff, who we need the staff to be safe, the first responders, even people work in our water department, basic services to be protected so they don't become sick with COVID and not able to do their job. So that's one of my concerns that I've expressed to CEO Powers and others about opening too quickly and perhaps endangering some of our staff members and county functions.
And I'm aware of that, and I share that concern.
Yes, and I also, that is why I insisted that we go to Zoom specifically, even though we weren't having the public, having staff be there for, having that close interaction of staff, is a concern, and not wearing masks at that time too. So I think what the city of Los Angeles is doing is they're having a council member and one of their staff are allowed in, and they have to be vaccinated, and that's how they're handling that situation. So I think there are ways that we can do it, and I think it's a good phasing in towards allowing everyone in eventually. Supervisor Long, would you like to go ahead?
I saw Mike Powers' hand. I was going to let him go before me.
Thank you, Supervisor. If I may, Chair Parks and Supervisor Ramirez, just to respond to those concerns. Absolutely, the safety of our staff is a priority, and so that's why we're taking the approach of a phased, gradual approach while still observing public health protocols like masking and so forth. So, definitely continue to be very thoughtful and careful as we go forward. Thank you.
And it's also wonderful to have test kits available too, so people can get tested, so and that's being used a lot too.
Absolutely, great point. Thank you.
Well, and along with that, Dr. Levin, I would appreciate maybe some of your information in regards to what Supervisor Ramirez was talking about. There's those that choose for whatever reason not to get vaccinated. And I want to make sure that we're able to still hear presentations from them, still have the public outreach. And even though you're vaccinated, is that 100% that you're never going to get COVID? I don't think so. So is it a test as the door, certain parameters that we need to follow to make sure that we continue to keep people safe, as safe as we can. And so I appreciate that. I know that Supervisor Parks, I respect the decision you made to make sure that we all went through Zoom. And as we open up, I want to make sure that we're looking at all the aspects of everything. So thank you.
And what's nice is that we can always have Zoom available for people who don't want to be at the meeting, and including the public and all. So there are some rays of good light that we've gotten from COVID, and that's one of them. That we have this new ability to get further access from the public who may not be able to come to the boardroom. And then also, I'm sure Dr. Levin, the fact that while it may be 95% effective, that it reduces the symptoms, right? If you are vaccinated, and that's a big plus.
Yeah, 95% effective, but that was associated with no hospitalizations and no deaths.
Okay, and no other comments from supervisors. Back to you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Next, we'll go hear from our EO Community Liaison, Rosa Gonzalez, on our focused equity efforts. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Parks, and CEO Powers, Rosa Gonzalez, CEO Community Liaison, here today to share some of our health equity efforts. Just a quick update on our farm worker vaccination numbers. As you can see on the slide, we estimate that we currently have over 25,000 farm worker vaccinations with our mobile teams and our county clinics, and also at our high capacity mass vaccination sites. As a reminder, this number does not include those vaccinated at our pharmacies or other partners such as Clínicas, Dignity Health, or at Ralph's, which we would expect this number to be a lot higher. And also our mobile team continues going out to scheduled farm visits and providing vaccinations to our farm workers on site at their place of work too. And those efforts continue in addition to our scheduled community vaccination pop-ups. If I could have the next slide, please. To date, also, our mobile team continues with their homebound seniors vaccination efforts. As you can see, that number is at 1,200. The team also offers any family member, when they show to these homes, also to offer them the opportunity to be vaccinated, making sure that we could try to get, as many individuals vaccinated out in the community. And this is just another great effort of making them available. Our community clinics continue to expand. In addition to all of our other efforts, we're seeing more and more expansion in other areas. Today, we're at 2 of the universities. We're at Channel Islands and at Cal Lutheran. And also this week, we have vaccine clinics at St. Rose of Lima out in Simi Valley, Mary Star of the Sea Church in Oxnard, Our Lady of Guadalupe Church this Sunday in Santa Paula. With UFW, we also have Veterans Memorial and also EO Junior High, Pacific High School, and also a Simi Valley pop-up. Again, we're looking at countywide opportunities to offer the community these vaccine efforts, and we're also expanding some of these with not only weekend hours, but also extended evening hours, currently to 6, and we're also looking to extend this to 7 p.m. That way our working families could also access these pop-up clinics and get vaccinated, those that are currently eligible. Our public health team has a partnership with Community Promotoras for community outreach. They continue these efforts working with MICOP, Líderes Campesinas, Poder Popular, and South Winds. And to date, they have reached over 51,000 individuals in these communities that we see. We really wanted to get some education, information out about vaccines, also not only in Spanish, but in indigenous languages. And they go to areas such as supermarkets and laundromats to make sure they're connecting with the community where they go and frequent. Also, public health has a COVID education partnership with our schools, with some of our schools. These various school districts include Santa Paula Unified, Fillmore Unified, Oxnard School District, Wainimi Elementary, Rio Elementary, and Ocean View School District. To date, they have provided over 9,700 COVID information packets just in May alone. As we start seeing more children returning back to school, it's a great opportunity to provide this information to families about COVID prevention, but also information on vaccine and also resources. And since this partnership with the schools began in February to date, they have also connected with over 44,000 families. And so this will be another avenue that we will look at to provide information, in addition with working with our superintendent at VCOE to provide information to students and their families about the Pfizer and the vaccine eligibility now for the 12 to 15-year-olds too. Our Human Services Agency continues their partnership with the UFW Foundation for the Housing for the Harvest program, which helps our farm working families that are COVID positive, provide them with assistance and support if they test COVID positive, to allow them to either quarantine at home or in a hotel, and also provide them any sort of assistance that they would need during that period. And another thing that we're working on with Patrick Maynard is also having a 360 pop-up clinic allowing testing on farms. Similar to what we discussed earlier, the importance of continuing to test, especially within our agriculture, is as we see a lot of workers, migrant workers, move in and out of the county. Not only are we still offering those employees that might have not been vaccinated at a previous pop-up that was available maybe nearby or at their place of work, but also the opportunity to continue testing, because the importance of also that those that have been vaccinated and allowing them the opportunity to see if they still have COVID, it also might help those avoid those situations for their family members too that might not be. I think these are great ways to continue helping, and especially since we do see vaccine hesitancy out there. And we're continuing with a lot of the messaging and information sharing with the numerous community partners and meetings that we meet with regularly out from Santa Clara Valley, including Santa Paula, Piru, and Fillmore, but also our Oxnard partners from Nyland Acres, South Oxnard, also our East County partners that have been helping us within all of these efforts to get just the various information out, but also hearing from them what they're hearing from community, what are the concerns, what are great ways that we could really connect with them and try to get people vaccinated and motivated. As you can see, the current campaigns that we have, that are being run with our PIO team. We share some of the photos here. We have individuals from the community where they're showing and sharing why they're being vaccinated, but also our farm worker resource program was also able to connect with some of our farm workers, the same to help in our campaign, in addition to those also with some of our community partners that are sharing this information too. I just think it's a great way to personalize it, to make individuals see individuals in their community, not only within these photos, but also some of the videos that we're sharing on social media to really try to get this information out. And also our partnership with the Ventura County Community Foundation, the Complete Reach Committee, which was the census group. We're also continuing our work with them. We're moving forward. We're meeting with them also later this week. And we just have dozens of community partners from all areas and industries that are coming, together so that we could really make sure as a county we work together to get this information out and try to continue our vaccination efforts and also our COVID information outreach. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Rosa. A lot going on there, and then the housing assistance as well. Another round of housing assistance is going out too.
Yeah, and we do appreciate the great work that's being done by Rosa and her group. Supervisor Long, go ahead with your question.
Actually, it's the same as what you were stating. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the staff. It doesn't take just one person to run these pop-up events and so forth. There's many staff that do this on a daily basis, and want to appreciate all of that. And also our community members that are working with us and raising their hand and saying, how can we help? We really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we've all been out to those pop-ups too, and it is wonderful to see a lot of very positive energy.
Yeah, you're so right, board members. I always enjoy when people haven't fully experienced public health outreach professionals, and I just tell them, I don't even try to describe it anymore. I said, just go watch. And you see the enthusiasm and the positive spirit they imbue in everybody they interact with. It's amazing to see firsthand. So yeah, they really do a great job making all this happen, along with the Farm Worker Resource Program and Rosa and everybody and our community partners. Great. Okay, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Melissa on our rental assistance efforts.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Melissa Livingston from the Human Service Agency. We continue to see a slow uptick in our active applicants for the state emergency rental assistance program. To date, we're at 2,655 applications for a request of $26.6 million. So that's about 53% of the $50 million that's been allocated to Ventura County and the city of Oxnard. We are encouraging both renters and landlords to apply. Renters may apply if their landlord chooses not to participate, and they may receive up to 25% of unpaid rent between the period of April 1st, 2020 through March 31st of 2021, and potentially 3 additional months prospectively. Landlords can in turn be reimbursed for 80% of renters' unpaid rent, but must agree to waive the remaining 20% of unpaid rent. We are working with the state to look into the application process. Supervisor Long, last week you inquired as to the percentage of tenant versus landlord applications, and unfortunately the landlord application rate is not as high as we'd like to see it. It's actually less than a quarter, 25%. And so the state is launching a greater outreach campaign in order to engage landlords and property owners and associations. And locally here in Ventura County, in partnership with the city of Oxnard, we have also cast a wide net and are continuing to do outreach with our local landlords and property owner associations. We have a list of over 300 that we've currently been working with through communications, as well as even phone contacts that have been made to encourage them to participate. We are aware that Governor Newsom is going to be making some recommendations to modify SB 91 which was the state emergency rental assistance program, and recognition that we've learned a lot over the first few months of administration of the program, and there needs to be some additional flexibility. So we're anticipating potentially seeing eviction protections extended beyond the June 30th, 2021 date, greater work around landlord engagement, also addressing something called shadow debt, which is many of our tenants that incurred rental arrearages have since moved from those rental agreements and are now with family or friends or lower rent environments. And so the program was not designed to go retroactively to prior tenants. You had to be currently residing with the tenant. So that is an area that's going to be addressed. And in many of those instances with shadow debt, those individuals took out loans from families and friends. And so there's no documentation as to those rental arrearages. So those are all issues that are concerns that the state is looking at and looking at creating some flexibilities as well as taking attestations and relaxing the documentation requirements. They also are very interested in engaging legal aid groups to be supportive as to address eviction rights and questions as they arise, as well as potentially developing a court diversion program for evictions that we will refer to the state program. And so that's the status of our state rental assistance program. And just real briefly, your board approved a second round for rental assistance for our farm worker household assistance program. Just under 3,700 households that will be receiving an additional $1,000 grant, as well as the Farm Worker Household Assistance Program 2, which is the donor supported program that may potentially have up to $500,000 in donor dollars that we'll be administering on a case-by-case basis of grants of either $500 or $1,000. And both those programs will be launched in the early June timeframe. So I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I know we have Supervisor Ramirez and then Supervisor Long.
I thank you very much, Ms. Livingston. I last week visited the Westminster Free Clinic site in Oxnard. I believe they're having a clinic today at 1800 South C Street in Oxnard, and they have volunteers helping people apply for the rental assistance who are bilingual, Spanish speakers. And in talking to Lisa Safanelli, who is the director, she told me that it is a complicated process. It takes maybe 1 to 2 hours for individuals to apply for the program. So of course you got to go through the paperwork. A lot of people need help with it. They've got to provide a lot of information. So that is something that may be discouraging people and slowing people down. I also received a call from an attorney I know who said that some landlords have trouble getting their tenants to trust the process, and the tenants needed help filling out the form, not the landlord so much. So it's kind of a two-way complication there. So I really appreciate that we all keep trying to get people to get their share of what is available to help the residents of our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. We have tried to support a number of our local providers that want to provide that technical assistance. In fact, we've been leveraging our administrative funds to supplement some of those, including the Westminster Clinic, recognizing the resource needs and the technical challenges that individuals are having. So the state recognizes that. They also have they're setting up also a technical assistance to support. So we're hopeful that the attestation process and relaxing of the documentation will address those challenges that you've defined.
Thank you, Melissa. And Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you, Melissa. I appreciate the follow-up on the landlords with that low percentage of them able to get funding. I am extremely concerned on evictions and the increase of rent due to the pandemic and not able to get rent for so long, which will kick people out of their spaces even more. And then that means they're homeless or their businesses shut down. And how do we help them? So I really appreciate a continued outlook on our landlords to see what else we can do. I have heard from some businesses within cities in regards to rent being increased. And so I'm just looking to see, I know the state is looking at this as well, but big concerns for me as moving forward for how do we assist people as best we can. We can lead them to water, but we can't make them drink. And so anything else that we can do as supervisors to share this information, please reach out. I greatly appreciate it.
Will do.
I'll follow up if it's okay.
Great.
I just received a question about the court opinion striking down the nationwide moratorium that was ordered by CDC. I just don't know that that would impact California. We have a different set of circumstances here. Maybe this is too soon for anybody to comment. Maybe our county council or someone could comment on the eviction moratorium, which is through June 30th in California, right? Is this the right time to ask that question? Maybe somebody knows the answer, or we could get it later.
I can say we've just heard the same that you've heard from your constituent, Supervisor Ramirez, and certainly trying to learn more about that. And I know the state is rallying around that also. So I have very limited information on that, but certainly we can, reach out to become better informed, and as we move forward, and we can report back.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ramirez, as through CSAC, what we have been discussing with them the last year and a half is the eviction relief, and that we've been told it's through legislators pushing that through. So we will advocate as an association and with our county as well.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ramirez. In addition, the CDC, if I recall correctly, the CDC moratorium did contain language that if there was state law in place or state action in place, that would supersede the CDC's regulations, but I will double check that.
That's what I assumed, but I'm waiting to hear from you, Ms. North. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mel. Next, we'll hear about our business support efforts from Paul Stamper. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Chair Parks, board members, CEO Powers, Paul Stamper with the CEO's office. I'd like to give you an update on our grant programs at the county here. I'd like to start with the third county grant program, which your board gave conceptual approval for on April 27th. And again, the basics of that are it's approximately a $30 million grant program for local businesses, which would be an additional $5,000 grant that they would receive, and it would go specifically to those businesses that were eligible and received grants in our county's first and second grant programs. So we are in the planning process for that now, are planning to bring an item to your board next week on Tuesday. I do want to share some information with you about the program now. And this program will be different than the other ones in that it's not wide open for applications. Again, it's for those previous recipients. And so because of that, we will not have a traditional application window. We know who these recipients are. So we'll be reaching out to them directly, making direct contact. And the essential process would be that they would have to voluntarily sign and return a recipient agreement. It's going to say things like, I'm still in business. I have eligible expenses that I could use these grant funds for. And then as we receive those, we would process payments. And our goal and approach to this is to try and keep it simple and that speed is a priority. So a preliminary timeline related to this is we'd like to move quickly so that we could begin contacting early to mid-June. We would begin contacting businesses and that first payments would ideally be going out by the end of June, and then payments would continue through July and possibly beyond. And that's largely driven by the fact that we could only pay as those recipient agreements come in and we can process them. So that's the general framework that we're working with, and we'll certainly come with more details next week as we're able to. And so I'd like to give you an update on our current program as well, and then be happy to take questions on either one at the end here. So our current second county business grant program, the money's going out. So on April 29th, we sent out $1.2 million. That's 248 recipients of that first round. More checks will be going out next week and again at the end of the month. One of the aspects of this that I've told your board about, and I just really want to emphasize, is we have a team of county disaster service workers that are really engaged and embrace this outreach effort. And at last count, a little over a week ago, they had moved almost 250 businesses into compliance, which means their application came in, it was missing something and needed some outreach. Well, I just checked this morning and I was just floored. We have now moved 399 businesses into compliance. And this doesn't happen by sending an email. These are people getting on the phone and actually, in many cases, sitting with the applicant as they log in and helping them complete that process so that they can get it submitted. We had one applicant reach out to us and really thank the county, our whole organization, for the efforts. This applicant's name is Raymond. His driver's license had been stolen, and our group was able to work with him to find a different form of ID that would allow him to stay compliant, but have a different way to prove his identity. And I just wanted to share another short story with you, which I think highlights the impact that your board's having on the community here. One of our disaster service reviewers had escalated one of an applicant's application to our economic vitality manager, Gloria Martinez. This applicant was a seamstress. She was older, Spanish speaking, and didn't have a computer. And our reviewer was worried that she might be paying someone to help her with the application process. Of course, we didn't want that. So Gloria reached out and was able to contact both the applicant and the helper. And it turns out that this person who was helping owns a tax business nearby. And they were, in fact, trying to spread the word in Santa Paula to other businesses because this tax person, she and her husband own a trucking company. They applied for the grant program, and they were spreading the word to other nearby businesses. And in this case, this person was not only helping the seamstress, but a hairstylist to complete their applications as well. And all three of those, I'm proud to say, have moved into compliance for the grant program. And then in the process of speaking with this person who was helping, we found out that they had some issues and connected them to Weave, who was able to provide help with QuickBooks that would increase their tax savings as a result of this. So I just want your board to be aware of what an impact this program is having and how communities coming together to help each other, we're able to connect these businesses to local service providers. This is more than just a grant program. And so with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
I do see a couple of questions. Supervisor Long and then Supervisor Ramirez.
Mr. Stamper, could you repeat what is the total amount that we've been able to send out to businesses?
So for this program, Supervisor, if you're referring to that, it was 248 businesses, which is about $1.2 million so far.
And the first grant program that we did?
And the first grant program was $19 million approximately.
Okay, so over $20 million is what we've been able to provide to businesses. Is that what you're stating?
That's right. But I want to emphasize that that was just the first round for this program. And so we're certainly anticipating many more millions of dollars going out for the second grant program as well as the third one coming.
Yeah.
Mr. Powers?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Long. Chair Parks, if I may, just to sort of put it in a more global perspective, I think roughly, Paul, we're looking at between the first and the second rounds of this program, about 6,200 businesses.
Yes.
Okay. So, they're going to get $5,000 grants. So that's up over 30 million right there. Your board just approved the third round, which will be an additional 5,000 for those same grant eligible grantees. So we're really pushing closer to 60 million. That will be for small businesses in our community, thanks to your board's support.
Thank you. I appreciate reiterating that. I think it's important. I know 1.2 million for those checks that were sent out, but just the overall amount that we were able to do is really impressive to me. So I wanted to say thank you.
It's impressive to all of us. And it's good to be in a position where we can go to some of our general funds for that too. Supervisor Ramirez.
I'm wondering if someone could give a little bit of an update on the restaurant program, which is not, there it is. I just had the opportunity to see a number of restaurants go to a couple over the weekend, and they seem to be booming, and it's really just so great to see. And I want to encourage our residents to patronize our restaurants. We've been doing it through takeout. Now we can go safely and in person. And I see that the staff members are still, the employees, the waiters and others are still following the safety protocol with masking and gloves and sanitation. So it's terrific. Go in person when you can. The online folks are doing really fine, but it's our local retailers and restaurants that really need the support so we can get them back up and running. But it's starting to look really good. I really, really appreciate what the county's doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. And yes, great message. Shop local and visit our wonderful local restaurants. Outside dining is just amazing in all of our downtown cities. It's things that we maybe took for granted before. We don't anymore. It's just a great experience. One of the programs that we've been emphasizing is Great Plates through FEMA, and just got a number on that through June. The reimbursement to restaurants for that will be $35 million. And then, of course, many of the recipients of the grants, this business assistance grant, are restaurants as well. So coming at it from multiple directions. And then there's state programs as well.
Thank you, Supervisor. And if I could add that the SBA right now, there's 2 active programs, and one of those is the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, as well as the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, 2 among many. But restaurants in particular, we have outreach to not only every business that's registered with the county, all of our restaurants, but also every restaurant and food facility that is permitted through our environmental health department. We have been sending them regular updates on this Restaurant Revitalization Fund and encouraging them to apply at sba.gov/restaurants for that. And this is, again, a potential for significant funding for these restaurants. This is where they take a comparison of gross revenue from 2019 to 2020, and you have the potential to receive a grant for that full amount.
Thank you. And Supervisor Levere, you have some question, comment?
I'm sorry. Just one question. Thank you. Mr. Stamper, a question that I've gotten several times relating to the rental assistance program is whether or not a tenant, a tenant is required to cooperate in order for a landlord to get assistance. Do you know the answer to that?
Supervisor, I think Melissa Livingston may be a better person to respond to that question. I do not have the specifics on that one.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do believe that every effort is made to connect the tenants with the landlord in order to have a complete application process. But I can get back to you, Supervisor Levere, to make sure that there isn't something different that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Livingston. And several landlords had reached out with concerns that they couldn't get tenants to cooperate, and that it was impeding their ability to get. They wanted to take part in this program and waive the final 20%, but they couldn't get cooperation. So I was just curious about that.
We can follow up with you with more information.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, Supervisor Levere, and that's one of the things HSA is working through their social workers to make that connection, to bridge that gap somehow. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, just one last point to emphasize there, and Paul, thank you for sharing the story. We see the numbers and we hear, but it's very personal, the outreach. Those 399, I'm going to round up and call it 400 businesses that you moved into compliance. In other places, maybe it was said, okay, either you qualify or you don't. But that's not what we've chosen to do with either this round or the previous round. Instead, it's, we know you're going to comply. We just need this document. We need that document. You're so close. Just get from here to there. And mostly, so anyway, it's very personal, and also for the employees working there and for the business. So thank you for sharing that, Paul.
Thank you.
Okay. And then just lastly, board members, just sort of a real big picture. If we can go to the next slide to give you a ballpark sense of the state and federal funding through June 30, 373 million. Let that sit for a second. So that's a combination of CARES funds, FEMA funds, and also provider relief funds. And those, as you may recall, were for the hospitals for lost revenues and so forth. So just wanted to give you an overall sort of sense of magnitude. This does not include the American Rescue Plan funds that are yet to come. So that's future dollars that we'll be talking to your board more about as we go forward. But you can get a sense of, give you a nice little snapshot summary of where the funds have gone and the programs that you've been supporting as our board and your team and the community have been supporting with the people facing homelessness, senior nutrition, rental and business assistance, support to our cities, food share, the farm worker assistance, and our nonprofit hospitals as well. And then you see the testing and the vaccine deployment, even county operations. All of that, of course, is dedicated to COVID response. And so many of our hundreds and hundreds of county employees serving as disaster service workers. And of course, so amazing and fortunate to have our own VCMS, that's our Ventura County Medical System, as a key provider, frontline provider during the pandemic. So that's just to give you sort of an overall view of the funds that we've been carefully budgeting so that we don't need them for our regular ongoing. We're trying to make sure it all goes out to the community. So with that.
It is a remarkable snapshot right there to see the incredible amount of money that has been allocated to deal with the COVID pandemic. And I know that the funds for that come from a few sources, but it is gone through our board and out to the public to see that we can do all we can to address this. And that is an amazing number, 373 million, but it's really enlightening to see it all in one snapshot like that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Parks and board members. And yes, you've identified the priorities for us, and then this is what happened. And so we really appreciate that. One note on the FEMA money, remember, CARES, that money comes to us and we need to allocate it appropriately. But FEMA is really more, you only get it if you provide the service, and then you get reimbursed. So about 80 million of that is roughly FEMA, and that's money we put out because we need to do it, and then turn around and get reimbursed through FEMA. So thank you, and thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
That is 100% reimbursement with FEMA.
Yeah.
It's a new thing because it's not the way it works with fires and other kinds of disasters.
Definitely not. Right. And thank you very much to Scott Powers, who put this together, and Kay and the budget team as well. And all the due diligence they did. What you don't see in here is, them doing the due diligence, working with county council, working with our auditor controller's office, and partnering with Ernst & Young, international consulting firm who has expertise in this area, also to make sure that we are getting the funds out, but in a thoughtful, careful, documented way. So,
and I just, also more closer to home for our Board of Supervisors, our own staff. And you just realize how much of the work from our staffs have been specifically dedicated to COVID. And I appreciate all our supervisor offices staff, because this is again, something that one would never expect one would be doing, and they've been doing it quite well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Parks. And the disaster service workers, the rough total count is about 840 county employees have served as, which by itself, that number would make us the second largest city in the county behind Oxnard, just for perspective's sake. So all of those people, dedicated full time to COVID response, and yet still making sure their work back at the office gets done, either on weekend or with their colleagues getting the work done. And I have to tell you, as they're transitioning back to their regular jobs, so-called, it's an emotional experience for them because they know they've been part of something special to really reach out to our community in its time of need. So again, deep gratitude. And we will, so be bringing many of those folks, all of them in some way, to your board so that they can hear directly from you the wonderful comments that you made here today and in the past about the work that they've done. So.
Incredible appreciation for the people behind all of this, this slide. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then next we'll just go to our last slide, and then I think it pretty much speaks for itself. These are the efforts. We're going to continue to focus on vaccine testing, business and rental assistance, and focusing on our vulnerable populations, and continuing to outreach. These last percentages are going to be some of the hardest to get in terms of our numbers of vaccinated, and we're just going to keep grinding it out, one step at a time. And this complete reach committee is going to be so great to leverage that existing network that's been built for our powerful census response. So just to sort of turn right around and appreciate Vanessa Bechtel, the Community Foundation, for their great partnership and helping us with that transition as well. So that's it, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
And you do look at some of the organizations that we had put together already that were really functional for this, like the Farm Workers Assistance Program, to already have those networks available. And just like that, we also have new networks that we have created because of this whole response to COVID that we will be able to use in the future for non-COVID related. So really good government.
Thank you so much, Chair Parks.
Other supervisors having last comments? I know we also have several people lined up to speak at public comment, so give you an opportunity. If not, we'll move on. I do have, I believe, 4 individuals who are signed up. One is, and we'll go to Jill Smith, and I believe she is calling in, so we'll hear her voice, not see her video. Ms. Smith, are you available?
Good morning, everyone. And I have been listening to you guys. I have to first of all, 2 things. First of all, I was reading Ventura County Star today, and I'm very happy to read an article saying that the demands of the vaccines in Ventura County have plummeted. That's great news. That goes to show people are waking up and doing their own research about the side effects, good pros and cons of the vaccinations, and making up their own mind, not necessarily buying a narrative pushed by the government. Second of all, I heard that you guys were talking about alerting someone about mental health. I'm just curious, if you guys truly cared about public health or mental health, can you release the number of drug overdose, suicides, depression, people with mental problems in the last year, including child abuse, comparing with the previous years due to your lockdowns and shutdown of businesses and closure of schools? Can you release those numbers to public so that we can have a better idea of what the mental health, what you guys have done to people? So long as you keep those numbers in the dark, away from people, every single one of you turn around and try to show how much you care about mental health in the community. Every single one of you is the biggest hypocrite at its finest. And last but not least, I heard Dr. Levin talking about having schools, trying to help schools to deny, not necessarily deny yet, but to clamp down on the vaccination of children. I can tell you that now. If my child is denied education because he or she does not have a vaccination card, I will sue the school, and I will sue you too. There is such a thing called 14th Amendment under Constitution. Go do your homework. I seriously doubt any one of you has read it. If my child gets denied the public education, I will sue you too, because you're the ones who's pushing from behind. I yield my time.
Thank you for yielding your time. Our next speaker then is Jeff Schwartz, and I believe we have him on video too. Mr. Schwartz, please proceed if you can speak. You'll be on our screen once you begin.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Dozens of international attorneys led by a prominent California attorney are preparing lawsuits in California and the U.S., which will show in court that the PCR test is fatally flawed and being used in a fraudulent manner. A large and growing number of prominent academic immunologists and molecular biologists are going on the record saying that PCR test says absolutely nothing about clinical infection. If that is true, can you imagine what that means? Because virtually every statistic we have heard about COVID is based on this particular test. These reputable scientists say the test can only say that there is some molecule, but exactly what the molecule is, nobody can say for sure, especially whether or not it is the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Nobody can say for sure. Even if you have only had the common cold sometime in your lifetime, the test can show up positive. It's also been shown that a papaya can test positive. To assert that the PCR procedure is a valid test for determining the presence of a deadly illness or the tendency to transmit a deadly pathogen is fraudulent. Because the PCR test has been recommended and marketed as a COVID test in the U.S., that opens the doors to the U.S. court system. In the words of this attorney, this could be a very good reason for panic among the people who have implemented this COVID scandal, because the court's doors are now flying open. By California law and U.S. federal law, the people who advertised this fraudulent claim, as well as the people who are enacting draconian measures on the population, are going to be sued for liability and to pay for reparations to the people who lost their businesses or income as a result of this, and also pain and suffering. The World Health Organization is also going to be sued, as this is the first organization that recommended the use of this test. When are you going to start taking some of these issues seriously enough to look into them? I ask you to confirm what I am saying by watching the brief video at tinyurl.com/3RV9SFKY. You have hereby been put on notice. This is not a joke. Failure to look into this could be construed as negligence. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have one to be read, or actually two to be read. Could we go to Judy Bruce, and then she'll be followed by Lauren Sargoatari. And Ms. Martinez, you'll do the reading?
Good morning, Chair Park Supervisors and CEO Powers. The email reads, 14 more reasons not to take the COVID vaccine. The ugly history of attempts to make coronavirus vaccines for infants ended when the vaccinated infants got much sicker than the unvaccinated infants. Important data gaps were submitted by the FDA by the vaccine makers. Where is the raw data that produced 90% and 95% effective claims? Why no informed consent, but they are part of ongoing clinical trials? Less than 1% of all adverse reactions to vaccines are submitted to the CDC. The vaccines do not stop transmission or infection. People are catching COVID after being fully vaccinated. The overall death rate from COVID-19 has a 99.74% survival rate. COVID death numbers are bloated. Fauci and 6 others in the NIAID own patents on the Moderna vaccine, which is a major conflict of interest. Fauci is on the hotspot for illegal gain-of-function research. The virus continues to mutate about every 10 hours. How is it possible to keep creating vaccines to keep up with that level of mutation? Why is there censorship, i.e., the complete absence of scientific debate? The world's leading vaccinologist warns of vaccine disaster ahead. Shockingly, despite the above evidence, Ventura County Information Officer continues to promote the lies and propaganda. They scam the people by continuing to encourage everyone to get vaccinated, telling them it's a protection when there is no viral disease to be protected against. And in reality, it's deadly experimental gene-altering bioweapon. What is really behind this is obvious ploy to deceive the public. Follow the money. Judy Bruce, Simi Valley resident. And the next one comes from Lorena Saruatari. And it says, during the last Board of Supervisors meeting, after the public comments, Ms. Parker made the following statements. People have different logical, though, process than others, and it's good that we have scientist community of doctors that know about the virus and the vaccine. She added that in India, 357,000 people contracted the virus in one day, and that 100,000 died. She said that India has vaccines for only 10% of its population, and we have enough vaccine coverage. She used one of those propaganda catchy phrases, immunity for your community. The vaccine is not only for you, but is to protect your community. What she said about India is a lie, and the media has been parroting. India cases of the corona fake virus have not increased. I confirmed the information with people from India. Ms. Ramirez chimed in, reminding us of the polio outbreak when she was a child. Any vaccine before 1985 was a vaccine that the public could trust to take. Vaccines became a profit therapy after Ronald Reagan passed a bill protecting Big Pharma from any vaccine liabilities. Mrs. Long said that the vaccine is not mandatory. Yes, it is not mandatory now, but eventually those will not take it, and those that will not take it will not be able to work and buy food. She also said that as a county supervisors, you are given options and doing something. All the things you all said will be nice if there was a real virus and if the bioweapon was a vaccine. Stop promoting the injection. And that's all the public comment we have for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And it also, thank you for the public comments and the perspective of some individuals. That it's also something to see that because we have had such a great ability to get the vaccine out, we have seen our numbers plummet. And in those countries that haven't got the vaccine are suffering so much. And it's good to see that. I think the United States will be able to help other countries with their vaccines too. But it is just a direct relationship with the vaccines being available and the drop in cases. And it's good to see and remarkable, as we know, to be able to come up with a vaccine in such a short period of time, and very fortunate that we are able to do that. At this time, then, we would go to a receive and file motion to receive the summary report. And I know as we move forward, we'll hopefully have even shorter summaries as we see this COVID leaving our community, hopefully for good. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second? I'll go ahead and second that motion. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor LeVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber has stepped out. Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes, thank you very much.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And so while we're at it, let's go to our public comments. Our public comment period, we have some individuals on Zoom and others to be read. And so let us go first to those attendees that we do have on Zoom. And I will call Mr. Tim Totten. And I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry.
Please go for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I just really quick before I begin, I put my name in twice. Do I get twice my time? Because I have 2 different points to make.
No, but we won't start counting until now, your time.
Okay, fine. So what I'd like to read is the public's no vaccine passport resolution. Residents of Ventura County propose the following resolution to be considered and voted on by the Ventura County Board of Supervisors at a future date. Whereas the vaccine is not an approved drug, but has an emergency use authorization, was created without standard investigation, animal trials, or exposure studies. Whereas the process of adverse event collection and review has been compromised and control group comparisons eliminated. Whereas currently available COVID vaccines have reports of serious adverse events, including death and hospitalizations, blood clots identified post anaphylactic shock, stillbirths, and infertility issues. Whereas approximately 98% of people recover from coronavirus without serious illness. Whereas proven treatments are available, including monobody cocktails, hydrochloroquine, and other therapies, including vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc. Whereas the messenger RNA process is not previously approved and long-term safety and efficacy data does not exist. Whereas many residents have previously recovered from the virus and data shows they do not need the vaccine. Whereas the vaccine may be contraindicated for certain individuals, including those who want to procreate in the future. Whereas a vaccine passport may lead to medical discrimination that violates HIPAA laws, for example, treatment for blood clots or infertility. Whereas a manufacturer holds no liability under an emergency use authorization. Whereas a vaccine is not authorized for children. Informed consent is required per code of federal regulations Title 21 and should be overseen by an ethics committee per Part 56. Vulnerable populations such as children and prisoners should not be forced to use this experimental vaccine. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the residents of Ventura County should not be forced to or coerced to get the vaccine, carry or show a vaccine passport, or have their inalienable and constitutional rights diminished due to the decision to not get vaccinated. That was an abbreviated read, stuttered through. I have a secondary point to your mental health impact that I heard earlier. What you're doing with all of this COVID stuff is contributing greatly to the mental health deficiencies in our population. The other point I'd like to make is about your rent and landlord assistance programs. Dubiously omitted from that was all the homeowners who foot the bill through property taxes. Nobody gave me a break. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you for your comments and your perspective. We now will go to, I believe we also have Jeff Schwartz again. Since you had 3 minutes previously, you'll have 2 minutes this time, so a total of 5 minutes. Mr. Schwartz, you have another 2 minutes for your public comment.
Censorship is enemy.
Mr. Schwartz, if you would unmute yourself, we'll be able to hear you. There you go.
Open discussion is fundamental to a free society. Censorship is its enemy. So, did you know the media and social media have been aggressively censoring all questions about government COVID policy for 12 months? Why are they blocking discussion about such a critical issue? Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and the mainstream media are all doing it. Do you think suppression of information is a good thing or bad thing? So I think you're basing a lot of your viewpoints of this on what you are hearing in the media, but the other side is being shut out. So I want to make it easier for all of the supervisors and anybody else here who's interested, who's listening, the public health officials and the citizens. So just go to the link tinyurl.com/DHE2UJ7M, and that will get you links to some of the information that has been suppressed. And maybe you all will learn something. I think you should not be so arrogant to think that you cannot learn from the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we have one more public comment speaker, but something that just these comments remind me is that they're passionate about everybody's health also. And I think that's what's driving even opposing comments, denying COVID and such things, is because they also care about others. Rachel Flores, I have you next, and I believe our last speaker. And if you would unmute yourself, and we'll have an opportunity to hear from you, and you will have 3 minutes, Ms. Flores.
Good morning. Rachel Flores, American Physicians and Dentists, Chairwoman Parks, and Honorable Supervisors. I have two issues today, the loan forgiveness programs and per diem physicians. First on loan forgiveness. Loan forgiveness programs are recognized across the country, state, and counties. One of the benefits is to increase primary care in federally qualified healthcare clinics and hard to recruit areas. There must be an administrative will to keep the clinics qualified. If the clinics do not remain qualified, physicians currently enrolled in these programs and other healthcare providers, they'll have to make a decision to leave. I want to say thank you to the medical directors of the clinics because they recognize the benefit of applying and maintaining qualifications. Thank you for your vision and support. The hard work has already been done. Now we need the will from you to continue the loan forgiveness programs that impact many healthcare providers. Again, it doesn't only apply to physicians. The Union of American Physicians and Dentists, on behalf of those enrolled in these programs, we ask for your support on this issue. I know your county staff will be discussing the matter with you. The physicians that are currently enrolled in the loan forgiveness programs, they're feeling a little anxious as this is a time-sensitive matter. The deadline is May 14th. That's this Friday. Thank you. We look forward to continuing these programs. Second, per diem physicians. We know per diem physicians play an integral role in the delivery of services to the underserved patient population in Ventura County. Many have their own patient load and provide coverage when vacations and other forms of relief are needed in the clinics. Per diem physicians have not been invited to apply for employment with the county because there is no job description or county per diem physician classification. Once you approve the request from per diem physicians to be represented by UAPD, we can begin negotiations. Your staff will also be discussing this matter with you. I appreciate the opportunity to bring these issues forward. They're very important to the physicians we represent and to the delivery of services in the clinics. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores, and really appreciate the good partnership and collaboration, and appreciate your comments this morning.
Chair Parks?
Yes, please, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. I did want to respond to Ms. Flores' comments. Yes, we had a good meeting. PD physicians and leadership last week, along with Sean Otten and Dr. Cho. And so just to preview, yes, we understand the importance of the loan forgiveness program to our physicians, in our underserved areas where our clinics are located. And so we needed time to gather the information, but the bottom line is we're supportive of it. We've shared that with the unions, and we plan to recommend such and discuss with your board in closed session today. So completely on the same page there. And then with the per diems, we are just working with the union to gather information. So we're making progress there. So more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, for being able to respond and seeing that we are right on top of it. So thank you. So that, as I understand, completes our public comments, unless I'm hearing otherwise from our clerk of the board staff. I know that Supervisor Huber has not returned quite yet, so I was thinking we could move on to other parts of our agenda and save our board comments for when he's able to contribute to those too. So I'm going to turn it over back to Mr. Powers. We could still have our CEO comments.
Oh, okay. Thought we were going to put a regular agenda. I'm sorry. Give me one moment, if you would, please.
Sure. And I could also, Mr. Powers, move over to our item 29.
And thank you, Chair, not just because I was not ready quite yet, but because to help our department heads, I think that would be appreciated. So yes, thank you.
Okay, and then in addition to that, I was just thinking Supervisor Huber would like to hear your.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So Supervisor Levere, you have item 29, and
Yes.
that is an appointment. I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm bringing two appointments to the board this morning. The first being the reappointment of Donald Becker to the Civil Service Commission. He has been a respected member of that board since 2009, and I'm seeking his reappointment. And then secondly, the appointment of Cheryl Heightman to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I worked with Cheryl for 4 years on the Ventura City Council, incredibly intelligent and incredibly collaborative. And I think importantly, she's going to bring a new perspective to the board, that of a licensed clinician, someone who spent 25 years in social work as a social worker and in therapy. And I think it's an important voice to add to the board. And so those are my two suggested appointments, and I'm seeking my colleagues joining with me this morning in their appointments.
I would like to move your recommendation, Supervisor Levere. I'm sorry, I think I jumped out of turn, Chair Parks. And I don't know Mr. Becker, but I do know Cheryl Heightman, who's an excellent, excellent choice. So I congratulate you for getting her to agree to come back to public service.
Okay.
I make that motion.
And I'll second. Thank you.
I would hope you would. If I might just comment, because I know and Ms. Heightman will be great on the board and offer some new perspective, and I always like that. We have some of those members on the behavioral health board that have been there quite some time, so it's always good to get some new blood in there too. But I also know that with her appointment, we'll have one of from, I guess, Supervisor Bennett's appointment, Elizabeth Stone stepping down. And we don't often recognize our commissioners and our board members that have served, but she has been so exceptional. I would just like to comment how much I've appreciated Elizabeth Stone's work. She's a consumer of our behavioral health services, and so she offers a really good perspective on from someone who receives the services. But she's also educated in psychology. She has really stepped in there and to fill an empty slot for a year or so, I think it was, and became immediately the chair of the Transitionally Aged Youth Committee. She put together, assisted with a manual, a guidebook for incoming members to the Behavioral Health Board. She did an incredible presentation. I've heard from many, a PowerPoint presentation talking about peer support. She's also bilingual, and so she has been really valuable in helping to, we have another member who is mostly just Spanish speaking, so has been able to do some translating. So she has just really stepped in there. So as she is no longer going to be on it because we have Ms. Heightman coming on, I just wanted to express my appreciation. I've talked with other members of the BHAB, also the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, who just, call her brilliant, just really have a lot of respect for her. So I did want to not end this without at least saying how much she has given and how much we appreciate her voice.
Yeah, and I thank you for saying that. That I was kind of amiss for not mentioning that. Ms. Stone really is an incredible woman, and I know she'll stay involved.
Yes, and potentially get appointed we have lots of openings occasionally, so she may be back. So with that, we do have a motion and a second, and if we could please have the roll call on this item.
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, and good choices. Thank you.
Supervisor Huber is absent. Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And now we'll go on to item 30. This is an item from Supervisor Levere and myself, and it looks to the resolution that we did in January immediately after the attack on our Capitol to condemn that attack. There are some new information that came out. For example, the individual, the Capitol police officer who we reported in the resolution that was murdered at that site, but actually new information has come out that he died of natural causes, I think the next day. So we wanted to make sure that the resolution still has that integrity and still stands. And so Supervisor Levere, I don't know if you wanted to make some comments too.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I thought about this, and this resolution was never meant to be political. Its purpose was not to pit Republicans against Democrats or conservatives against liberals. It really came down to simply condemning what took place on January 6th at our nation's capital. And I hope that's something that everything in the community, or everyone in the community, is willing to support. On that day, the Congress was performing its constitutional duty. It was counting the Electoral College votes, and it was really working towards the peaceful transition of power. And it's one of our nation's oldest and most important traditions. And the fact that an angry mob stormed the Capitol and tried to disturb this process, in my view, deserves condemnation. But as Chair Parks mentioned, the integrity of this resolution is also incredibly important. It must be based on facts. And there were several facts in our original resolution which were initially reported, but were ultimately shown to not be true. And so to protect the integrity of our resolution, these statements have been removed. And really what's left is the fundamental purpose of the resolution, which is condemning the actions of January 6th. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ramirez, you had a comment too?
Well, I thank my colleagues here for bringing this forward to correct the statement to the extent it needed correction, but I totally support this. It was a scary moment. I hope for all of us to see what could happen when people are driven to be violent. I believed my eyes, and that's why I totally support this resolution. And let's work to not have this kind of thing happen again anywhere. We've seen it too many times elsewhere in other parts of the world. We've seen it even in our own country and other places. And I hope that we can go forward with civil dialogue and respect for each other, and certainly the harm that was done to the institution, to the physical building, to many, many people who were injured, and someone died there too on scene. For bringing it forward.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate having this brought back to make sure that we are as accurate as possible. And we know that there were some inaccuracies of our original resolution. I think we can all, like we've been speaking about, just agree that we condemn the actions of those who broke into our nation's capital that day in the strongest possible terms. However, in the spirit of trying to be as accurate as possible, as reading the resolution in paragraph 3, I would ask that we take out the word white supremacist and anti-Semitic. So it reads that we condemn the actions of the coordinators of the insurrection who lead the attack to overthrow American democracy. I think that is just solid, that we really just basically all who do it, and remove those 1, 2, 3, 4 words. Because I think we need to make no mistake that we need to denounce and condemn white supremacy and anti-Semitism, but there is no proof that everyone participating that day fit into those categories. And I want to make sure that all those that did the act are talked about. And I don't want to resort to name calling one group out versus another. I do appreciate that some members of the public reached out and expressed those exact same concerns. And I don't want to have to bring this resolution back again one way or another. And so if we can make it more overall. The rest of the resolution is crystal clear that we denounce any threat of our democracy or our peaceful transition of power through violence or force is just not acceptable. So, Madam Chair, I would just ask that we just take those 4 words out of the resolution and make it crystal clear that we do not, anyone who is going to do these acts would be the case. And that's what I would just ask our supervisors here today to consider doing.
No, I feel strongly that we should not bow to the pressure by people who are concerned that we would say that the mob included white supremacists and anti-Semitics. And it is with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, the Confederate flag right in the rotunda. There is no doubt about it that there are some in our county who have written to us saying that they don't believe what are involved. I feel that is by striking that from the record, it's kind of kowtowing to individuals who don't see white supremacy when it's right in front of us. I think it's important to keep that. There was a man wearing a Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt. If that's not anti-Semitic, what is?
Then I would ask that we put in the word some.
I would ask that you interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Sorry.
Thank you. We've received critiques of this condemnation for 2 reasons. One, because it mentions white supremacists were involved. I didn't receive any that said anything about the anti-Semitics, but they're concerned that we should say the mob included white supremacists. Their other concern, number 2, was that we would suggest that it was a free and fair election. And I'm seeing you're not objecting to that, but I just don't believe that we should strike this, and I would not favor that.
Okay, and I understand your point of view, and that's good.
I'll call on you, Supervisor Long, and then after you're done, Supervisor Ramirez.
And so with that, I understood that that might be your feeling. And so I would like to suggest the second, which would be to state that we condemn the actions of the coordinators of the insurrection, which include some, add the word some into that, because not all. And I want to make sure that if we're going to be literally correct, that we include that word some. And I think that would be fair.
I'm absolutely good with that. Are you good with that, Supervisor LaVerne?
Yeah, and Supervisor Parks, you and I talked about this. I don't think this was ever meant to say that everyone there at the Capitol that day was a white nationalist or was anti-Semitic. And that wasn't the intention, and I'm fine. That's why we said which included, and I'm happy to use the word some too, because I don't want to paint with the broad brush here. But we saw what we saw, and we saw the Confederate flags, and we saw the Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt, and we know what those symbols mean. And I think those equally deserve condemnation as part of this resolution. And I'm fine with making it clear that we don't think everybody there that day harbored those beliefs, but I do think they need to be called out.
Thank you, Supervisor LaVerne. Supervisor Ramirez?
Well, I'm okay with that change alone. I just know that I listened to the testimony of a number of Black Capitol Police officers who told us how they were assaulted by people calling them racial slurs, etc. So yes, among the mob were people who are white supremacists and racist. And I saw the Camp Auschwitz sweatshirt. I have family members who fled the Holocaust. This is a poison that has to be stopped. So, and this is such a small thing to do, to stand up for that. So I do support the proposal. Thank you.
And with that, then I'll go ahead and move the recommendation of Supervisor LaVerne and myself, add the word some with just before it including white supremacists, including some white supremacists.
And I'll second that.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parks, we have public comment on this item.
Oh, good point. Thank you very much. Miss Key is wonderful. I don't know how we would do it without her. So let us go to our public comments. And I believe we have, let's see, was it 3 individuals? So we'll begin with our first. I got that list.
Rocky Roads.
Rocky Roads. And do you see that he is on? Mr. Rhodes, if you can unmute yourself. Okay, Lori, let me turn it over to you. I'm just seeing it by unknown. I see Angela Hayward. Is she available?
Yeah, she's not for this item though.
Okay, then let me turn it over to you and you can call the individuals as they're not coming up on my screen.
Okay, there was only that one that was coming up on video. The other 2 were to read.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And so we'll turn it over to Ms. Martinez to read.
Good morning, Chair Park, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. The first email comes from Lorena Saruatari, and it says, I consider the 2 of you promoters of radical agendas that destroy societies. Mr. Levere calls himself a Catholic, and yet he was the one who promoted the removal of Junipero Serra statue last year. You who sued the city of Ojai for water rights, and you now represent them, a conflict of interest. Ms. Parks, you are well known for promoting the well-being of horses above well-being of the public. Comment you made in your Facebook page a while ago. You are also known for flaunting in your social media that you will get some agenda passed at the Board of Supervisors meetings. These just to mention a few. The 2 of you have paired yourselves to pass an ordinance condemning those that peacefully assembled January 6th to support the president then. The drama play attack that took place at the White House was a coup d'etat organized by the progressive left, demonized conservatives. The progressive lefts are ones that need to be condemned. The only thing you can vote on is to initiate a thorough investigation of who is behind the real coup d'etat that took place on January 6th at the White House. As for agenda item 30, I demand you vote no. Proverbs 11:21, assuredly the evil man will not go unpunished. And the second email comes from Tim Totten, and it says the revisit of Parks Garbage BOS Resolution 21-005 still contains probable falsehoods and political grandstanding. It is not what the Board of Supervisors should drape itself in considering all of the other attacks on our way of life, but activist groups meant to destroy our unity, tether the family, and redefine what is the United States into some perversion that serves the actual insurgent in goals of domination and destruction. It's not crackpot, tea, and cookie banter any longer. Our country is at a crossroads, and people like you can make a difference one way or the other. Either you will be a strong advocate for the truth or will cower under monetary and political pressure and toe the lie. The resolution is a political lie. Critical race theory is a political lie. Open borders is a political lie. Your silence furthers these lies. Your catapultation emboldens the liars. Your weakness demoralizes the public. Be brave, do the right thing. If by chance you lack the ability to discern these actions as perversions and lies, then you are the problem. And that is a public comment we have to be read for this item.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our public comment. And then we'll go ahead and reinstate the motion.
Well, I'm sorry. There's one more that just came in. Sorry, Tim
Okay.
Totten. Thank you. I'm sorry, she read Tim Totten. My bad.
Yeah, I thought we did. Okay. We're done with public comment on this item. I'll go ahead and reinstate the motion. And is there a second?
believe Supervisor Ramirez seconded.
It's second. I did
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have the motion and the second, and could we please have the roll call? And I believe Supervisor Huber has joined us too.
Correct, and we're approving as modified to add the word some.
Yes, some white
to the resolution. Okay.
Including some white supremacists.
Thank you. Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, and I really appreciate the modification. I don't want broad strokes on this, but I do want to make sure that people are not going to, that we denounce any threat to our democracy. Thank you.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. We could just continue on with our regular agenda and go to item 31. This will be Supervisor Ramirez and an appointment.
Okay. I have item 31. I have 2 appointments to make, and I would appreciate my colleagues' support. First of all, I want to appoint Pedro Chavez from Oxnard to the County HIV/AIDS Advisory Committee. I've known Mr. Chavez for a while. He's a very knowledgeable community advocate about this issue and in many other organizations, and he will really be diligent and provide to the group and to the county and to myself important information because this particular disease has not gone away, and we have to really be on guard for it surging again. The other person I would like to reappoint is Gary Blum to the Cultural Heritage Board for a term ending in 2025. Mr. Blum, I've known him for a long time. He works very hard on preserving our cultural heritage in Oxnard. He lives in the historic district. To remind folks, the historic district in Oxnard is the only one between Los Angeles and the Bay Area. And come and visit when you have a chance and see these wonderful homes that the homeowners are restoring. And Mr. Blum has had a lot to do with that. And I really appreciate his service to the city of Oxnard, to the county of Ventura. So I'd ask for a motion to support my recommendation. I don't know if we have any comment on that.
Bob Huber, I was so moved.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you.
And with that, could we please have the roll call?
Yes, let me just, I'm sorry, I didn't get who. Supervisor Huber motioned?
Yes.
Oh, moved. Okay. Supervisor Huber and Supervisor Levere second?
Correct.
Thank you.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yes. Supervisor Levere?
Yes.
Supervisor Long?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Chair Parks?
Yes, thank you. Passes unanimously. Great additions to our county committees. Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez and Supervisor Levere. We'll go on to item 32. This is our CEO's office, and our K-Man will be presenting regarding what we commonly refer to as TRANS, tax and revenue anticipation notes.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Good morning, Chair Parks, board members. Mr. Powers came in from the CEO's office. The item before you is the approval to move forward with the planning of our annual trans borrowing, our tax and revenue anticipation notes. The not to exceed amount is $200 million. And we're also requesting approval to move to approve the expenditures that are related to this financing, estimated at $200,000. Each fiscal year, the county's cash needs exceed our cash receipts until the first installment of property taxes is received sometime in December. In order to bridge this shortfall and also to pre-fund our retirement contribution, the county issues tax and revenue anticipation notes. We have been doing so since 1979. Our current trans issue was for $120.5 million, And based on some preliminary calculations, we're estimating a 110 million trans for fiscal 22. As we have done in the last few years, we would issue the trans on a competitive bid basis. This is considered a more transparent process, and it should keep interest costs low. Last year, we had 9 investors bid for our trans, and the lowest bid came in at 0.19%, and the high bid ranged up to 0.86%. This item was approved by the Financial Planning Committee at its April 13th meeting. This year, we do have an additional consideration. In prior years, we issued the trans on a tax-exempt basis. This year, due to the uncertainty over the treatment of the American Rescue Plan funding, for example, if the funds were treated as immediately available for tax purposes, this could eliminate the projected cash deficit that is needed in order to issue a tax-exempt trans. Now, we won't know until further guidance is available from the Treasury, and so we will be preparing legal documents that will provide us the flexibility to issue the trans on either a taxable or a tax-exempt basis. We will return to your board next week for approval of the legal documents that are required in order to actually issue the trans. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you for the comment. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Ms. Mann, if you could share with the board the potential savings from engaging in this borrowing?
Because we can pre-fund our retirement contribution, that actually saves us anywhere from $5 to $6 million annually.
Thank you.
Can we applaud?
Get that emoji.
Okay. All right. And no comments or questions. Let's go ahead and have a motion.
Long, I'll second.
Supervisor Huber makes the motion, I believe, and Supervisor Long seconds the motion.
Supervisor Levier.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez. Supervisor Ramirez.
Hear me?
There, now I can. Is that a yes?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm not muted. Something wrong with my internet. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Chair Parks.
Yes, yes. Okay, with that then, that's approved unanimously, and we can move on to item 33. And I will turn it over to Ms. Madden, I believe, for this item on our grants. And while Ms. Madden is coming on, this is to approve a agreement for block grants, community development block grants, as well as the Resilient Infrastructure Program funds in the not to exceed amount of $4,171,400. Ms. Madden, are you available? Okay, I know it takes a 4/5 vote, and I think this is all something all of us support.
Can you hear me, Supervisor?
Please go forward. I was almost going to ask for a vote for it because how do you say no, right?
Well, you can just jump right ahead if there are no questions.
No, if you'd like to make your presentation, please.
I will make a brief presentation, sure. Today, we're requesting that your board adopt a resolution that authorizes our office to enter into this grant agreement with the Department of Housing and Community Development for $4.171 million. In response to the disasters of 2017 in California, the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development awarded $212 million to the state. Of that, $88 million are designated for mitigation projects that are intended to facilitate community response to future disasters.
50% of that $88 million must be used to benefit communities that are designated as the most impacted by the disasters. Those communities, including all of Ventura County, are depicted in Figure 1 in your board letter. Outreach to the funding opportunity resulted in the identification of 5 eligible projects for our emergency generators in county-owned buildings that deliver essential services to residents. And then we're recommending some improvements to the Veterans Memorial Building in Fillmore, and that facility will serve as a community resource center for those local residents. Projects that are identified and recommended in this letter have to be CDBG eligible, meaning that they have to serve income eligible populations, and they have to be identified as a HUD eligible activity. The host organizations also need to demonstrate that they have capacity to manage this funding. As with virtually all grants that pass through the state of California, they are requiring a resolution. The attached resolution authorizes the execution of the Master Standard Agreement following review and approval by County Council. The community development staff in the CEO's office will manage subrecipient agreements, and we will be under the authority of HCD at the state. There's no match required for these grants, and all of these projects are expected to be underway within a year. Today's recommendations also include the establishment of the revenues and appropriations for the county projects. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. One thing I'd just like to comment on regarding the backup generators is they do emit diesel emissions, and it's not healthy. And I'm wondering if, where possible, we can look at ways to mitigate those emissions. That would be good.
Okay.
Supervisor Long, you have a question?
I just wanted to say thank you for getting the building funding. I think is really important for Santa Clara Valley and Fillmore, just to make sure that we are supporting them as best we possibly can. So we use the building for all of our cooling events and for evacuations, and so really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely needed, and for that, for emergencies too. And I know that some of our facilities and other private entities are going to these Tesla batteries too, as a storage device that can also provide energy when there are blackouts too. So just, I know as we are all members of the Air Pollution Control District Board, it is an important aspect of the pollution that happens from these backup generators is considerable and a health concern. So where we can, we should be trying to put in clean burning or no fossil fuels at all for these. With that, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you. And a
second.
We have a motion and a second. And Ms. Key, could you do the roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Madden, for the report and the work behind it. Our next item on the agenda is item 34, and this is going to be presented by Mr. Michael Pettit, and regarding Ventura Council of Governments, also known as VCOG.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers. At your January 12th, 2021 meeting, your board appointed Supervisor Huber as the VCOG board representative. Presently, there is a vacancy in the alternate board member position on the Ventura Council of Governments. So it's recommended that your board consider and appoint one member from your board to serve as that alternate member on the Council of Governments. And just as a point of information, the meetings for the VCOG are held on the second Thursday of each odd-numbered month at 5 p.m.
Thank you. And I know I've served on VCOG several board members have had that opportunity. And if there's one that would like to volunteer to be on VCOG, I know at one time we had this grand goal of combining VCOG with VCTC and being able to look at both land use type of issues and transportation at the same time. We got unanimous support from VCTC to do that. And one person on VCOG didn't, and the whole thing fell apart. But hopefully someday they may join. In the meantime, VCOG sits without those kind of funds and opportunities. Who on our board would like to volunteer to be on VCOG? How's that for a start? Please speak up now.
I would volunteer unless there's another supervisor who would prefer to do it.
Okay, anyone else?
I would motion to elect Supervisor Ramirez as the alternate board of representative for the Ventura County of Governments.
Huber, second.
Thank you.
You said Levere. Did you mean Ramirez?
I apologize if I said Levere. I meant Ramirez. Apologize if that's what I said.
And does the second maker okay with it being Ramirez and not Levere?
Yes, Huber, second.
And Supervisor Levere, are you good with it being Supervisor Ramirez and not you?
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez.
Supervisor Levere.
Thank you for stepping up, Supervisor Ramirez. It is, our schedules are so busy. For you to add one more to it floors me. So thank you for doing that. And with that,
I wanted to say I'm interested in, I know it's something extra, but as a SCAG representative, I think it's very helpful to know what the other cities are thinking and doing and concerned about. So, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and I know there's also actually been talk about forming our own council of governments through VCOG. So there might be that opportunity sometime in the far future. With that, could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, and also congratulations to Supervisor Ramirez for being elected the second VP of SCAG. It's a huge accomplishment, and so I just appreciate her serving that as well as this. Thank you.
Yeah, Southern California Association of Governments, big step. Congratulations to you for that.
Thank you.
And back to the roll call.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. Now we will go to item 35, and this is regarding some big bucks and our transportation department, which is a good thing, $10 million. And I'll turn it over to Mr. David Fleisch.
Good morning, Chair Parks, supervisors. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Ventura County Public Works Agency. The item before you today is to authorize the PWA to accept federal highway safety improvement grant funds in the amount of $10 million for 4 projects. This award is significant because it provides safety improvements in several locations countywide. There's 4 separate projects. One is to install rapid rectangular flashing beacons or pedestrian beacons at 12 locations near 10 schools. The second project is $1 million for guardrail upgrades along a number of roads in the county, and included in that will be a replacement of the wood posts with steel posts, which we're starting to do throughout the county, which helps in future fire events from having damage to our property. The third is $4.9 million for signal intersection improvements. That's a tongue twister at all 44 of our signal locations throughout the unincorporated county. The fourth is $3.8 million to install rumble strips and high friction surface treatments on 9 county maintained roads. What is significant also in this is that just 4 weeks ago, your board approved $6.2 million of active transportation grant funds as well. In addition, we anticipate about another $1.1 million we'll be bringing to your board in the very near future for another of congestion mitigation and regional ATP funds for 2 additional projects. And this will bring the total of the grant funds that will have been awarded this year to the Public Works Agency Roads and Transportation Department to about $17.4 million. That's roughly 5 times more than the annual amount of grant money that we've received in the last 10 years. I wanted to highlight that to your board, and I wanted to personally thank Darren Ariata, who's an engineer in our advanced planning staff for roads and transportation, and several other staff members who are instrumental in getting these grant funds, both for the highway safety improvement and for the ATP grant that your board approved recently. Pending your questions, the recommendation is for your board to approve the acceptance of these funds.
I really want to compliment the Transportation Department for being able to get such a tremendous amount of funds. We are really fortunate. I do also, though, want to call out one item, and that is the rumble strips. We know that rumble strips along the side of the road are something that are of great concern to cyclists. And I know we want to be a bicycle-friendly county, and we adding bike lanes. We've heard from the cycling clubs too that they are potentially dangerous in terms of causing bicyclists to crash. They hit them in the wrong angle and then they can go over their handlebars, and it is a concern. So what I would ask is that when you actually bring the projects forward that you will bring to the board for the rumble strips, that you first do a study and check with the cycling community to see that they are done in a way, if possible, that aren't dangerous to cyclists. And otherwise I could not support them, because I know that we have other ways to alert drivers not to go over the side of the road without having to also endanger cyclists with rumble strips. So that would be my request, if that's something that your office could do. Do you think that's something you can check with, Mr. Clyde?
Yes, Supervisor, we can. What I can tell you is the way rumble strips are installed now as opposed to previously is, instead of adjacent to the edge line, they're actually underneath the line. And so typically that will take away the concern. For example, the ones on Santa Rosa Road that are currently there are to the outside of the fog line. These would be put underneath the line, which addresses that issue. But we'll make sure that we cover the appropriateness of these and make sure they're in concert with safety for both the pedestrian, or for both the motorists and the cyclists.
Thank you very much. I think that would be great, and working with our bicycle clubs, that they would really appreciate it too. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Ramirez, your hand is up.
Yeah, just very quickly, I couldn't find a list of the signalized intersections. Is that available?
Yes, ma'am. We can provide you. There's 44 signals throughout the county, unincorporated county, and they're sporadic. One here, 2 here. The only two locations that we have a series of signals is on Canaan Road in Oak Park and on Santa Rosa Road. The rest of them, it's generally 1 or 2, but we can certainly provide your office the list of signals.
I'd like to ask if the location, not that I want to change anything exactly, but is it fixed where the signals will go?
The signals are already there. These are just modifications to the signals that are existing that the county has.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd appreciate that list so we can kind of be more informed. Thank you.
Sure.
Support this.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this? Do we have a motion?
So
moved. Motion to approve. This is Long.
And is there a second?
I never want to jump the gun because I know that other supervisors want to do this, but I'll go ahead and second at this point.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere,
Yes.
Supervisor Long, Supervisor Long.
Okay, let's go on to
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez,
Yes.
Chair Parks,
yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, sorry, you couldn't hear me.
Okay, and that does pass unanimously. Let us take a 5-minute break, or let's actually come back at 11:30. Okay, we have a couple of other things to take care of, and we'll be back at 11:30. Okay. Good morning. We're back to our Board of Supervisors meeting for May 11th, and I believe we're on item 36, and this is with our Public Works District, our Public Works Agency Waterworks District. And Mr. Pope, are you going to be doing this presentation?
Yes, Supervisor Parks. And I do have a presentation. I can share it if that is okay.
Sure. There it is.
Let's see. Is the clerk sharing or am I sharing? I just wanted to make sure I didn't overwrite anybody.
We can have the booth request you to share it, or you can request for them to.
I'll share it.
Okay.
It will probably be more efficient. All right. Thank you. Okay.
And we're seeing it now.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Powers. I am Joe Pope, Public Works, Water and Sanitation Director. This morning I'm requesting approval from your board to cancel our CSA 29 sewer operations and maintenance agreement with Ventura Regional Sanitation District and approve 3 new wastewater worker positions. So to give background, our Water and Sanitation Department has overall responsibility for CSA 29's sewer collection system. The agreement we have in place with VRC was established in 1982, and this agreement expires in March of next year. Over the past several years, we have seen escalating labor costs with VRSD. We've found that there's been an overall lack of care of the system with not taking a strategic or long-term view to management of the system. There's been several management inefficiencies, if you will. And the repairs that they have done, while the workmanship is fine, the type of repairs I would classify as Band-Aid repairs have been the norm instead of going after root cause issues. We've met with VRC numerous times. We've requested information to see if we could, come to some sort of agreement to work out a deal where we could cut their costs or lower their rates. And it's just been difficult getting information out of them. And they've basically stated that they have a very difficult time controlling their overhead costs, and which ties directly into their labor rates. With the termination of this agreement and addition of the 3 new positions within water and sanitation, I feel strongly that the efficiencies that we have in the Public Works Agency management, our O&M labor, various economies of scale from the equipment that we already own, that we would provide the best service at the lowest cost for the ratepayers in CSA 29. In addition, we'll have more complete, what I would say, total system ownership. So the guys and gals operating and maintaining the system report directly to us through they would be county employees and accountable 100% for that system operations and maintenance. This next chart shows the contract cost growth over the last 10 years. As you can see, that it's really been the last 4 years where we've seen a significant uptick in predominantly the labor costs. And some of that is attributed to system age, but some of it is also attributed to some of the factors I mentioned in the previous slide. And then one thing to note, this slide is that CSA 29 does have the highest monthly sewer rates per residential unit equivalent in the entire county. There is obviously some unique, it's a unique system that operates in a remote area of the county along the coast. It's a sensitive area. So we do recognize there are some cost challenges with just the location of that system and the fact that it's a system that has a lot of energy requirements for pumping sewer for treatment at the city of Ventura. But it just really highlights the stark difference, though, in what those ratepayers on the North Coast are being charged. This rate also has really limited our ability to reinvest in replacing some of the aging infrastructure in the district. Before I conclude, I just wanted to thank our Public Works Agency Central Services analyst, Mary Lou Chua. She really helped us narrow in and focus in on some of the fiscal opportunities presented by having us take over operations. And then, of course, thanks to my deputy, Scott Mextreth, who helped put this plan together. So subject to your questions or public comment, I recommend that your board approve the early termination of the VRC agreement and approve the addition of 3 full-time water and sanitation positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Supervisor Levere, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No question, just a comment. I want to thank Mr. Pope and his team for proactively bringing this to us. I think it's going to result in more equitable rates, more comprehensive maintenance of the system, and I think it's going to be a good thing for the residents of the North Coast. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I have to say that it does give me some pause to see that VRSD is also the entity that will be contracted for the farm worker housing project that's going to have its own little packaged sewer treatment plant. Knowing that it's something like a $4 million investment concerns me with the additional thought that it could be very expensive to run it also, as we are seeing some of these expenses go so high with VRSD. But that's for another time, but it just does give me pause as I see some of the concerns raised here. With that, Supervisor, do we have a motion? Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a good idea.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay, a motion, and is there a second?
Huber.
Okay, motion and second, and Ms. Key, could you do the roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Now we're going to go to our 11 a.m. time certain. I'm sorry for those who have been waiting for this, that we're a little bit late coming to it. But I'm glad that we were able to do some accommodation so we can bring it forward to us now. And I believe we have our Fire Chief, Chief Lorenzen, here to do the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, Mark Lorenzen, County Fire Chief. I'm here before you today in my annual pilgrimage for support of our fire hazard reduction program. Item 37 today is a request to do the following. Approve the fire department's fire hazard reduction program. Authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution. Conduct a public hearing to consider objections and protests. And then finally, to direct me, the fire chief, to abate the nuisances. With that, I'm open to any questions.
And this is something that comes before our Board of Supervisors annually by the fire department. And as I understand it, people have an opportunity to object. And do we have any objections that are that have been brought forward?
The clerk of the board has received no comment letters, and I don't have anybody waiting in Zoom. It is a public hearing, though.
Yes, and I will open the public hearing, but not having any members of the public at this time who wish to comment. Supervisor Ramirez, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question. This is the first time, of course, that I'm getting to address this issue. And I know our fire department's done a terrific job combating fires, even just in the last couple of weeks. I really appreciate that. I'm sure everybody does. I just wonder if there is some assistance to homeowners that can't get it together to do the weed abatement. Can you say, Chief? Thank you.
Yeah, and there currently isn't any specific assistance through the fire department. There are neighborhood organizations and church groups that sometimes do that for those that can't physically go out to do it or afford to do it, but currently we don't have any type of program to give them a grant or financial assistance to comply. So
I think it would be lovely if community groups did, especially healthy young people, to get some exercise and help some of our maybe elderly or disabled folks get their property cleared. It can be pretty strenuous, and it's a nice thing to do. Just a word to the universe. Thank you.
Positive word to the universe. Thank you. Any other questions? Then I'll go ahead and I'll close the public hearing. And yes, thank you so much, Chief Lorenzen. It was so great to see the fires put out in my district and throughout Ventura County when they come up. But the country fire, particularly, the incredibly quick and very strong response to that, because structures were threatened, and we have a lot of grateful residents as a result of our fire department. With that, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Key, could you read the roll call?
Supervisor Levere?
Yes.
Supervisor Long?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez?
Yes.
Chair Parks?
Yes, thank you. And also thank you to the public for their understanding. We have one of the the best ability to protect fires because of our 100-foot requirement that no other county really has that I know of, that even if it's not your property, that 100 feet has to be cleared. I mean, even if your structure isn't within 100 feet, you can say it better, Chief Lorenzen, but to have that protected space is essential.
We are certainly the gold standard in the state of California, and we couldn't do it without the support of the board. So thank you.
Yeah. And thank you to our public for understanding that and making it safe for our firefighters, a defensible place for them to fight fires, and also a farther distance from our structures to prevent them too. With that, we have a unanimous vote. And we'll move on to our next item, which is item 38. And this is also a public hearing. So I'll open the public hearing. And this is with our Watershed Protection District regarding an assessment for 2021-22. And with that, I believe we have Mr. Jeff Pratt. Haven't seen him for a while. Good morning,
Mr. Parks, board members, Mr. Powers, for the record, Jeff Pratt with Public Works. And this is actually for the unincorporated county, which is the reason I'm presenting it, and not Glenn. Just to be clear, it's an item which requests that your board approve a resolution which would allow the Watershed Protection District to include an amount for the unincorporated county in their benefit assessment. This happens with the 10 cities and the unincorporated county due to the way we started to fund the stormwater program in the early 90s. I have this slide pack. I know your board is behind. This is an annual item. If you would like, I can just skip the recommendations, or I can run you through the presentation, which should take about 5 to 7 minutes.
I would like you to run through the presentation if you would.
Okay, would you please move to the next slide? Is that, I believe it's there. Thank you so much. So this is what I'll be running through, the program background, which is largely right here in front of you, or in the slide pack coming. but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we think it's going to cost in the future, which is incredibly timely as the regional board is going to be meeting to discuss this on Thursday. I believe that the CEO has briefed your board on that item, and I'll give you some insights into some of the problems that we see with the permit. Also going to talk about what we see coming in the way of costs, and I'm going to tell you where we get those costs. And then I'm going to go over a little bit about what we've already done, just so you get a sense. The program is really oftentimes invisible to a lot of folks, so it helps just to see where the money's going. Next slide, please. So in 1992, the Board of Supervisors approved the Benefit Assessment Authority in order to finance stormwater programs. We were in the first round of a water quality permit, otherwise known as the NPDES permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board in Los Angeles. And that was the easiest vehicle. The 10 cities joined in, the Watershed Protection District joined in, and the benefit assessment was levied by the Watershed Protection District. You'll be seeing an item soon, which the Watershed Protection will bring you, which talks about the funding countywide. This presentation is going to focus just on the funding that's available to the unincorporated county. Recently, 2015, the permit we were in expired, and we haven't received a new permit. We are expecting to receive that permit this year, and there are some new things in the permit. One of those things is that they're lumping us all together. It used to be the case that in our regional board, they issued 3 permits, one for Ventura County, one for Los Angeles, and one for Long Beach. And you're all aware that those are all very distinct entities and land uses and so on and so forth. More on that in a moment. Next slide, please. So here you see the paltry amount generated by the benefit assessment for the unincorporated county. There's actually no money in the Cayugas Creek watershed or in what is known as Zone 4, which includes the headwaters to Malibu Creek. That's the Lake Sherwood Oak Park area, Hidden Valley, and Cuyama. The Ventura River, $20,000 a year, and Santa Clara River, $35,000 a year. And that's a spit in the ocean, a tidal wave of expense that's coming our way. And it's actually already here. Next slide, please. This is what the sorts of programs that money pays for. Our first term permit was largely education and outreach. That's the upper left-hand side. Our second permit involved monitoring and getting into characterizing the water quality. Our third term permit, which we've been in, involves the installation of infrastructure, enforcement programs, illicit discharge programs, and so much more. You see examples of those in the pictures on the slide. Next slide, please. There are 2 portions of the Clean Water Act passed in 1972 that apply to cleaning up the water in our county. One is called TMDL, standing for Total Maximum Daily Loads, and the other is called NPDES, which is National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. TMDLs have been developed in our watersheds, and you've been hearing about them and the potential costs of them for a number of years now. The vehicle used to enforce the TMDLs is the NPDES permit. So TMDLs are now being put into the NPDES permit for enforcement. What you see on the slide in front of you are those TMDLs and the water bodies they are associated with in Ventura County. And while it looks exhaustive, it's minor in comparison to places like LA County and Long Beach. Moving to the next slide, you'll see a visual representation of those TMDLs overlaying the watersheds in which they apply. Next slide, please. So roughly speaking, you can see as you move from the west to the east, the water quality, as indicated by the TMDLs, becomes worse. So you see Cayugas Creek and the TMDLs listed, for example, and then you see fewer in Santa Clara and only a couple in Ventura River, the watershed. And that's largely due to the density of development, right? It's the most densely developed part of the county is in the east part. So Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Board Park, Camarillo, Oxnard. And that's why you see so many TMDLs. TMDLs, along with the other water quality parameters, are all associated with land development. Moving to the next slide, please.
Mr. Pratt, also looking at the Cayugas Creek, and you're saying it's due to land development. Isn't it also due to farming when you're talking about pesticides and those types?
Yes, ma'am. It certainly is. But those TMDLs are not in our, well, they could, some of them might be in our permit, but ag has a separate permit, and ag is in the ag waiver. So I'm not speaking to ag at this moment. This is just for the city and the unincorporated county and the watershed protection district. But yes, it definitely affects the quality of water. Next slide, please. You may not know this, but last year, just on the TMDL monitoring, the requirements we get from the regional board, and into June, we anticipate spending $2.4 million. Actually, that number is going to be a little bit higher. We're showing the county's contribution to that, about $280,000, and watershed protection district's contribution to that, about $130,000. And these just give you a rough idea of sort of the cost share in general. What you're going to see in the upcoming slides are just applied to the unincorporated county. And so you can take those numbers that we have there, and next slide, please, and you can magnify them by adding the cities. And this slide actually shows what we believe the total compliance estimate is based upon the Los Angeles and San Diego permits. We're using the low end of the Los Angeles cost estimates to project ours, because right now, the way it's written, the LA permit is one size fits all, and we're going to have that permit here, so we're using the LA cost. Our density is less than San Diego's density, and we're showing San Diego just for an idea of how costs can be reduced just by changing permit requirements based upon land densities. And one of the things we want to suggest to the regional board is that we need to be pulled out of the LA permit and given a permit of our own. We talked about trying to include ourselves in the Central Coast Regional Board, but that won't work because the Central Coast has much higher standards for ag than currently in Ventura. So we didn't think we would be successful in a suggestion like that. But you can see there are a lot of estimate uncertainties for what it's going to cost us to build the infrastructure that is anticipated for compliance with the permit. I won't go through all of them here, but big ones are what the community is going to be willing to accept, because we may think one thing is good and cost effective, but the community may want something else. What's it going to cost us to buy the property, the land acquisition, whether or not we're going to be able, if we got pulled out of the collective permit, we are in an ideal situation to build regional collaborative projects and capture some economies of scale, which would radically reduce the cost of our permit. But the way the regional board's approaching it at this point, those projects are going to be almost impossible to do. So another reason to argue that we should have our own permit. Next slide, please. Here are the cost estimates by watershed for the unincorporated area of the county. And the CIP estimate, the range is because of those uncertainties, but the number we used was based upon 15,000 acres of unincorporated area, urban area in the unincorporated county. And the costs in the LA county that we got apply to acres of urban area. So on the low end, for example, Ventura River can expect to spend $11 million, and we actually have a compliance period. And for that would be over the next 20 years, call it 19, 20 years, and so on and so forth. But you can see if we're at the high end, it's going to be, well, whether we're at the high end or low end, the only place we have to, the only funding we have for this at the current time is the general fund. And this would be a huge burden to the general fund, as we've discussed with your board in past presentations. Next slide, please. Here is our best guesstimate of what it would cost on an annual basis for compliance with the permit as it's currently written, using the LA cost experience and the urban development. The red is what we're already paying, and the other costs are those that we anticipate paying. The spike at 2025 and 2026 has to do with a bunch of planning studies that are required in order to figure out what we're going to build over the ensuing period of time to come into compliance. So again, it's an estimate, it's a best guess. You kind of know some of the conditions we've placed on it, but it's a reasonably educated guess. The next 3 or 4 slides I'm going to show you really quickly. Next slide, please, are just some of the things we've already done. We spent close to $8 million in projects already. Next slide, please. One of the places we spent money was on compliance. This is called Kitty Beach. We have a San Nicolas drain there. It's named for the street it drains to. And you can see the storm sewers it drains. The bacteria was high there. We created a low flow diversion. So it takes the dry summer flows, any rain we get, irrigation runoff from the lawns, and we put them into the sewer. That was a 3-way agreement, Channel Islands Beach Community Services District and Oxnard. They don't like putting stormwater in the sewers, but in this case, they agreed. That was a great partnership. We've had a great partnership. So that was stage 1. We are not in compliance with the wet weather bacteria, and it is not likely we will ever be based upon the way the regional board's regulating it. And the way they regulate it, it's just based upon total bacteria and enterococcus. Really, we feel the real threat is the human component of that bacteria. And we have ways now of sussing that out. And we're trying to convince the regional board that that would be a better measure and indicator. And we're still working at and more to come. Next slide, please.
Mr. Pratt, could I ask that you go back to slide 11? It went by so fast, I didn't get a chance to take it in.
Yes, ma'am. There you go. Oh, by the way, I failed to introduce my colleagues, Glenn Shepard and Elena Bukowska from the Watershed Protection District. They're here to answer any detailed questions you might have on any of this stuff.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Next slide, please, 13. This is a project you saw us doing out in the parking lot. We actually used the money of others to bring the site into compliance. This is a current permit requirement. If you propose to do any development or redevelopment on a property at a certain size or more, you have to retrofit it for water quality. This is the retrofit that was provided. And it illustrates a number of things about stormwater. Stormwater is no longer waste. You know, stormwater is a resource, and we're capturing it and recharging groundwater aquifers with it. More to come on that. You know, that's one way we can come into compliance in big ways in the regional projects if we're allowed to pull out of that LA permit.
This is I know we went and saw this exhibit that you did here at our government center parking lot, but this is a type of permeable pavement. So the water drains into it, but you can still park cars on it, and it has a good surface. And then you drain it into the filtration system. So that was a great project.
That's correct. And it eventually gets back to the groundwater aquifers. Well, in this case, this is the mound aquifer that sits there. And there is maintenance required on these, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Maintenance costs are not included in that slide 11, Supervisor Parks, because we don't know the capital, exactly what the capital projects will be. The estimates for those are based upon the experience in LA for per acre of urban area. Again, so I'll get to that, the maintenance costs in just a minute. So next slide, please. So this is a bioswale out in Miners Oaks, and it's called the Happy Valley Bioswale. And it's there's a lot of community cooperation in this, especially with the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy. And I believe we got some money from the state water boards for this to build this project because it was a demonstration project. It's not experimental in nature. We know that it works, but we wanted to demonstrate it to the community and show how you could fit it in aesthetically. It's been a great success. Next picture. You're likely to see a lot more. Next slide, I'm sorry. You're likely to see a lot more of this in the coming projects that we're talking about. Next slide, please. Supervisor Parks, you're intimately familiar with this. These are modular wetlands, and we put them in Oak Park. It's headwaters to Malibu Creek to meet some TMDL requirements that the regional board had for us. This turned out to be a resounding community success. We had proposed a much more inexpensive option, which did not fit within that community, which would have been the bioswale like the one you saw before. A community likes this much more. And those are all installed and operational. Next slide. And then you've seen this recently. This is in Supervisor Long's area, the Piru stormwater capture. And this was done in conjunction with United and, again, money from Prop 1 and the State Water Resources Control Board. And this is another example of a way that regional projects accomplish multiple benefits: recreation, water quality cleanup, groundwater recharge, all the things you should do to get those economies of scale. Now, we showed you those just to show there are things going on. Next slide, please. But what you can see is that over the past 7 years or so, we've spent about $7.3 million of other people's money putting these projects in. And here's where we get to, of those projects, is about $311,000 a year to maintain them. So there's a percentage of cost that will be maintenance that isn't included in the slide 11 that we showed you. We're not sure what that is yet, and we won't be sure. We thought about including a percentage, but we thought better just to give you sort of a feel for it. We'll wait and see as we suss those things out, especially if we can get the permit modified a bit. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions your board might have.
And regarding the recommendation, specifically, you're looking at the ability to do in the future assessments. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So each year we have to come back to your board and have asked the Watershed Protection District to include this in their benefit assessment. They will then come to you and they will show you all the things. We never ask for any more. We can't. I'm sorry. I neglected to say the reason that it's so paltry is that those the amounts were set in '92 when we were in our public outreach, and we were adjusting the amounts that were available to the cities, or watershed was, and to the unincorporated county based upon the needs they gave to us. And so the county had told the Watershed Protection District at the time, this is what we need for these two. We don't need anything for the other two. And just after that, Prop 218 passed and it froze those. So they have never changed in that intervening 20 plus year or time period. But we still have to come and see you to collect this modest amount because it is still useful.
And it is a very modest amount, as you stated, of two or three of them don't have any funds in them whatsoever. I wonder, I know, for example, the Los Angeles had a Measure O that provided clean water. It was a clean water tax that the voters actually approved. When I look at things like concern that the water board may require us to remove all trash, and how much more that is more restrictive than what we currently have. I wonder what the voters would think. Would you like all the trash removed out of the water? It sounds like a positive thing to me, but obviously these positive measures come with a price tag. And as yet, we have not had the appetite to go to the voters and ask about those things. So we are we are very much limited. What do you foresee in the future if the county is unsuccessful in being able to separate from being part of the Los Angeles permit?
I see an inefficient and expensive permit in that case, but we will be able to comply. It just will be more expensive than necessary, and it will be more of an administratively expedient method for them, the regional board in LA, that is, which will be borne by our ratepayers, taxpayers. That's Jeff's opinion. We have the cleanest beaches in Southern California. We are not LA County. We're not Long Beach. and to put us all in one permit and apply the same rules to all of us. It dampened the whole conversation on regional projects when they did that. And as long as you're allowing me this moment, I'll just take one more, and that is that the regional board recently got 2 new board members, and we have been working with them. And as you know, we'd come to see you and say, we think we're going to get it this fall. They'd move it out. We thought we were doing well with them, and the 2 new board members came in with very clear agendas. The staff started counting the votes and said, we got this. We're going to adopt this in June. And so the CEO has talked with each of you about that, and the CEO and the city managers are mounting a campaign, an information education campaign for the regional board, and they will be participating in the regional board meetings on the 13th of this month and the 10th of June. The only 2 hearings we have a chance to push back now that the 2 new. The big messages in that should be, at this level should be, look, we're not LA, we need a separate permit, and you guys just moved the ball on us too quickly. We need a little more time, especially for the new board members to have the conversations with those new board members about Ventura County. That's, I guess, Jeff's opinion.
Thank you.
Take with a grain of salt.
Yes, and we can always count on a vigorous opinion from you. And I know that it is important to have the ability to customize. And our county is different than Los Angeles County in many ways, including stormwater. And I just want to also say thank you to the Watershed Protection District out in Oak Park. You pointed out, going from what was proposed, that biofilter, which you showed the drone photo of, and what ended up in the community, really was listening to the residents and doing that customization, because people wanted to walk outside their house and still see their beauty and not see that big kind of ditch that was there. So really appreciate that, and it makes you understand a little bit more about how it is important to customize. We have lots of supervisors interested in speaking. Supervisor Ramirez, and then Levere, and then Long.
Thank you. And I just really want to appreciate you, Chair Parks, for asking that this be presented rather than just a quick motion, which of course I would support anyway. But there's so much information here for the residents of the county to appreciate. And I also think there's a lot that the residents can do to make water cleaner, to help the process. Not everything. It's going to take a lot of technology, infrastructure, effort. But I recently attended a webinar on unsheltered folks in the watershed, and it was put on. I'm not sure who put it on. Maybe the State Water Board had something to do with it. But all up and down the coast, the communities are struggling with homeless folks, of course, choosing to live in the watershed for reasons that are probably as old as humanity. There's water, it's cooler, it's out of the way, but it does cause lots of issues for health of the watershed, health of the ocean. And I really appreciate part of this being public information about what we need to do. You know, we're in a drought. Who knows when it's going to rain? We really need it. But when that rain comes, all of the stuff in our yards, in our streets, the oil, the waste is going right to our ocean that we depend on for food, recreation, for the life of the creatures there. And so public education, always really important. Yes, thank you so much for this really strong presentation. I support that.
Thank you. Supervisor Levere.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Pratt, and your team for bringing this today. I guess my question, if you can answer this in a short way, is, what's the process for obtaining our own permit, and do we have any idea what the likelihood of success is?
No idea of the likelihood of success, but the previous 3 iterations of the permit have all been 3 different permits. They decided to combine them this time because that was administratively expedient. That's the explanation. they don't need as many staff, they think, to administer them. And so not sure the likelihood, but they do seem to listen when CEOs, city managers, and elected speak to them.
Yeah, let me know how I can help. I think clearly we're not LA. I think we're a unique watershed, and I think we deserve a unique permit. So I appreciate you moving forward on that. So thank you.
And Supervisor Long?
Thank you. I was on the Integrated Regional Water Management Summit last week for the Water Summit, talking about water quality, especially with the homeless situation, those living in our watershed. We are talking about just all the finances and budgets we've done in the last year more. I agree. I think that we do need to be split away from Los Angeles in regards to many of the projects that we do. A lot of the funding that we actually submit for, we know we're only going to get a portion, hopefully, of Los Angeles County. So maybe like 33%, maybe. And I really want to make sure that we're capturing the funding we need to support our water systems here in Ventura County. So I would definitely agree with Jeff Pratt and all in advocating for individual funding, specifically for Ventura County as it relates, because we know that Los Angeles has a lot of infrastructure and so forth that they need as well. But we need to make sure we're looking out for Ventura County. And on that board, they might not always be looking out for specifically Ventura County. So I appreciate you bringing it up, Jeff. Thank you.
And also the understanding that we do have different watersheds, and that we have our watershed districts aren't, aligned with our supervisor districts. They go with the watershed, and each one of them have their own ability, or in this case, inability to raise funds. But if we do end up in a situation where many millions are needed, that might be something to ask the voters about if we're talking about things like removing trash from the water. I feel people feel strongly that we need clean water. So it might be something worth trying. Yes. With that, I don't believe we have any comments, so I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Long, we'll move to
Huber, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. Let's now move on to our next agenda item. And thank you also, Mr. Shepard, Eloise, I see you there too, and Mr. Pratt and your staff for the presentation. Great PowerPoint and presentation. Item 39 is our next item. It's also a public hearing, so I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And I believe Ms. Madden will be doing this regarding some, again, block grant funds, including...
Yes, good afternoon. Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. Thank you for your time. I know I'm probably keeping you from lunch, so I'll try and be as expeditious as I can. Today, we're asking your board to conduct a public hearing for our fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan for our HUD entitlement funding. That's in recommendation 1. Subsequently, to approve the plan and authorize staff to take the actions necessary to pursue the projects that are summarized in Exhibit 2 and detailed in Exhibit 3. That's recommendations 2 through 5. And then authorize the auditor controller to establish appropriations and revenue for the funding that is not otherwise included in our preliminary budget. This year reflects both routine funding for our CDBG and home entitlement allocations, some relatively new recurring funding for the permanent local housing allocation that was passed by the voters in California, and it's based on a percentage of recording fees. We're also making recommendations for CDBG disaster relief funding that's being passed to the state of California in response to the Thomas Fire. Finally, we're asking your board to reprogram $380,000 of general fund money from one farm worker housing project to another. Each of these sources are intended to primarily serve a specific geographic area. So the CDBG entitlement area includes the 5 small cities, Fillmore, Santa Paula, Moore Park, Port Hueneme, and Ojai, and all of the unincorporated area. The PLHA funding targets that entitlement area and the city of Thousand Oaks. We are administering their allocation by mutual agreement. The home entitlement funds serve the entitlement area for CDBG and include the consortium member cities of Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, and Simi Valley. And finally, the CDBG disaster relief funding will be coming to both the county and the city of Ventura. It is intended to target those areas most impacted by the fire, but can be used anywhere within the county because the entire county was designated as a disaster area. Today's recommendations have been formulated following an extensive outreach and engagement process that included outreach to over 200 contacts on our distribution list, notifying them about hearings and funding opportunities. We published notices in both English and Spanish in the Star and La Vida newspaper. There were announcements at a variety of community meetings and workshops and several social media blasts. The recommendations for consideration target projects and services that serve the most vulnerable members of our communities, including those who are currently homeless, at-risk youth, and victims of domestic violence within the Mixteco and indigenous populations. The recommendations for housing will contribute to the creation of 252 new units of affordable housing, 60% of which will be reserved for farm workers and homeless persons, some of which will be targeting seniors specifically. Before closing, I'd like to highlight the amazing work of our community development team with so many diverse funding sources in this letter for housing and associated geographic targeting. It was critical to ensure that each met the requirements and that the organizations have the ability to manage these funds. Not only does Tracy McCauley head up all things housing, but she oversaw the compilation of the annual action plan included as Exhibit 1 with the assistance of Kate English, who's the newest member of our team. And Marianne Goriento administers our CDBG program, itself complicated by a variety of activities and projects that are eligible with this funding. I believe that all of the public speakers who have signed up are from People Self-Help Housing and are really just available if the board has any questions. I don't think they had any specific comments to make during this item. So with that, concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Madden, and thank you for all the work that you did and your able crew in providing us these recommendations. And I note that we have Angela Hayward, John Day, and Kenneth Treguero, and they're with the Self-Help Housing. Is that correct? And available for questions if there are any. And thank you for being here for those questions. And do any members of our board have any questions or comments they'd like to make? I'm not seeing any, and I'm not seeing any comments from the public at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and then I'll call on Supervisor Ramirez. You have comments?
I just want to say it's great work. I want to thank staff, Ms. Madden and others. How important. It just links up with almost everything we've been talking about today too. Thank you.
And there never seems to be enough money for these programs. So I know it's a difficult decision to prioritize, but we do so much appreciate that. With that, Supervisor Ramirez, would you like to go ahead and make the motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, and Supervisor Long, you had your hand up?
I will second the motion. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Could you please have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor LaVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And I know we'll be going back into our agenda after our break, but let's go to our board comments. We haven't done those yet. We were waiting for you, Supervisor Huber, and also our CEO comments. So that's agenda item 10 and 11. So at this time, Supervisor Levere, if you're ready.
Sure, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things I want to bring the public up to speed on. And first, if I can ask Ms. Key to put on screen a resolution that we're doing. It's Building Safety Month, which is an international campaign that takes place in May to raise awareness about building safety. It's a campaign that reinforces the need for the adoption of modern building codes, which help individuals and families and businesses understand what it takes to create safe and sustainable structures, obviously which protect against disasters like fires and weather-related events and structural issues. And so we come together this month to understand the need for safe and sustainable structures where we live, work, and play. And building codes really are the safest way of creating these types of structures. And I really want to recognize and thank all of our county building officials for their work in this regard. Secondly, I want to also recognize that May is National Older Americans Month. And here in Ventura County, our very own trauma medical director, Dr. Thomas Duncan, who's a champion leader of the Elderly Fall Prevention Coalition at VCMC. He joined with the VC AAA team, HCA, and public health staff, and both in celebration and also to help them in terms of giving them a 5-day fall prevention forum last week. You know, as we move and put COVID-19 behind us, we know there's a lot more to do to ensure that older Americans can live at home safely and age with dignity there. And so I want to thank all of the individuals who took part in this amazing 5-day program, provided tools on how seniors can prevent falls at home, also access to county services and resources and programs and other important tips. And I really invite anyone who's interested to watch the entire 2021 virtual bilingual fall prevention forum. You can see videos in both English and Spanish at vcAAA.org /our services/fall prevention. Also want to recognize May as being National Bike Month, sponsored both by the League of American Bicyclists and our very own Channel Islands Bicycle Club. It's an event that's celebrated from coast to coast. Really talks about the importance of riding, both for fitness and for fun, and for making safer streets and a healthier planet. And so we encourage everyone to give biking a try. And I want to note that Bike to Work Week is going to be May 17th through May 23rd. So next week. And then Bike to Work Day is actually going to be on Friday, May 21st. And then lastly, I'd like to close today's meeting in honor of the individuals on the list that my staff provided to the clerk: Alvin Matthews, Kathleen Crane, Robert Evans, Sylvia Lewis, Joan Marquez, Richard Shaberg, Rudolph Flores Jr., Gary Roach, Gary Hebner, Craig Menard, and I especially want to call out a former county leader who passed away last week. That's George Matthews, who was a resident of Ventura and really one of the great and innovative county government leaders, having served as our director. It was then called County Information Systems Department, now our IT department. But he served as head of that department for 20 years, from 1978 until his retirement in 1998. He was a trusted advisor to this board, to the county executive office, and all of the department and agency heads. And he really guided the county through some really important phases as we transitioned from mainframe computers to our now smaller, more efficient servers and PCs. And he oversaw the implementation of several critical projects, including the overhaul of the hospital IT system during a very difficult time for our hospital system. I'm told by several people who work with him, including our current assistant CEO, Mike Pettit, as well as his predecessor, who's now on my staff, Matt Carroll, that he was just universally respected, and a humble and soft-spoken leader. So our thoughts and prayers go out to George's wife of 39 years, Linda, his son, Alex, and daughter-in-law, Laura, and their entire family. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I'll be mentioning a little bit more about that Older Americans Week. So let's go now then to Supervisor Long.
Thank you. As our representative for CSAC, I want to make sure everyone knows that the state may revise. This is our week. The governor has really announced some great budgeting proposals, 164 million plus that our county would be getting. Today, he announced, the governor, I just got a text saying that he announced a homelessness announcement of putting 12 billion over 2 years into homelessness, and that he'll be also looking at children's behavioral health. I know that's important issues for our Board of Supervisors. Along with that, yesterday I was on the county's SB 823 County Collaborative Consortium with the state, and like to say thank you to our very own Mark Varela and Tim Dowler for representing Ventura County as we do juvenile justice realignment and moving the state to county focuses, and we're doing the hard work there. Also, I'd like to say thank you. We have that IRWM we were just talking about with their watershed health and people experiencing homelessness. Our very own Lynn Rodriguez was one of our panelists, along with Kara Carruth, in regards to the successes that we're having with our homelessness and water, making sure it's clean and all the process. They did a great job presentation. I want to say thank you. Also, we got called out, congratulations from Secretary Ross for our farm worker resources. I'm on the CSAC resiliency group, and we were talking about ag. Right now, the governor has got a drought declaration on 41 counties. And so how does the drought of water plus farm worker resources, COVID, deal with food, and with AAA trying to get connecting farm fresh food to local communities. And so I just want to say congratulations to all of those that Secretary Ross was talking about in regards to the hard work and collaborative thinking that Ventura County does. Along with that, it was a busy week. I won't hit the others, but I just wanted to just take a minute to please thank you to all of our staff for the hard work, because not just COVID is our discussion. We have all our other departments working very hard right now. And I know that the federal update for that budget is today. And so thank you to Jamie and Mike Pettit and that team for making sure we're all getting all of our numbers together. So appreciate the leadership, Mr. Powers, and I will adjourn for those on the list that I've submitted to the clerk of the board. And thank you all. Hope everyone had a wonderful Mother's Day.
I sure did. Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Long. Our next speaker would be Supervisor Huber.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to say that my office is part of the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce group called the Emerging Leaders of Simi Valley. They recently launched a book drive for kids benefiting Simi Valley elementary school students. The goal was to provide students with new books to read over their summer break. The Emerging Leaders will be collecting new and gently used books for elementary students ages 5 to 12 that will be given to individuals to keep. Anyone interested in donating a book can contact my office or the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce for more details. The book drive ends May 23rd. This is just another example of Simi Valley finding a way to come together to support some of the youngest members of our community. In closing, I would like to adjourn in memory of the residents cited on the list I sent to the clerk of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber. And Supervisor Ramirez, your turn.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I do want to wish everybody a happy Mother's Year. Mothers have had to do a lot of extra work that wasn't anticipated in the last 14 months. And also acknowledge that yesterday was Mexican Mother's Day. And so if you saw people still celebrating and didn't understand why it was just confined to Sunday, know that we have a lot of folks from the culture that celebrates always on May 10th. whatever day of the week it falls on. So happy day to all of you mothers and mothers to be, mothers who are really aunts and foster moms, and dads who are doing double duty too. So I wanted to just say that. I also want to say I had a visit to the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging this week or a few days ago, and saw all the wonderful things that are being done for our older residents and more vulnerable residents. And as we've heard, this is a big concern of many of us, of all of us, should be to protect those people who really gave all to us when we needed it, and now need more assistance in terms of food, shelter, medical care, etc. So I was very impressed meeting with Victoria Jump and Monique Nolan in person. It was terrific. I want to congratulate my staff member, Angel Garcia, who's graduating now from the Ventura County Leadership Academy, which has turned out, and has invited many members of our community to get to know our community leaders better, and we'll all be better off for it. I would also like to acknowledge the work of the Westminster Free Clinic in Oxnard, and they also have work elsewhere in the county. I just was so impressed with the work that they do, providing medical services, glasses, information, as I said earlier, helping people apply for the housing rental assistance, which is not easy. And they do it, I think it's Tuesday and Thursdays in Oxnard at 1800 South C at a church, and it's free. It's food, it's clothing, and it's medical services. Very impressed. I was so impressed, I made a personal contribution to their efforts. I do want to adjourn in memory of the people I put on the list, which are the following: Ross Hernandez, John McGarry, Charles Kistner Jr., who I did know, and Melvin Glass. Condolences to their family. And finally, I want to ask that we remember a legal giant of California, Justice Cruz Reynoso, who passed away, I think, Friday. I knew him. He was a wonderful leader in the courts, in law schools, in the community. As a former legal aid attorney myself, he led California Rural Legal Assistance in California to protect the rights and the dignity of farm workers and others in our state. So I want to remember Justice Cruz Reynoso, who was known to people in our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. I had an exceptional Mother's Day weekend. I had the pleasure and the honor of actually officiating my son's wedding with his fiance, now my daughter-in-law, on top of Glacier Point. So that was a pretty remarkable Mother's Day. I have several actually resolutions that I've been asked to present, so I will go through them, but I do want to also comment that last night the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy began a very quick process of providing grants to many organizations to make us more fire safe. We have at the Conservancy received $12 million as part of the $356 million Governor Newsom has released to get fire prevention in our communities. And some of those grants went to Ventura County organizations and agencies, including the Conejo Recreation and Park District, the Conejo Open Space Conservation Agency, also our California Conservation Corps, which is located out in Camarillo, and other organizations to help do fire resiliency. And funds went for everything from helping with a mobile emergency operating center for the city of Calabasas and Agoura Hills, to actually planting certain types of vegetation that are like oak trees, are known to be they catch sparks so that the fires don't go forward, but also a lot of clearance of non-native vegetation like the mustard that we have. So I think our communities will be happy for that. programs where they bring out chippers for community members who clear their property can take their greenway. So lots of good grants sent out, and we'll be doing it again next month. So there's still an opportunity there to get more money out in our community and make us safer in the likely event, unfortunately, of fire. So moving forward then with some of the resolutions, we have one, and I'll go ahead with Older American Month. And I know this was mentioned by Supervisor Levere as he did the fall prevention portion of this, which is so important for our seniors, because there are certain simple things you can do to prevent falls. And that is so important, because if you do fall, that could be devastating and lead to death. So on Older American Month, this year's theme is Communities of Strength. And just looking at the resilience of our community, particularly in light of dealing with COVID. But our area agency on aging, I think it's never done more ever in such a short period of time to assist our seniors, and a lot of that with provision of food. But we have services that we normally provide to over 200,000 Ventura County residents age 60 and older. And about 30,000 of those individuals live alone. And so being able to assist them, I think some 15,000 also have Alzheimer's. So there are a lot of individuals who need the support services offered by our area agency on aging. And I'm so glad that we have the ability to do that. And the good people of Victoria Jump with our area agency on aging, they are celebrating, this is the 56th anniversary, if you wanted to know. What is the anniversary of the Older American Act? It's actually been 56 years. And another resolution is on Wildfire Awareness Month. And I'll tell you, the Conejo Valley was very aware of wildfires. We had the fortunately quick put out of the country wildfire that happened out in the North Ranch area. And I believe there was also one also in Supervisor Huber's district, not too far from that. And just realizing the hills are starting to turn green, and to still have fires is quite concerning. And realizing that wildfire, while this is Wildfire Awareness Month, the chance of a wildfire is almost any month of the year. And so our fire district really wants people to recognize the importance of being prepared and remember the phrase ready, set, go when preparing for a wildfire. Be ready by starting by, as we were talking about just early in our meeting, maintaining that 100 feet of defensible space. It's defensible so the firefighters can get in there and fight the fire. It's defensible because you're a farther distance from combustibles. And also to be set and ready with your evacuation plan. And then finally, when fire strikes, go. And it is so important that that's when you go instead of waiting until it's too late. Because getting out in the middle of a major wildfire is very dangerous. We know that people have burned in their cars in the Paradise Fire, right? And so get out while you can. And also, if you wait too long, you can interfere with the ability of the firefighters to get to your street. And then the next is National Hospital Week, May 9th through 15th. And of course, we have two fabulous hospitals of our own in Ventura County, the Ventura County Medical Center, as well as the Santa Paula Hospital. And at this time, we do want to highlight our hospitals, our health systems, our healthcare workers, particularly in the innovative ways that they support the needs of our community. And we have such incredible programs associated with our hospitals, and it really shows the caring that is behind them. And you can go on forever on that one because it is amazing the amount of extra work that they do to make it make treatment better and to have better outcomes. We recognize the volunteers also that make a meaningful difference in the lives of our older adults and people with disabilities. So our Board of Supervisors recognizes every one of our hospital staff hospitals for their commitment to providing high quality, comprehensive care and some of the best care in the nation. So thank you to those staff. And that concludes the resolutions. I also want to acknowledge that this is also Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And we celebrate by paying tribute to the contributions of generations of Asian Pacific Americans that have made to American history, which is really our history, all of our history. The month was chosen to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States in May 7, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, which was also in May. And at a time we're seeing an increase in hate crimes and really visibly violent attacks against Asian Americans. We've seen hate crimes against Asian Americans jump 169% nationwide this year, and as high as 223% increase in New York City. It's important to do all we can to stop the hate by addressing fear and the ignorance that can breed racism. It's good to see groups step up and help educate and support the Asian American and Pacific Islander community and Native Hawaiian, and realize that as the CEO of Ford Foundation, Darren Walker stated, racism transcends class and success in America. Anyone could be a racist and anyone could be a target of racism. The contributions of Americans of Asian and Pacific Islander descent are firmly woven into the fabric of our nation. And this month we celebrate their remarkable accomplishments. And I'm glad that we as a county are also doing what we can to reduce hate, but also most importantly, to have that inclusionary emphasis in all that we do. And I'm not meaning to take up so much time, but I was able to join the Ventura County Leadership Academy Virtual Leadership Awards, and Mr. Powers was one of the key speakers. They awarded Alumnus of the Year, James Joyce III, and PODS Moving and Storage as the Business of the Year. Diane McKay, our own Conejo Valley Diane McKay, Educational Leader of the Year, and our entire county's wonderful Monica White with the Food Share Nonprofit Leader of the Year, and our amazing County of Ventura COVID Response Team was the Public Sector Leader of the Year, and I think that's why we had Mr. Powers speaking for us there too. Tonight, I'm going to be honoring Oak Park Unified School District Superintendent Tony Knight, a stalwart in our education system countywide. Oak Park schools are always number one in their academic performance, and his 39 years of outstanding service to Oak Park Unified School District, both as a teacher, school principal, assistant superintendent, and superintendent since 1982, is just really made such a difference. You can really see how good schools can make a community, and his leadership efforts, particularly in advancing environmental stewardship, has been nationally acclaimed, and we've actually given him awards too here at the Board of Supervisors. They've received the United States Green Ribbon Schools Award from the Department of Education and the U.S. EPA, and the Best Green School System Award from the U.S. Green Building Council. It is a new era to see Dr. Knight move on, but so much appreciate his great collaboration. Was a big part in unity in the community, something that I put forward out in the Oak Park community with the school district and the park district, and just so much appreciate his collaboration also in helping to fund the Canaan Shuttle. So just a wonderful collaborator for the benefit of our whole community. Finally, just ask that we close and honor the people on the list that I've submitted to the clerk. And I would like to call out one individual, Tyson Robert Santos, who is a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I know he will also be very much missed, as well as the others on my list. That concludes my board comments. And now let's go to our CEO, Mr. Powers, for his comments.
Thank you, Chair Parks and board members, and wonderful to hear the great Mother's Day celebrations, and hope you all you wonderful mothers had the great days that you deserve. And very important to hear the moment of inspiration. May is Mental Health Month from Maya this morning. Just a reminder that the NAMI virtual walk is May 22nd from 9 to 1. Here locally, our county is working on finalizing our budget. As you know, those meetings continue to go forward in efforts. This Friday is a big day. This is when the May revise comes out, the governor's May revise. So we'll be watching that closely and reporting the impacts to your board. We are watching other legislative issues as well. Just to let you know, the redistricting issue is still very much evolving, as you know, between the legislature, the commission, and even in the courts. The Department of Juvenile Justice realignment efforts, and I know Supervisor Long is working with Chief Varela on that. The impact of court fee waivers, very important to waive those fees, but there is a significant fiscal impact, and we're trying to make sure that our counties, all counties, get backfilled for the lost revenue, and then impending election costs as well. So the American Rescue Plan, just to let you know, the LAO has released a report on recommendation to the state about how to use those funds, really looking at areas that have been exacerbated by the pandemic, like childcare, homelessness, housing affordability, and broadband access. And I think you all on the VCTC heard the report from Terry Theobald on our county's plan for how we would implement those funds, and also in coordination with SCAG. So lots of exciting work going on there. The state budget, of course, we've heard the governor talk yesterday about the significant positive impact of the taxpayers in our state, $75 billion surplus, plus another $26 billion in federal funds, all of which is packaging into a $100 billion response plan, $12 billion in tax rebates, $600 payments to those making $75,000 or less, and an additional $500 for those with children. Governor's announcing today, as you heard earlier, a $12 billion plan to address homelessness. Just a couple of items there that the plan will focus on: additional funds for Project Home Key, ending family homelessness, addressing encampments, and creating more affordable housing inventory. I wanted to let your board know as well that the Christy Madden and the Management Council are putting out their Management Council Awards. It's a virtual program, a virtual platform this year, so they're releasing the nominees and the awardees throughout the past few weeks and upcoming. Just a couple of folks who've been recognized already: the Rising Star, Jennifer Casillas from the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the Mentoring Award for Dr. Todd Flossie, aka Dr. Floss Dog, Medical Director of VCMC, the Integrity Award to Vanessa Soto from AAA, Innovation Award to Andrew Casey from the EMS Department and HCA. Boy, is he innovative in the great data that he provides to all of us. And the Best Kept Secret, Cheryl Fox from Behavioral Health, Mental Health, Youth, and Family Services. And for those of us who've had the pleasure of working with Cheryl over the years, there's no secret that she's an outstanding leader. So more to come on that, and just appreciate the Management Council recognizing that to the outstanding work of our managers. And then just one last item, if I may. Thank you for your indulgence, board members. It is National Police Week, May 9th through 15th, and May 15th is Police Officer Memorial Day. Since 1962, it's been a time to recognize law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. We recognize those who have lost their lives while serving and protecting our communities, including 33 line of duty deaths from our Ventura County Sheriff's Office and police agencies that serve cities throughout our county. The passing of these public servants spans many years, but their lives live on in their families and those that served alongside them. And we had a reminder of this, sadly, last night in San Luis Obispo. As you know, 2 police officers were shot. One of them did pass away. This also hit home to me this weekend. My nephew, in a wedding ceremony, married the wonderful daughter of a fallen police officer, Jim Jensen. Her name is Katie Jensen, and he wasn't there to see his daughter get married, but while there was definite sense of loss in his absence. His memory lives on in his beautiful family and his beautiful daughter, and wish him all the happiness. Just to end with, we really appreciate the work of law enforcement in our communities, and look forward to continuing conversations of how we can work better together to serve our communities. And just in that, we know our board and our county deeply appreciates the dedication to serving our communities and these officers who put their lives on the line every day to keep our communities safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for recognizing our police officers too. At this time, I think we have a correspondence agenda that we could put forward and then take a break or go into closed session. We never take breaks, right? And then after closed session, we have a 2:30 time certain to come out too. And in the meantime, we also have the Air Pollution Control Board. So we still have a bit more of the day to go, but let us begin with the correspondence agenda. So do we have a motion to or accept the correspondence agenda?
Huber, so moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we have the vote?
Yes, the motion and the second to receive and file 41 through 47.
Yes.
Supervisor LeBaire.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Supervisor
Long.
I think she froze. She'll be back soon.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes. And Supervisor Long, have you thawed? No, she's still, internet has frozen her at this moment. So we'll go ahead and pass that one on a 4-0. And at this time, then we will go into closed session. The Board of Supervisors will be back at 2:30, and the Air Pollution Control Board will be on at 1:30. And with that, we'll.
Okay, we're live. We're live.
Okay. Good afternoon. We are coming back from our closed session of May 11th, 2021 to our regular Board of Supervisors meeting, our closed session. So now we will go to our 2:30 time certain, and this is, I believe I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Powers to kick it off, and we will discuss some of our budget that changes and recommendations coming forward.
That's it. Chair Parks, board members, county leadership team, and county team, thank you for the time. So yes, we're continuing to hear presentations from all of our departments. And so starting us off today will be the fire department with Chief Lorenzen.
Perfect. Thank you for having me back. Nice to see you again. Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers, and members of the public who are watching this budget presentation. Super excited to share with you some really exciting things that are going on in the fire department. Next screen. So just for a little historical perspective and context, since we have two new members to our board and members of the public that may be watching this, the Ventura County Fire Department is actually not a general fund department. It's actually a dependent special district. A dependent meaning that our board of directors is also the Board of Supervisors for the county. And we were formed in 1928, and the picture on your screen there is actually our first fire station and headquarters, which now is the Agricultural Commissioner's Office located in Santa Paula. Next screen. So as a special district, we actually protect the interests of 7 cities, and those are Santa Paula, Moore Park, Simi Valley, Ojai, Port Hueneme, Thousand Oaks, and Camarillo. And it's and plus all the unincorporated areas of the county. And it's interesting, we don't, unlike the Sheriff's Department, we don't have contracts with these cities. They, when they incorporated or when the district was formed, made a decision to become part of the district. And that's with the exception of the city of Santa Paula, who recently annexed into our fire district in July of 2018, the first time in the 92-year history of the fire district that we had an existing fire department become part of our family. We went through the LAFCO process, and it was just a great example of good government. So there's no direct payments from the cities actually to the fire district for fire protection. Instead, what happens is that we get the majority of our revenues from property taxes, and that 1% that property owners pay every year. We get, in general, as a rule of thumb, about 15% of that 1% to fund all of the fire district activities. With these 7 cities, we appoint a fire chief with one of our division chiefs, so that each of the cities has some representation. They can sit on their city's executive teams and come back to us with requests. Again, we also, as an example of good government, provide dispatch services for all fire and EMS resources, and that includes the city fire departments from Ventura, Oxnard, and Fillmore. Again, it's a great way to exhibit good government and have everybody under one umbrella, and we basically erase our borders and boundaries and provide exceptional service to all of the communities, regardless of the color of our fire engine. Next screen, please. It's just an overview of our organizational structure, high-level overview. You've got myself, the fire chief, my deputy chief, Dustin Gardner, and then we have 5 functional bureaus. My bureau managers are a combination. I have 3 safety managers and 2 civilian managers. And those 5 bureaus are the Administrative Services Bureau, Business Services Bureau, Emergency Services Bureau, Support Services Bureau, and Fire Prevention. Next screen, please. We're a pretty good sized department with 625 FTEs. And in addition to that, we have 20 extended staffing members, 14 from County ITS and 6 with CEO HR. And our revenue sources, as I had discussed a little earlier, are primarily property taxes. As you can see, $165 million projected for fiscal year 21-22. So 81% of our revenues coming from property taxes. That's both secured and unsecured and RDA revenues. And then about 8% of our annual revenues come from the state of California, and that is to protect the state responsibility area. This is another great example of efficient government. The state has contracted with 6 counties, Ventura County being one of them, to basically protect the state responsibility areas instead of having CAL FIRE actually build fire stations and protect it with their own staff. So rather than having redundancy and overlap, they pay us $16.5 million a year to protect their state responsibility areas. And then you can also see emergency reimbursements. This is always kind of a wild guess when it comes to the actual budgeting part. What I've displayed there is $9.4 million is what we have actually billed and received in this current fiscal year. And that really, these are for our emergency reimbursements when we send our fire engines outside of the county to do mutual aid. And it really fluctuates depending on how severe the fire seasons are. So last year being the worst fire season in California history, it's at the higher end there. So that was 5% of our revenues. Interesting point to note, when we send our resources out, mutual aid, probably 99% of the time we get fully reimbursed and are made whole when we send those resources out. So there's truly not a cost to the fire district, and it's a good example of how we support the statewide mutual aid system. And just know that when we send resources, whether it's to LA County or Kern or up to Sonoma County for their fires up there, your Ventura County fire stations, all 33 of them, are always fully staffed back here at home, taking care of our day-to-day business. Next slide, please. This is a great screen that I'm really excited to talk about. Just 2 days ago on Sunday, we actually took the first delivery of our very first Firehawk. It flew in from Colorado and is now in the Sheriff's Aviation Unit air hangar. This is just such a tremendous asset and addition to the community. These newer helicopters, they're completely refurbished now, in comparison to the Vietnam era Super Hueys that are currently being flown, will drop 1,000 gallons of water compared to the 360 that the Hueys have. They fly faster. They have a safety margin because they're twin engine helicopters. These are Sikorsky UH-60Ls that we purchased through federal GSA at a cost of $1.7 million. We purchased them about 3.5 years ago. It's taken a while to get them outfitted as water droppers. We have about $7.5 million invested into each one of those, which seems like a lot of money. But in contrast, CAL FIRE, who is in the process of purchasing 13 brand new Firehawk helicopters, is paying approximately $23 million each for theirs. The real neat thing that I wanted to discuss about this is you'll notice on the top of my screen, I actually have two logos up there. It's the fire departments and the sheriffs. This is such a, if there was an award for cooperation, we probably should get it. It is, it doesn't happen really anywhere in the state of California where you see law enforcement and fire not only cooperating, but working together on a single unit. So it is a joint aviation program, really administered by the Sheriff's Department, and it's their pilots, their commander, their mechanics, and then we cross-staff it with a fire captain, aviation manager, and firefighter paramedics. And it works seamlessly together. And what it really demonstrates is that we both have a need and a mission for aviation assets, even though our missions are a little bit different. And but probably the most expensive part of running a program like that is the availability. And for us to share all these resources and equipment and people is just a great example of working together, which you see very often in our county. Next screen, please. We do have in this year's budget quite a few construction projects, some that are being finished, some that are being initiated. The first one here is our Fire Station 20 in Upper Ojai, which we are projecting its completion date should be in July of 2021, so very soon. It's about an 8,000 square foot fire station. Total cost on that for the construction was about $8.3 million. Next screen. As your board is familiar with, as we go down the path of looking at that PLA agreement, of the four projects that were identified, 3.5 of them are fire department related. It's 3 fire station facilities and then the aviation unit air hangar, which we jointly share with the sheriff. So these are the 3 projects that are potentially going to be considered for that PLA agreement. The first one here is Fire Station 29 in historic downtown Santa Paula. That's going to be built on the existing site of a very small fire station that we're in right now. It's just down the street from the old Union Oil building. So you can see we've really worked hard with the architects to try and ensure that we, respect the architectural history of that old town. It's going to be just a beautiful fire station there. Out to bid, we're hoping in February of 2022, completion September of 23, 13,000 square feet, $14 million in total costs. We will be getting, or we have actually received, $4 million from Limoneira as a result of the Harvest project. That had been a requirement for the project that Santa Paula had set out. So that money has already come to us. Next screen, please.
That was just great architecture, really classic.
Beautiful, yeah. The next construction project is at Fire Station 34 in Thousand Oaks. We're actually relocating our fire station down the street closer to Cal Lutheran University. This one is going to go out to bid in August of 2021 with a hopeful completion date of February of 23. 11,300 square feet, approximately $10 million. Next slide. Final project that we have on the books is our regional training center. This is down here at the property that we bought from the college district a few years ago. We're looking at building a state-of-the-art fire training center down there. This also involves a lot of infrastructure improvements into the property. A good chunk of the contract is going to go to that. We're hoping to go out to bid in January of 22 with a completion of August of 23. Approximately 12,300 in these buildings that you see here, which can also be jointly used. One of these is a dirty prop that burns, carbon-based fuels, and the other is going to be a propane-based prop that law enforcement can actually practice and drill in also. So total cost for that is $19 million. Next slide, please. Employee health and wellness is one of the new initiatives. Well, I don't want to call it a new initiative. We've always focused on that. Some additional things that we're going to be doing in the health and wellness initiatives. One is just a great example of innovation that comes with our partnership with CEO risk management, especially Catherine Laveau, who's worked very closely with us in Ventura Orthopedic in developing an innovative fast track program for our employees that are hurt on the job with orthopedic injuries. They get immediate access to the doctors at any one of the Ventura Orthopedics clinics, and quick access to MRIs and even surgery if needed. It has really been a huge help. It almost treats our firefighters in some respects like professional athletes in getting them looked at and fixed quickly and back to work in an efficient manner. Been really great. And then we're also going to be coming to your board with a proposal for a partnership with LifeScan Wellness to do comprehensive, it's a 3-year program of physicals with our firefighters, cancer prevention, taking a look at heart disease and behavioral wellness also. Next slide, please. Also included in this budget this year are some apparatus purchases. We are typically buying new engines every year, but we don't buy new ladder trucks every year. We've actually held off on the purchase of these ladder trucks that you see right here. This is our first ladder truck that is kind of a hook and ladder or tillered truck, as we call it. This one here actually has a pump and a 300-gallon water tank on it. All of our previous ladder trucks have not had a pump or water, so if they got on scene of a fire, they'd be, a little short-handed. So we waited a few years till we refined this current, what we call a tillered quint, and we've decided to move forward with purchasing 2 new tillered quints in this year's budget. Super excited to have the ability to actually put water on fires with these tillered ladder trucks also. Next slide, please. Every year's budget, we have a replacement plan to replace our pumpers or engines, as they're called. That's kind of interchangeable. This year, we have 3 of these Rosenbauer pumpers budgeted for our continuing replacement plan. Next slide, please. We've also made some efforts to enhance the services we provide. We came to your board on April 27th and were approved to add a paramedic squad to our Thousand Oaks Fire Station 30 right next to the Oaks Mall, which will give us paramedic services coming out of there in that squad. That's that pickup truck there. Next slide, please. Also being requested in this year's budget is 3 new allocations, which will allow us to add 1 additional firefighter to Fire Station 27 in Fillmore. This, rather than having a large ladder truck because they don't have the high-rise buildings here, we staff it with an engine and a rescue. We have this exact setup in Westlake and in Oakview. Our staffing, though, in those 2 areas have 3 on the engine and 2 on the rescue. Here in Fillmore, we only have 1 on the rescue, so we're looking at, for the sake of consistency and safety, staffing up that to 2 on the rescue. So we're looking to add 1 additional firefighter on that. And especially out in the Santa Clara Valley where resources are thin, having the extra personnel staffing will be very helpful. Next slide, please. This is a great place to talk a little bit about fire season. Obviously, we are going into, it feels like the 9th year of a drought, and we expect this fire season, especially with the fires we've had, to be worse or as bad as the ones in the past. We are adding a 3rd seasonal hand crew. We have a full-time hand crew and a seasonal hand crew. We're actually adding a 2nd seasonal hand crew, but a 3rd crew. What the state of California is experiencing is an incredible decrease in their inmate populations that are available to work on CAL FIRE and LA County inmate hand crews. CAL FIRE's lost about 60% of their inmate hand crews. LA County went, they're down by 75%. And so as a result, we know there's going to be a need for these, and with that additional resource, we can share it in the region. So we're looking at adding 1 additional seasonal 20-person hand crew. Along with this, an interesting thing that we'll be coming to your board with hopefully on May 18th, is approval to partner with Southern California Edison. They have a desire to increase our initial attack fire capabilities, and they're willing to pay the fire district $3.15 million so that we can in turn turn around and contract with a Colson Aviation and put a heavy helitanker, 1,000-gallon water dropping helicopter, in addition to our aviation fleet, down here at the Camarillo Airport for 150 days. So that will help us keep fires small, we hope, and hopefully make our fire season a little bit safer. Next slide, please. COVID response and impacts. Talk briefly on this. We partnered with Public Health to administer, we stood up a vaccination pod down here at our training center. We administered over 10,000 vaccinations for first responders and other local government agencies. And yes, if you look closely at that picture in the left side, that is actually me administering my Deputy Chief Dustin Gardner's second vaccination, and both of us survived. That was my first time ever sticking a needle into somebody. Next slide, please. Some other things that we've done related to COVID with your board's support, tents. We actually have tent inspection fees, and with the COVID crisis, we saw so many businesses move outside into tents. We waived all of the inspection fees associated with that, especially since it was such a hardship for businesses. As you saw people go in and out of tiers, you also saw a number of businesses have to deal with occupancy limits. You know, what's 10% or 25% of my occupancy when they've never had occupancy limits calculated. So any businesses that reach out to us asking us to do those calculations for them was done free of charge. And also hotel inspections. We all know that hotels were financially really devastated by the COVID crisis. We still have requirements to inspect them. We waived hotel and inspection fees during the height of the crisis. Next slide, please. It's our final slide. There's a silver lining that comes with COVID, and that was, the county's position of wanting to move more online than inline. With that, our fire prevention services actually were able to expand our online services, and we've found that a huge percentage of our customers and contractors and architects are really appreciating that. And so we've moved heavily online instead of having inline, though we still have inline services there. With that, we'll go to the last slide, and I am open for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Some great projects we're looking forward to. And thank you also for waiving fees for the restaurants during COVID. That was great that we could check them and not have to add to their financial burden. Supervisor Ramirez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Lorenzen. Awesome presentation. I want to ask about a lot of questions, but I'll keep it just to a couple of things. Where will you get the seasonal crews to do the handwork there?
Right. So we've already done a recruitment. I mean, we recruit broadly in the local area, and usually it's young men and women that apply. So just through an open recruitment through county HR. And every year it's usually a pipeline or feeder for our future firefighters and for other agencies to hire them. And it's a pretty diverse group of young men and women that end up applying.
It sounds great. If I were younger, I would think about it.
It's a hard job. I couldn't do it.
Younger and stronger.
Yeah.
There is sometimes talk about a regional training center that would be all-inclusive of, say, Oxnard and other cities that have their own fire departments. Has that ever been, have you ever been approached about that?
The training center is currently open to Oxnard and Ventura City. They use it. We actually run a joint fire academy with Ventura City normally. We have a fire academy right now. This is the first time in probably 12 years that Ventura City has not put firefighter recruits into it. And it's because they did a lateral hiring process this time. But yeah, we're always open to sharing those things. I know conversations come up every once in a while about regionalization of fire services, what that would look like. We obviously, believe pretty strongly that a single regional fire department probably could be even better than a bunch of smaller departments. There's just so many efficiencies to be found, but those conversations are bigger, larger conversations that have to be had with cities that are interested.
And can you say something about mutual aid?
Oh, sure. Mutual aid inside of the county or outside of the county?
Outside.
Oh. Yeah, mutual aid, we will, We have automatic aid agreements with all of our neighbors, whether it's Carpinteria or Kern in LA City and LA County, to automatically respond into their areas. And then also, if anybody has a larger emergency, a fire just outside of our borders, there is a system where they go through and order equipment. We also have a very interesting relationship with all of our local fire chiefs around us, so they can call me up and ask for equipment very quickly, like we did during the Thomas and Woolsey fires that prevented the loss of life and structures. And we usually will send as much as we can very quickly and worry about proper process and ordering later, because sometimes the bureaucracy gets in the way of a quick response. And then, yeah, we will respond as much as we can. If we don't have a fire here, we will go out and help our neighbors anywhere in the state. Usually we try and keep our resources south of Fresno, but sometimes if the state is really burning, we can't help but send them a little further up north.
Well, let's hope we have a quieter season.
I hope so.
Thank you very much.
Me too. Supervisor Levere.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief, for that presentation. I think we all know what incredible work you do. And just even in this past month with some of those fires in the East County, what you've been able to do to keep those under control has just been incredibly effective. And so thank you for all of that work. And the Ojai Station, the Upper Ojai Station is coming along beautifully. And I think those two new stations in Santa Paula and Thousand Oaks, I mean, the architecture is so different, but they both really are beautiful. They'll be great assets to the district. And lastly, I just really wanted to say thank you. I'm just so impressed with how you're thinking ahead with that additional wildland hand crew. I think when you're looking at wildland management and fire prevention, having that in our back pocket is going to be so important. So thank you for being proactive to that extent. And as everybody says, fire season seems to be year round right now. So to have that ready to help I really think is going to be a smart move on your part. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, I was just going to say congratulations. I heard that one of the helicopters was coming in, and that's great. Also, I want to really appreciate the hard work everyone's been doing to take Santa Paula Fire into Ventura County. That partnership is still continuing to do a great job. And so, as you had mentioned about other cities joining the Ventura County team, I would highly recommend it based on the information and the service providing. We work together already. To me, it just seems like one uniform, but that's just my own opinion. I just appreciate everyone's hard work. I mean, I think with all of our fires, everyone's working together, even with CAL FIRE and Fed Fire and the other cities. So just thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes. And I was thinking about, while you may not have given people shots before, we have all benefited from your CPA knowledge and TILs and the good budget that we have. And it's nice to see the funds available so that we can do these great projects. And who's your guinea pig? No, you don't have to tell us.
It was Chief Gardner, my deputy chief. He was very brave.
Oh,
I didn't tell the chief was that earlier in the day I saw Chief Gardner taking a little sedative beforehand. Very calm during that.
I was too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. We'll get it back to you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. And while the chief's still here, just two things real quick. That combined sheriff and fire air unit, I can't tell you how rare that is. I have counties approaching me all the time saying, how do you do it? Right? But the way they work together, they just put the community first, just common sense. There's high-level chop busting, to be sure, but at the end of the day, they put the community first. And I'm telling you, big counties up and down, and it affects their ability to fight fires, how quickly or whatever they need for that air unit. So that's huge. One thing the chief didn't talk about, because I know this is a summary, but maybe they're being humble. The IT programs that they have and the applications that they use are very sophisticated to where they can use real-time data to project the direction of fires and therefore place their assets. You talk about those East County fires, I know they use it all the time. They use it in the Thomas fire, but the way they can project the speed and the location, it just knocks me out every time I see it. And it's just very reassuring as a member of frankly, as a member of the public, to know how quickly they can assess where they need to place their assets so that they can be ready to stop it in their tracks. So anyway, just a great job, Chief, to you and your department.
Thank you.
Great IT, and then also real good expertise there. There are like wind experts, right? That you use. Just amazing, the whole science of fire that people don't really understand exists. Can I ask you, since we're talking IT, I just heard maybe it was San Bernardino, but one of the fire departments has come up with a app that allows them to do real-time calls on fireworks. When there are fireworks going on 4th of July, for example, and the more complaints they get, they identify the hot spots in terms of how many calls are coming in and are able to then use that to go there. I don't know if that's something we might be looking at also.
I will check with my fire marshal. We'll make sure we turn off that app in the location of Fillmore City.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. That will keep you going.
Yeah.
All right.
No other comments? Go ahead, Mr. Powers.
Oh, thank you, Chair Parks. And Chief Lorenzen, excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we'll go on to our Harbor Department from one Mark to another and hear from Mark Sandoval. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks. I trust you can all hear me.
Yep.
So good afternoon, Chair Parks, board members, CEO Powers. For the record, I am the Harbor Director, Mark Sandoval. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Harbor Department proposed budget and operating summary this afternoon. Our mission is to offer recreation, business, and tourism opportunities to a diverse public in a manner which meets our fiduciary responsibility to the county and its residents. And our primary objective in the Harbor Department is to manage the Channel Islands Harbor in the most operational, effective, and fiscally efficient manner possible to ensure continued development in line with county, local, and state objectives in adherence with the mandate to maintain self-sufficiency. As detailed on this organization chart, we have a relatively small department separated into security and maintenance, planning and development, and administration and finance, excuse me, with a total budget of 40 staff, of which only 31 are currently filled in an effort to hold down costs.
Maybe make it into a blanket. Oops, sorry.
Our annual revenues total about 9.2 million, and of that, 60% is from lease rents and 25% is from fuel sales in the harbor. And those are our two largest sources of revenue. Our annual expenses are about $10 million, of which 38% is for security and maintenance, 25% for project development and management, 23% for fuel purchases, and 14% for administration. For a brief summary of Harbor Department activities, we manage 52 separate parcels in the harbor, of which 39 of those 52 are currently part of 20 active leases. Our security activities include 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week on-water and on-land harbor patrol security, as well as summer lifeguards on our 3 beaches. We have a maintenance crew which provides 7 days a week maintenance services for all harbor property which is not currently under a lease. And finally, we have 6 parcels which are developable. And by that, I mean that they are either undeveloped or they're under short-term leases, and I'll touch more on those later. Now, this slide shows all of our harbor parcels. You can see it's a pretty involved and active harbor. And on this next slide, you can see which parts of the harbor are currently under lease. And most of those current leases have many, many years left of term, and those are depicted in yellow. And the 6 developable parcels are depicted in green. Now, a significant issue in the Harbor Department today is our financial situation. Now, you can see from this graph where you've got revenues in blue and expenses in red. The Harbor Department is currently upside down financially and has been since 2019. For fiscal 2021-22, we are proposing a budget with an operating loss of $723,875. Now, we are minimizing this loss by holding vacant positions open and by reducing our reliance on outside consultants, but our challenges are significant. The first challenge is the impact of underproducing and undeveloped properties in the harbor. Now, as I indicated, we have 6 developable parcels, and those are indicated on this slide. Development in the harbor has been stalled for many years for a number of well-publicized reasons. But we have spent most of the past year working towards a more efficient and hopefully publicly supported development process. The first step is a public visioning process, which began last summer. This process is coming to an end, and you will receive the final visioning report within the next few weeks. Well, the result of this process will be a better vision for development in the harbor, which will lead to a transparent request for proposals process for each developable parcel, and then ultimately a collaboration between the Harbor Department and the City of Oxnard to identify a project and developer for each parcel in line with the vision of the two agencies and hopefully in line with the vision of other stakeholders in the harbor, which should then lead to a more to the ability to move projects more smoothly through the approval and entitlement process. Now, why is this important? As you can see from this slide, the revenue potential for the 6 developable parcels is significant, representing an estimated $2.3 million in new annual revenue. This will make a financially unhealthy harbor department healthy very quickly. The second challenge is the capital needs for the public areas of the harbor in relation to the available funds for these capital projects. Now, this next slide, I admit, is very busy, but what it shows that we have estimated a $25 million need for capital improvements in the harbor. The City of Oxnard has tentatively agreed to fund over $1.7 million of these projects. Thank you, Oxnard.
There we go. See, now you have more.
Oh, okay. And we have about 8.3 million in reserve for these capital projects, but all of that together still leaves us about $15 million short. A final challenge relates to our maintenance costs in the public areas of the harbor. Now, we absorbed these costs beginning in July 2018, which total about $470,000 a year. This has had a significant impact on our finances. As you can see from this slide, the operating loss with the harbor coincides with these increased costs, as we lost over $200,000 in fiscal 2020, are estimated to lose about $400,000 in fiscal 2021, and as I indicated, our proposed budget for fiscal 2022 is a loss of over $700,000. Again, the City of Oxnard has tentatively agreed to assist with these maintenance costs by paying 50% of these costs up to $200,000 a year for the next 3 years. Again, thank you, Oxnard. So how do we solve this? It comes down to developing the developable parcels. Once these are developed, we can realize the estimated $2.3 million in new annual revenue, and we will then have a net annual operating surplus of over $1.5 million, which will enable the Harbor Department to borrow the $15 million for the unfunded capital projects, and even after paying the debt service, still have an annual operating surplus in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The challenge, however, is to get there from here. And the visioning process for harbor development and the collaborative development process, which we're implementing, is definitely the way to start. Regarding the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, our initial challenge was operational, as we had to close down harbor facilities such as the launch ramp, parks, parking lots, and active uses of the beach, which required resources for closure and messaging, and those cost about $50,000. In addition, in an effort to mitigate the impact to our harbor lessees, your board approved a lease rent reduction program. Now, while this reduced our revenues by $34,000, it has provided significant support for our lessees to soften the impact of the pandemic. And finally, our small department is assisted in the disaster service worker needs, as 5 of our key administrative staff have assisted in the effort to meet the challenge of the pandemic. So this concludes my presentation, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good things coming. Any supervisors have any questions on this? I'm not seeing any at this time. Mr. Powers? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Supervisor Ramirez.
Well, I just want to thank Director Sandoval for the report. And I do think that things are going to get much better, and I really appreciate all the work to getting us to yes. We appreciate it. This is an important place for all of us and for our county and for the city of Oxnard. And I just see lots of possibilities, and I'm hoping that we can all work together and make it happen and make it beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate it. I agree.
Seen on our next Board of Supervisors agenda, a lot of that clicking, and it's great to see with our relationship with the city of Oxnard, particularly. Supervisor Long.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who participated in our visioning plan. The community members, businesses, City of Oxnard, Mark and his team. I think that they did a really great job, and I'm very excited for the vision to be coming to the board so you can see it as well. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of just diving into the details and trying to understand the hurdles and making sure that we all agree that the vision for it is that harbor is the best we can build it. So just thank you very much. You went through the slides, and there's like so much that was involved in that. And so I just have to just stop for a minute and say thank you for that.
Well, as I indicated, we'll be bringing that report back probably the first meeting in June, and we can talk a little bit more about it then.
And I have to compliment you too, just on the photos on this one PowerPoint slide of all the different activities at the harbor. Definitely an inviting place to be.
I agree.
And to work for you.
The views are good.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Marco. The office is a little modest right now for you and your team. We need to do something about that. But, just 2 points, and thank you, board members. I appreciate Mark's really open and approach to engage the community too. In the Harbor Academy that he engages in regularly, going to the farmers market on the weekends. Just really, the visioning process, as was mentioned, really engaging with the community out there that cares about the harbor. So appreciate that. And the harbor is beautiful. I mean, these pictures, when you go out there, it's just what a jewel it is. Just needs a little bit of investment and support. And thank you for your DSWs, right? With a small department to reassign, to allow us to reassign 5 of your high-level administrators, I know it was a terrible hit to your operations, but it made a huge difference. I mean, Susie Watkins, your number 2, out there running the vaccine administration site in Thousand Oaks at the Global Center. That's one of the reasons those sites work so well. So, Mark, just thank you very much. And yes, next week we'll have a very positive agreement with the city of Oxnard. And I believe that'll be on their council's agenda for the same day on the 18th. So. All right. Thank you so much, Mark. Okay. And next up, we'll hear from our Auditor Controller, Jeff Berg.
All right, thanks, Mike. Took me a while to get unmuted there. Sorry about that. And I'm going to start off by saying, I don't know who put the agenda together for my position, but I've got to follow fire trucks and the ocean and ships, and all I have is a comprehensive annual financial report. I don't know about this.
It's a thing of beauty, Jeff. It's a thing of beauty.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Hey, for the record, my name is Jeff Berg. I'm the Auditor Controller for the County of Ventura, and today I'll be taking you through our fiscal year 2021-22 annual budget. I'm going to go a little bit deeper into what some of the divisions and what we actually do in the auditor's office for those of you in the public that may not know, and those of you new to the board that I haven't really discussed this with yet. So, and please feel free to stop me with any questions you may have during the presentation, or I'll have a time at the end to talk about that as well. So again, I'll begin with my presentation. I wanted to start off with a mission statement. This was something that my staff and I put together probably 4 years ago. We got together and kind of just worked on what the mission is for this office. And, I'm going to read it for you right now. In the public interest, we provide high quality, independent guidance and leadership in accounting, auditing, financial and business practices in order to promote integrity, accountability, transparency, and compliance. That's one of the big things that the Auditor Controller's Office has to do, is to ensure the compliance with all the myriad of laws and policies and procedures that the county has to follow when it reports its fiscal position, not only to the state, but to rating agencies, the taxpayers that are buying our bonds possibly, and just to the public in general. So I take that compliance and accountability, transparency and integrity to heart. And so does all of my staff from that standpoint. So with that, I'll talk a little bit about our office. So we've got it broken down. I've got 5 divisions in this office. I have internal audit and property tax report directly to me. The chief deputies over those 2 divisions report directly to me on day-to-day operations. And I have the financial reporting division, the general accounting and business technology divisions report directly to the assistant auditor controller, Joanne McDonald, for day-to-day operations. And then we obviously meet weekly to go over what's going on between all the different divisions. So I'm going to go a little in-depth, a little deeper dive into what each of those divisions do, what their responsibilities are, and then I'll get into the budget and a few other things. So what's our area of responsibility? Well, the County of Ventura has a $2.45 billion budget for operations, and that's basically what we ensure is accounted for properly and compliant with all of the federal, state, and local regulations. We have our general accounting division. They're responsible for payroll and accounts payable. As you know, and I have on this slide 9,800 employees that we do payroll for on a biweekly basis. Currently, it's only 9,100, but effective July 1st, we will have an additional 700 plus individuals coming on board from the clinics as we assimilate the clinics into the county family. So we will be responsible for the biweekly payroll for those as well. So it'll be just about 10,000 employees on a biweekly basis. We have 16 different unions with different agreements on what constitutes overtime and what constitutes shift diff and this and that. So we have to keep track of all those changes when new negotiated MOUs are come before the board. We have to ensure that we implement those within the system so everybody gets paid properly. That's my pet peeve, is that we make sure that everyone is paid accurately and on time. We also provide payroll services for the courts, all the judges and all the court employees, as well as the Air Pollution Control District. We also are responsible for all the property payroll tax compliance as well. Accounts payable, I don't know how many of you know, but there's about 20,000 plus vendors for the County of Ventura. As we pay out that $2.45 billion, we have about 80,000 payments annually go out of our accounts payable office. And we also have to comply with 1099 reporting. So we're also working with the IRS and taxes on that standpoint. I'll jump down to financial reporting. And dare I say that I have 3 grandsons. And so I will never tell you which one I like more than any other of the other. And so I won't tell you which of these divisions I like any more than the other. But I will tell you that when it comes to a division that really has a pulse on the financial solvency of the county, let's say, is financial reporting. As I showed it earlier, the comprehensive annual financial report, which we just sent to your board a couple of weeks back, that is a very important document. It spells out how the county spent its money, again, compliant with the rules and regulations for that. It's a document that the rating agencies look at very closely when they go to take a look at our financial status and when they go to award our credit worthiness. We also have the cost allocation plan that we run out of the financial management system and the single audit as well. Under financial planning, when we adopt the budget in a few weeks from now, next month, you'll notice that you'll have a couple of resolutions that you will be passing. One of them is to authorize the auditor controller to submit the budget to the state controller. Statutorily, that is the duty of the auditor controllers to provide the budget to the state so that they have a copy of the county's budget. And we also have our debt service and our cash management. One of the responsibilities for our office is to manage the cash flow for the county, to ensure that we have enough money available to make the accounts payable payments, to make payroll on a biweekly basis, and just have cash and funds available. We work very closely with the CEO's office, K-Man, and her staff, Mike Powers, when it comes to, we talked about it earlier, the TRAN today and the issuance of the TRAN, about $120 million that will be receiving to front load our Becerra obligation for retirement contributions. A lot of that cash flows, we work very closely with the CEO's office to ensure that we have the right numbers, and that when we tell our story, our story to the rating agencies and to those people that are interested in buying our trans or our COPS or our GOA bonds, whatever it may be, that they understand what it is that we're doing and how fiscally healthy we are. And so I appreciate Mike and his staff and the close relationship that we have, especially with our financial reporting team when it comes to issuing bonds and issuing debt cash management. Also, property tax division. We have our property tax division. I know the assessor, Dan Goodwin, gave his budget presentation, I think it was last week or the week before. But when you talk property tax, it's hard to break apart the assessor's office, the auditor controller's office, and the treasurer tax collector's office. The three of us work together to produce the property tax bill, to collect those tax and distribute all the tax revenue that has been generated from the bills. As you know, the assessor assesses the value for all the parcels within the county. There's around 300,000 parcels within the county. The assessor assesses the value. He then turns that roll over to my office, and then what my staff will do is then apply the tax that is appropriate for that parcel number. And then what we would then do is send that information down to the treasurer tax collector. He sends the bills out. The money is collected in the treasurer tax collector's office. He notifies our office, the auditor controller's office, on what's been collected, and then we distribute all that money out to the taxing entities. Last year, we collected about $1.6 billion of property tax revenue that was collected, and we distributed that to over 470 taxing entities within the county. I mean, that's, some people like scratch their head when I tell them that, because there's the 10 cities, there's the county, you got the school districts, but there are a number of small districts, little lighting districts, water districts, you name it. If they're getting a portion of the AV8 allocation or some other special assessment on the tax bill, that will run through, and we will make sure that they get paid the proper amount on time. Typically, when a tax bill is paid, typically in December or April, within a couple of weeks, we have turned that money around. And once it's collected within a couple of weeks, we turn that money around. We provide it to the taxing entities because they need that money to provide the services that they're providing to their constituents. Also, we have the internal audit division. And the internal audit division, we have a couple of mandated by law audits that and the treasurer tax collector is coming up in a second. He will tell you that we are in his office on a regular basis. We do quarterly audits of the treasury pool. We report those audit findings or those audit reports to your board quarterly. And then we also have a year-end audit that we do, and that is mandated by law. We also do compliance audits, and we have our employee fraud hotline, which I'll talk a little bit more in just a second. And I know all of you within the last few weeks received the memo from my office regarding the county's annual audit plan and seeking your input onto what you think we should be looking at from an audit standpoint for next year. And typically, as soon as you get back from your break in August, we will be bringing the county's audit plan to your board for approval. And so please be looking forward to that. And I do appreciate, I've already gotten responses back from your offices on what to look at. I appreciate that, and thank you very much for that. And last is our business technology division. For information technology, obviously, and I'll go over it a little bit when I get to our budget, but we are heavily involved with computers here and computer systems. And my business technology division, they handle the day-to-day operations of VCFMS, which is the Ventura County Financial Management System, VCHRP, which is the payroll and HR system. And we have a number of internal systems here within our office, caseware for comprehensive annual financial report. We use other systems, computer systems for our internal audit division. So there's a lot that we do internally from a computer operation standpoint, and our business technology department takes care of that, as well as our website, managing our website. What's our adopted budget look for 21-22? We have total appropriations of $15.9 million. Salaries and benefits makes up 64% of that, or $10.1 million. Services supplies is the remainder of that. It's $5.8 million. And we're a small office, and I get a lot of questions about, wow, $5.8 million, why is that? And it gets back to my discussion, just the last slide, on the IT services and the IT systems that we have within our office. You know, a lot of that $5.8 million is for the operation of the financial system, the property tax system, as well as the our portion of the VCHRP payroll and HR system. So a lot of that money is internally, we're turning it over to IT to manage those systems for us. Also within that, I had a question a while back, also within that, and your board today, thank you very much. Under the consent agenda, you approved our contract with our external auditors, Eli Bailey, this morning. I think it was item number 13 or 14, for $375,000, and that is the amount for our to complete our comprehensive annual financial report and our single audit. We have revenue. We got about $9.7 million in revenues. It's typically all charges for service. Our property tax division collects about $1.7 million for the administration of the property, for doing all of that work. We get a percentage off of what we distribute to the taxing entities. And I say that except for school districts, per law, government code, we're not allowed to charge school districts the admin fee for administering the property tax. And so they're excluded from that $1.7 million, but that admin fee comes from all of the other taxing entities that we are parsing out the property tax for. The $8.7 million is a cost allocation plan charges. That mostly, I shouldn't say mostly, that $8 million is for non-general fund agencies that we provide services for, property payroll, accounts payable, the cost of their portion of the comprehensive annual financial report. So we run that through the cost allocation plan, and we receive that $8 million. We do not charge the general fund agencies because they're the general fund, and that's typically where we get the next number here, the net county cost of $6.2 million that we receive from the general fund and Mike and Kay and staff there. I have 75 positions, 75 I would say outstanding, dedicated employees that work very hard to get the job done. It's very tedious. I'll say tedious work. I'm an accountant. I've been one for 30 plus years. It's very tedious work, and they are here day and night and not complaining. Late into the evening, as Mike can attest, I appreciate all the hard work that they do for the constituents of this county. I tell them that all the time, because at the end of the day, presenting a CAFR that's, or I should say comprehensive annual financial report that is has an opinion from the external auditors, is unmodified, means a tremendous amount to our rating, our credit rating, and every dollar that we can save in a lower interest rate we're paying is money that we can apply to provide services to constituents of the county. So getting it right is important, and that's what we do best here in our office. And currently we have about 10% of our staff are DSW workers, and I have a slide to talk about our coronavirus response here in a little bit. So I'll move on to some top issues and concerns within our office, and back to my dedicated staff and the pressures that we sometimes find ourselves under. You know, Government Standard Accounting Standards Board, GASB, is kind of the issues statements on how we present the financial information for the County of Ventura within our comprehensive annual financial report. And I can tell you that and I was talking with Joanne McDonald about this just yesterday, and there is 40 plus new statements within the last 20 years. And a statement is something saying, I mean, we're dealing with a couple of statements just this year, GASB 87, you'll hear a little bit more about that at later dates, but GASB 87, it kind of throws up and reshuffles how we account for leases within the County of Ventura. And so we are going through right now And I thank your board and the CEO's office, because we entered into a contract a year ago with an external firm to help us get our 87 responses together. They were very helpful in that. And so, that's just one of the many GASB statements that have come out that we've had to adjust, and you have to change the way your whole paradigm shift on how you do things and shift and go to a new way of doing things. And again, errors can come up, but staff is so dedicated they get it done right, and we get it done accurately, and that's very important for our credit rating. A VCFMS upgrade. It was in 2015, soon after I became the auditor controller for the county. We went live with the upgrade of our financial system, and it's about time to do it again. And I would say, in 2015, it was a total shift. It had been 20 years before we'd upgraded the system. It was a totally new system. It was, now as we look at an upgrade in the near future, it won't be as much of a heavy lift to get things done, but the payoff at the end is tremendous. From expanded internal controls. One of the things when I started with the county 20 years ago, one of the things I couldn't believe it, is from an internal control standpoint, from an accounts payable standpoint. We didn't have three-way match. There was no three-way match, so that we could ensure that we actually received product. It was paid for. We entered into a contract for a product. We received the product, and then we were going to pay for the product. So you have a three-way match of the three different documents you would need to do that. And this upgrade implements and integrates three-way match. There's a ton of additional functionalities, and there's also some front-end user upgrades that make it a lot easier to navigate for the user of the system. And so we'll be coming to your board in the next 6 months to a year to actually see what we can do about moving this forward. It'll probably be about a 12-month implementation. The anticipated cost is about $2 million. But the benefit long-term, I think, outweigh the cost from that standpoint. Just the efficiencies to be gained from all the myriad of users throughout the county that use the system, I think right then and there is a cost benefit is to the plus side. VCHRP enhancements, Alameda decision reprogramming of our payroll tax system. I know it was on a closed session item today, Alameda, so I know that's something I don't have to explain what that Alameda decision has to do with the way that we report comp earnable to Visera, but it's going to take that will be a heavy lift to get a programming change to be able to accommodate the Alameda decision. Also, we've been working and COVID kind of put a halt to this a little bit, but we've been supporting HCA and the Cronus implementation at the hospital. And I know I'm all in for the Cronus implementation at the hospital. I've talked to various other department heads about the possibility, and with the CEO's office, about the possibility of making Cronus the time reporter system for the entire county and just move it into VCHRP. It would be wonderful to be able to have one platform that we're all on and using. And so I am all in, our staff's 100% all in on this Cronus implementation, because if we can do it right and get it done, which I know we will, we can roll that out to the entire county, and the efficiencies to be gained there are just off the chart. A new property tax system. I know Assessor Goodwin talked about this, and I know Judge Hintz is following me. Treasurer Tax Judge Hintz is following me. So I'm not going to talk a lot about the new property tax system, but we are currently working on a 30-year-old mainframe COBOL system, and we're bringing that in-house. We're going to have our own homegrown type of system. We have an external software firm helping us with that. But once this new platform is done, it's so disjointed right now. I feel for the county taxpayers, and I was just dealing with this over the last few days, because the way the system is so disjointed right now. If I'm a taxpayer and I'm trying to get a question answered about my property tax bill or payment, or you have to call the auditor, then I've got to call the assessor, or I've got to call the treasurer. It's just so, I'll say, convoluted. That this new system, when it goes live, the transparency to the taxpayers and the expanded functionality and the integration between the different agencies, we'll be able to see things we can't see now, so that we can answer questions immediately for taxpayers, so they don't have to hang up, or we don't have to transfer, wait online and transfer. So that just the efficiencies there are I'm very hopeful for when we go live, and the benefits that we're going to get it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth the effort, because it's been a long, as some of you may know, it's been a long time coming. We've been talking about a new property tax system since probably 2014, and we've been in contracts, out of contracts, but we're making it. We're getting it done now, and it's going to be to the benefit of the taxpayers. Some of the challenges that we have right now. Major and minor system implementations. You know, I talked about the property tax system, which is a major, but more of a minor. We're working on a debt module that's so that we can track debt within the county a little bit easier. Again, it'll help us with GASB Statement 87 with our leases. Also, interest apportionment system, so that we can allocate out the interest that is earned within the investment pool. And then our cash projection system. One of the things that we work with every year, the CEO's office on the TRAN, is we're putting together the cash projections. You know, we use an old system right now that we've had for quite a while. It's a little clunky and a little hard to work with, but we are, as we speak, working on a new cash projection system. The ITC committee just approved it the other day, and we'll be coming to your board. And when we get that implemented and online, it's going to make our cash projections so much easier and so much simpler that it's going to be a tremendous benefit to the office. Resources, I have one item under resources: staffing. When you take a look at my budgets, you know, most of our costs are staff. I have 75 staff in the office, and I'm finding it hard to keep staff in the office. And I say that from the standpoint of I lose staff to other agencies. And when I lose staff to another agency, I'm happy, but I'm sad. And I'm happy because I know that they've been trained well. They know accounting. They know governmental accounting. They know how we do accounting at the county. They know VCFMS. And so when they go out to some other agency, I know that this other agency, whoever it may be, are getting a well-qualified hard charger. And I'm sad because now I have to go hire somebody and train them again. But that's life, and I'd rather lose them to another agency where I know they're going to stay within the county family and do well. And so that's a benefit. So I say that from a staffing standpoint it's just trying to hire qualified, well-trained staff and then bring them on board and train them up. And rapidly expanding county health system. Again, it's not so much of a challenge as it is just, you know, we're bringing the clinics on. So that's going to be a little more, how do we do it? How do we account for it properly? Back to that compliance and back to that accuracy. How are we going to make sure that we're going to do it right? And so just making sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And there's just the changing funding streams. We have a lot of different changing funding streams, whether it's at the healthcare system or over at HSA or HCA, HSA. You know, there are different funding streams. They're always kind of changing, and just keeping a handle on the changes as they come down from Sacramento or the Fed, so that we, again, can account for it right. And we work very well with the other agencies. I know Barry and his staff are doing an excellent job working with the CEO's office and our office to ensure that the clinics are brought on board, and that we have an accounting structure set up that will melt right into the county's accounting system. So it's not so much a challenge as I'm just pleased that it's going so well, and I appreciate the partnership. Long-term vision and goals, just more information to constituents. You know, I'm working on revising the website and making it easier, better access, and more reports available online. It's a little hard to get some of the reports that we put out. And one of I have here outstanding checks. One of the big pushes of Betty Yee, State Controller Betty Yee, one of her big pushes is to make sure that all of the constituents within the state of California are able to access information on whether they have outstanding checks somewhere. And so one of the things we're going to be doing is trying to make it a little bit easier for the constituents of Ventura County to be able to go online and see, hey, do I have a check that's outstanding, and how can I go about, and then having a process there where they can go get the check reissued so they can get the money that's due them. So that's something we'll be working on in the near future. And just internal audit focus, high risk areas, cash, assets, revenue, IT, healthcare, again, those things that are changing, always changing. Just making sure that we're keeping an eye on that, we're following proper procedures, and just collaboration with other agencies. I think our office does a pretty good job partnering with the other agencies, but I just want to make sure that we continue to do a good job partnering with them, and if we can expand that in any way. I want our agency not to be the agency of, hey, you're doing it wrong. I want us to be, hey, let's partner so we can all get it done right. And so that's where I'm coming from that standpoint. Okay, I wanted to talk a little bit about the fraud hotline. If you're here in the government center and you're riding up and down the elevators, I'm sure you're going to see a little piece of paper in the elevator stuck in the slide there that says, hey, fraud hotline. And I appreciate your board support. I must admit, you guys, the board, you do a wonderful job in getting the word out about the hotline. And we do have the hotline, it's hotline month and hotline week, and I appreciate all your support. CEO Mike's and his staff support on that as well. The fraud hotline is 24/7 hotline. All complaints are logged. If someone calls into the hotline, it is logged, no matter what the complaint may be. It's logged, and we track it, and we make sure that an investigation is initiated. And one of the first things we do is we take a look at it. We say, hey, could this be criminal in nature? And if the answer is yes, this could be criminal in nature, then we immediately refer to the district attorney's office at the sheriff's department. We send it over so that they can take a look at it, and they'll either, I've said this before, either one of two things will happen. I'll read about it in the paper that someone's been charged with a crime, or it'll get sent back to our office and say, hey, no crime has been committed here. There's insufficient evidence. Jeff, you guys take it over and you start to investigate. So then we'll initiate the investigation. And, we come to your board and we report to your board on what's going on with the hotline, what some of the findings are. Hotline is an anonymous way, so people feel comfortable with calling, so we don't give out names. We don't give out a lot of details. We work very closely with county council to ensure that we are not providing too much information. But we do report to your board so that you know what's kind of what some of the hotline issues are and what the resolutions to those hotline calls are. And I will tell you, we get about 75 complaints per year. 75 complaints per year is what we're getting. That's over about the last 20 years. Barbara Beatty, my chief deputy for internal audit, just gave me that number this morning. So it's about 75 complaints per year come into the fraud hotline. Some are unsubstantiated and some are insubstantiated. Corrective actions are taken, whether it would be to change a policy or to correct an employee or again, if it's sent over to the DA, we read about it in the paper. I'm going to switch gears here, kind of talk about our COVID-19 response. DSW response, like I said, we have about 10 staff, or 10%, I shouldn't say 10% of our staff. And they've been all over the place, contact trace. In fact, I have a couple staff that are still doing contact trace. Had a staff in the OES office helping them with the accounting or the OES and our claims. Vaccine clinic staffing and the HOA kiosk staffing. I don't know if you come through the HOA and you go through the kiosk for your temperature. I've got about 3 of my staff that go down there on a regular basis to relieve them for lunch breaks or when someone calls the 6 that are down at the kiosk, making sure that everyone comes through and gets their temperature checked. Issuing payments, there was a lot. This morning I listened to Melissa Livingston give her a little talk about the Farm Worker Assistance Program, and then we had Scott Powers and I forget his name right now. I'm so sorry. Paul, I think.
Paul Stanford. Yep.
Paul Stanford. I knew it was Paul. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mike. Thank you. I appreciate that help. And with the business assistant. So I just want to let you know, we in our office, not only are we doing the payroll, not only are we issuing because people are getting paid even now. I think it's more important to get our vendors paid because they need the money to keep their business going, and they're providing the things that we need, test kits, you name it, whatever it is that we're paying our vendors for. But on top of that, our staff has stepped up, and we've issued over 6,900 checks for Farm Worker Assistance Program. We are issuing those checks for HSA when it's issued to a Farm Worker Assistance. And as far as businesses, I say we're scheduled to issue over 8,400 checks because to date, as Paul mentioned this morning, we've only issued about 246 checks for the business assistance program. But once that's rolled out, phase 2, and once phase 3 is rolled out, because we're issuing checks for that as well, we will issue roughly about 8,400 checks to the businesses within the community that will be receiving the business assistance grant payments. So, that's something where we've partnered with the CEO's office. We've partnered with Paul and his staff down there to make sure that, can we get this done? Let's get it done and knock it out. Just turn it around as quick as we can. Get those checks in the hands of people that need them, and the farm worker assistance as well. And so it's our pleasure to be there to help, and we're here to help. Give us a call, we'll help you. And teleworking. Currently, we have about 50% of our staff that are out teleworking. We'll see when we open back up what we'll do as far as going forward is concerned on the teleworking. And we'll go from there. That's coming up pretty soon on what we do as a county from as far as telework. And with that, I thank you. I thank your board for all the support you give us throughout the year. I can't thank Mike enough for all he does for our office, the support we get from the CEO's office. I can tell you whenever I call, the answer is yes, what can we do to help you? And I appreciate that very much. It helps us to get done what we're doing. And the partnership is it's very nice. And I appreciate that, Mike. And I appreciate Kay and everybody else down there. So with that, I'm open to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation too, Jeff. And I can sympathize with you in the fact that you lose some good staff and have to train new ones, but also it's a good thing that more people are coming in and getting trained into the workforce and having that great opportunity too. Totally. Supervisor Ramirez, go ahead.
I totally agree. I'll say this because the biggest poacher is Mike Powers, I must say. I would say that K-Man and...
Don't be short, I'm a tremendous poacher.
K-Man and Bean Cosio started in the Auditor Controller's office. So there you go.
You're going way back. Okay, I see how it is.
Sorry,
all good.
It's nice though that we're still in the county family though. You're doing a good job training for the CEO's office.
He keeps hiring all these talented staff.
Go ahead, Supervisor Ramirez.
I just want to thank Mr. Berg. My staff and I spent some time with him last week. Was it last week? And we really got this presentation, but quite a bit more in depth. And I just want to thank you for your great work for the county. We've got a great credit rating. It's in part, of course, to everybody's work, but you make it visible. And it seems like it might be fun to work for you. I'll check in with your staff later and see if that's true. Thank you very much.
You're going to work for Fire Ed down here. Oh, hey, come on. We got a desk for you.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor LaVere, you had some comment too?
Just a quick comment. I want to thank you, Mr. Berg. No fire trucks or boats, but still, very informative, and I appreciate you. It's not sexy, but it's really important. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. I think that's it for board comments. And I know we were talking about taking a break, and I'm going to give it back to you, Mr. Powers.
And I'm going to just real quick before we take that break, which will be great. But I think one thing that you come across too, Jeff, is just how big and complex the county is, just as a financial organization. It's not enough that there's almost 10,000 employees, but there's 20,000 vendors to be paid in 470 taxpaying entities. So, but that's why the work of the financial reporting and management is so important, and it's so easy to get, it's just complicated, and you have to do it right, and it takes a lot of work. You mentioned employees working late. That's because it takes so long, because it's so big and complex, and so many things can go wrong. So we just appreciate it, and in spite of his recent comments, he is not a pretty good collaborator. He and his office are great collaborators. And things, working on that trans presentation, that's our credit rating. That's our fiscal integrity to the borrowing community, to the public. It makes such a difference. And that's one of the things, as Supervisor Ramirez said, helps us get their great ratings, and, more stuff to talk about, but just really appreciate Jeff and his team helping keep our financial integrity strong in our county. Thank you.
And you know that the annual report you put out as a CAFR, I think it is, that it is so well written and clear, that even us supervisors can understand it. But no, it is. I recommend that reading. It can, some of that stuff you think could be very dry, but actually I think it's just presented in such a clear format that it's easy to go through and learn so much about our county through that one document.
Yeah.
We work hard to get it that way.
Yeah, that's right.
Do a good job.
Thank you very much. Great staff.
Yeah.
And with that, then we're showing 425 right now. We have a few more reports to come. Should we take, what do you think, 10-minute break? Sound good?
Perfect.
That will work. Okay, so we'll be back here at 4:35.
Okay, and we're live.
Thank you. Returning back from our short recess, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Mike Powers on our budget presentation, item 40.
All right. Thank you, Chair Parks. And we'll keep it going now with Marcus Mitchell, Director of Child Support Services.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. It's been a while since we've seen each other.
I know. I hope you all can see my screen now, so I'm getting start share. There we go. Okay. I hope how's everyone doing? Good afternoon, board members and CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Marcus Mitchell, and I am proud and privileged to be the Director of the Department of Child Support Services. And I'm really excited to be before you today to talk to you about our accomplishments and who we are, and help the new board members get more familiar with the Department of Child Support Services. So I'll get started. We worked really hard and developed our core purpose. And the reason why we exist is to ensure that families thrive. We're here to make sure that families throughout our county thrive. We developed a vision statement for our office. And what we stand for is we believe that we are transforming lives through the true power of child support. And so when we talk about that, this is what we mean. So we serve families in our communities through child support. We believe that in the purpose of the work we do, we think it's valuable and meaningful. We exemplify quality customer care and accessibility to all our customers. We educate and engage our community to build awareness about the child support program and how we can help others to thrive. And we create self-sufficient families. So that's what part of our vision means. But also when we value people, and that means our internal staff. So we dream what could be for our organization. We develop inspirational and innovative staff, realizing life's full potential as they serve the public. And then we cultivate risk-taking and innovation and grow from our mistakes. We just believe that in this day and age in government, we have to be innovative. And the only way that you can be innovative is being willing to take mitigated risks to grow. And then if you make a mistake, you can learn from that and grow forward. So child support drives powerful outcomes. Some of those that some people don't really think about are we unite families living in separate households. We allow parents to focus on the dreams, hopes, and well-being for their children. As they receive child support in their households, it lets them really not have so much focus on the financial aspects, but they start to really be able to focus on dreams, hopes, and the well-being of children. Child support also promotes fatherhood. We serve more fathers than any other program in the nation. So we strive every day not only to collect support from fathers and mothers, but actually to promote healthy fatherhood and relationships with their children. And we enhance the ability for parents to co-parent. We really value that. And once we had a story once where a child didn't know his father, and through our office establishing a paternity order, that child now has a relationship with his father that he never had before, and they are co-parenting that child. And that is the kind of success story that we're looking for at child support. So our mission is to promote the well-being of children and families by working to ensure that children receive consistent and reliable support from both parents. And so that's really, really important to us. And support means more than just the financial support, but we're looking at medical support and emotional support. So that's really important to us. And we never want child support to be a barrier between the parent and child relationship. Last year, we established our set of core values. This is what we really believe in the way we deliver services and do our work and interact with each other. So integrity is one of our values. We do what is right, even when no one's looking. Compassion, we value people. That's our staff, our customers, and everyone out in our community. Trust, our actions match our words. Communication, we exchange information timely. Courage, we act with fearlessness. We do what's necessary to make sure that we are achieving our results. Innovation, we drive creativity, and we're always trying to find new and better ways to do work. And then again, lastly, quality, we drive excellence in everything that we do. So a little bit about our services. At child support, we establish parentage, and that means in situations where parents were unmarried at the time the child was born, we establish parental orders for legal parentage. And what that does is connect children to the ability to have inheritances and all those different things when there isn't a marital relationship. We locate parents. We always have to do searches and different things to locate parents, as well as locating assets and their ability to pay support. We establish child support orders and medical support orders. So when we do that through establishing the guideline calculation, which really helps us to make sure that the child support is commensurate with the parent's ability to pay. And then we also get health insurance orders that always allow kids to be linked to healthcare, because that's really, really important. And then once we establish those orders, we enforce them. We try to do that by inspiring parents to pay their support. But in the event that we can't do that, we have enforcement mechanisms to be able to do that. We also enforce spousal support orders. We can't establish those and we can't modify those, but we can enforce and collect on those spousal support orders. And then, of course, we collect and distribute support to the families. The one key thing about our services, everything we provide is virtually free of fees and court fees. We do have a one-time fee that's charged each year annually in the event that a collection over $500 is made, and it's a $25 fee for our services. And that's imposed by the federal government and the state of California. Wow. What a great year this has been. So many opportunities with our COVID response. It was an amazing feat that my team put together. During the onset of the pandemic, we got 90% of our staff working remotely within a short 2 weeks time span, because we wanted to really leverage remote work. And we pivoted really quickly and adapted in our agency to make that happen. I was actually surprised at how fast our staff was able to move. And then ITS, County ITS worked with us, helping us to deal with firewall issues. And one of our major successes is our call center, which takes calls for 20 counties, including us. We were able to have them begin using soft phone and taking calls at home. This was a feat that using the state system, I was afraid that we might not be able to achieve, but with the help of ITS and our staff, we were able to do that. And we are still assisting customers remotely in that way. We transformed our service delivery to meet the needs of the customer during COVID-19. As you know, the courts closed down, and a large portion of our relationship with our customers is through the court system. So it took us a bit of time to get the courts to work with us, but we're able to now establish virtual court hearings. So actually right now, all of our court hearings are happening via Zoom. It's been amazing because the court really partnered with us. We actually went into the courtroom and really helped them establish the connection. We were one of the first courtrooms to have virtual court hearings. And once we establish that, what we're seeing is a profound impact, is that more people are participating in the court process because they're not having to take a whole day off and come and sit in the courtroom and wait for their case to be heard. We now have a time where we do a meet and confer process virtually. We work with the parents virtually, and then we have the court hearing on the record, and it is almost seamless, and it actually only takes an hour out of their day instead of having to sit in the courtroom waiting and taking a whole day off from work or having childcare issues and all those things. We developed an aftercare program in our courtroom to really educate our customers about what happened in court and what to do now that we have an order. Because we wanted to make sure that we were working in a virtual environment, we started an email collection campaign. And we, I think, captured 40,000 emails, roughly, of our customers so that we would be able to contact them via email and not really have people come in person and on the phone. We expanded all our communication options. So we use Zoom for our hearings. We're using Zoom for interviews. We are actually working really hard to work remotely and expand the ways and methods that people can interact. We're using DocuSign in ways to sign documents electronically. And so we've really expanded our communication model. And then we're streamlining our partners, the process with our partners to ensure that those that are the most vulnerable populations have access to our services. With our doors being closed due to the pandemic, we weren't considered a vital service, but child support is extremely important, and we've been able to accomplish that through this time. We participated with disaster service workers. We have 172 full-time positions, and 33 of those folks were assigned as disaster service workers. We had some doing contract tracing. We had some at one point delivering test results. We had some involved in the vaccine sites. And then finally, our call center participated once the vaccines came up. We actually were involved and partnering with HCA and HSA in our call center, actually scheduling appointments for vaccination. So it was an honor to serve and work as partners in the trenches to really, really serve our customers during this COVID crisis. Some of the accomplishments that we're really proud of this year is we had record collections. This last year, we collected $62 million for families. That is $4 million more. This is a record banner year. We were really concerned. We didn't know what it was going to look like trying to do things remotely. And especially right now, that additional $4 million, all that going to families, the majority of it, really transformed their lives, especially when you look at families that were impacted by the virus and lost their jobs. So that income was much needed. We served a total of 20,918 children on our caseload. We established parentage last year for 2,749 children, and we established or modified child support orders, 2,286 of those orders. And one of the banner accomplishments is in our call center last year, we handled 381,000 calls, which is huge. It's a record for us. There's only one county that eclipses us, and that's because they have 225,000 cases, and that would be Los Angeles. They beat us by about 3,000 calls per month, but we are on par with them, and we do it more efficiently because we have 61 folks involved in our call center, and they have 100, and we have better service records than they do. So not that I'm competitive, but I am a little competitive. More accomplishments. We successfully transferred our virtual services that we were providing in the Family Justice Center and with the farm workers. We transitioned, and the Adolescent Life Program and our Veteran Service Office. We transitioned all of those to virtual. So where we were on site, we found ways to go ahead and deliver those services in a virtual way. We delivered our presentations that we usually go on site to deliver information about child support so people can make decisions while they're young about having children. Those presentations, we were able to transition those to virtual. We strengthened our collaborative partnership, especially with the Workforce Development Board. With many people becoming unemployed, we found ways to replace that contact in doing direct referrals to our Workforce Development Board so they could help our parents be gainfully employed. We developed educational materials, videos, and pamphlets and PowerPoints in English and Spanish to really assist our customers navigating the virtual court hearing process. We put together small videos and handouts and things to help them understand how to come in and virtually be prepared for their court hearings and what to expect to alleviate some of the fear of working with the court system. And we were really successful in increasing our social media interaction by 20%, reaching an average of 160 unique social media posts per day, which is, during that time frame, which is really, really amazing. Because really, we found that social media, we are on, we tweet a little bit. We are on Instagram and Facebook as well. So our fiscal outlook looks really good. We are zero general fund department. DCSS is state funded, and 66% of our funding comes from the federal government and 34% is from the state. So the state puts in their 34% and the federal government matches it at 66%. So we don't take any money from the general fund. I do have a caveat to that in just a second. Our preliminary budget this year is $21,400,000+. We're really excited about this year's May revise because, as you know, during last year's COVID crisis, the governor decided to cut the child support budget statewide by $56 million. And our portion of that cut was $815,000, almost $816,000. And that was going to mean layoffs in our department. But the county and the Board of Supervisors came through for us. And you gave us the option for $500,000 of one-time general funds that we would match with our state and federal funds. And it would have attributed to about 1.5 million, and we would be able to not have layoffs. And I have to tell you, your faith in us to actually offer that $500,000 to us was really meaningful. It said how much you valued us because not many, this is a state and federal mandated program. And we know the local government is not really supposed to be kicking in for the child support program, but you said our work was important enough and you were willing to do that. Here's the thing. What I'm extremely excited to report is because we hunkered down, we didn't fill vacancies, and we did a really good job of managing our expenses locally. And then because of the disaster service work and the reimbursement of those salaries, we were able to work within our means, and we are not going to have to use that $500,000. So we're returning that $500,000 to the county and not using it. And we're really excited about that because we were afraid we wouldn't be able to do it. And we thought, yeah, it was pretty miraculous as the year went on, and as the COVID fees came in, reimbursing our salaries and us tightening down our belts and not filling positions and really working hard to make that happen. We are happy to report that we will not be using that $500,000. And the really exciting part is the May revise looks really promising. When the governor came out with his budget this year, there was no announcement of a restoration of our COVID fund. So we were really concerned about that. But our association and the state, and we continue to push and lobby the federal, and what the governor has decided to do is he has decided to restore our budget. So our budget is going to be restored. And with the methodology right now, we're just waiting for the official word to come through the May revise, because we've had two Senate hearing, number 3, Health and Human Services voted to, that committee voted to restore our salary. That would mean $1.1 million restored to our budget, and our outlook is fantastic and rosy with that. We will be able to do everything that we're supposed to do, serve our customers well, at the appropriate levels of service, and do that within our allocation. So we're extremely excited about that. We think all indicators show that that's the way that it's going to be. The state went before at the budget hearing and just last week, and our lobbyists supported us during that. Here are local lobbyists, and so we're really excited that it looks like it's going to happen. We expect it to be announced in the governor's May revise because the Department of Finance has approved the restoration and the methodology that the state will be using to do that. So we're really excited. We thank you for being there for us, and we're also thankful that we didn't have to use that. If you see by our expenditures, 89% of our budget is really salaries and budget salaries, and then and benefits, and then 11% of that is services and supplies. And so we are excited to be able to bring this news to you today to report that to you. So thank you for your confidence. Thank you for being there for us when we needed you the most, and I'm really glad. By serving as disaster service workers, we reaped a harvest by sowing and being good stewards and helping do our part in the county. We actually reaped a benefit that we never even saw coming. And so it made it, there was a return. So service is really, really important. And we thank you for that. And I want you to know how much I appreciate the board. And I hope you can hear it in my voice.
We can hear it in your voice and also in your words. And all I can say is, wow, you're going to return that $500,000 too. And it is so impressive what you have, and the 81,000 calls answered. I mean, you just think about that. Probably, Los Angeles, of course, is like one of the biggest cities in the nation. And here we are right up there with that. And I know other counties actually worked with us to partner to have you guys answer their calls too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, just absolutely remarkable, and definitely do hear it in your voice, and I appreciate you personally and the effort you've done, your work also on the Diversity Council. Really appreciate that extra work you're doing. But isn't that a wonderful message that by working to assist people as disaster service workers during the pandemic, there was more than just the altruistic benefit of it too. So I'm really delighted to hear that. And I know I interrupted you, so please complete.
No problems at all.
Right.
We are also have worked on developed a strategic plan, which will culminate with our Vision 2024, and we have and so we work through that. We're setting tactical and thoughtful goals to meet our mission. And we also think diversity, equity, and inclusion is really important. And so we believe that we are right on par to serve our customers with the recognition of the impact on Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and as well as our LGBTQ community. We are really looking at our operation, especially I serve on the board of our association. And so we are, all of the things that I've learned by serving here on the DEI council here, we are going to adopt some of those through our Child Support Directors Association. And so I'm actually leading a task force of directors, and we are now beginning our response to say, what can we do in the child support program to ensure we're delivering services with equity, diversity, and inclusion in mind. We're continuing every day to seek partnerships. We believe in safety net services, and we want to partner with other agencies to do that. So we've reached out to First Five. We had a plan all set out, and then COVID happened, and so we had to pause, but we're still beginning to establish partnerships, and we're picking that up again. So we're really excited about that. And just a little bit about our strategic plan here. Our strategic plan, we really developed initially 3 pillars. That was our people, our customers, and our community. And this year, when we took a pause, because our plan was Vision 2023, but you know how things go when you're in the midst of a COVID crisis. So we backed away, we extended our same strategic plan for an additional year. And when we went through reviewing it, we felt as it was important to add a 4th pillar, and that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we actually have made that one of the 4 pillars that we'll be working on this year. You know, in terms of our people, our team is invested in reaching their full potential, both individually and as an organization. Our customers, our VCSS team is really into innovation and creating opportunities to see that our customers thrive. And then in terms of our community, we know we're stronger with our community and partnering with them. And so our team is seeking and building relationships and partnerships with organizations to advance our mission and our vision, right? And so, and then lastly, our team is committed to intentionally delivering our services at all levels with diversity, equity, and inclusion in mind. So with that, I will open it up for questions and any comments. But again, thank you, as the slide says, thank you.
And it is us that want to say thank you too, and how wonderful that the child support services, they receive or they work with families where the parents get divorced to ensure that the children still get those checks and have the money available from the spouse. And so that's important, but also the idea of bringing in diversity, inclusionary, that whole aspect of it when you're dealing with that community is so important. So diversity, equity, and inclusionary. Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. The first I've heard it. You speak except at the town hall. So thank you for that. I am somewhat familiar with child support matters, and quite a few years ago was a very different approach to the parent who owed money. It was very, let me just say, harsh, and not understanding that sometimes people lost their jobs or they were incarcerated, and the support just piled up, and pretty soon people felt it was impossible to ever get a handle on it. And some parents felt like, if I can't pay child support, I cannot see my child, which I think is not the law and very devastating. But I want to ask you, what's amazing to me is you're saying that you had this huge payment increase during the time of COVID when so many people lost their jobs. Can you give a little elaboration on how that could have happened?
One of the most important collection opportunities that was made available to the state is there are many self-employed parents that are working in a way where we cannot access their income. Because they came up with the pandemic self-employment unemployment program, we were able, so we, with the Employment Development Department, we actually intercept when folks have a child support obligation. We only take 25% of their unemployment benefits, just in cases where child support is ordered. So what happened is a number of those parents received the pandemic self-employment, and those funds were intercepted by the state and transferred to the local level and able to support families. That was some of it. And then, as you know, the first stimulus payments, as unpopular as it might seem, some of those first stimulus payments were intercepted for child support. And so those went to parents that had past due support, and they were forwarded to the families. Going forward, any of the second stimulus and the third and any others will no longer be interceptable. But the federal government here in California, Governor Newsom did not want to intercept those stimulus payments, but the federal government overrode that decision, and the Congress actually exempted all kinds of programs. But the one program they did not exempt, and they were intentional, is they didn't allow the child support debt to be intercepts to not the stimulus payment not to be intercepted for child support debt. So we did receive some additional funds through that. And then also, I think that we worked with more parents. When you modify orders and you start to look at what the amount is, when people came to us and said, hey, I've lost my job, and then you start modifying orders, people are more likely to pay an order in which is commensurate with their ability to pay. So Supervisor Ramirez, I understand the reputation that you spoke about for the child support program. And I want you to know that I personally have been in the child support program for 34 years, and I have watched that whole range. But I want you to know that myself and my department, we're committed to working with parents in a way that we are never a barrier. I don't know if you've heard my story, but my parents were divorced, and my dad paid child support, and he paid it every month and never missed a payment. And it made the difference in my life. There were things that opportunities I would not have had. But the next step was that my dad, because of the child support payment, didn't walk away from our family. He stayed connected to me and was involved in my life. That's what I want to do. If we deliver services in a family-centered way that says, please come in and talk to us, tell us when you're having problems, how can we work with you? Modifying. We stopped doing contempts. There were some ways that we used to collect support that we no longer do that. We used to issue bench warrants and arrest people behind failure to pay their child support. Under my leadership, I've ended that program, and we don't do that anymore, because I don't think you get parents to serve their families if they're serving time in an institution. That is counterproductive to collecting and receiving child support payments. So we are no longer doing that. Now, there are some folks that we would reserve contempt for, because we do have some parents that are self-employed and thumbing their nose and refusing to support their families. We would reserve those, but we aren't routinely doing those types of efforts to collect child support anymore. So I hope that answered your question.
It does, and that is just a wonderful breath of fresh air. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Laveer, you too had a comment.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Mitchell, I love your enthusiasm. I love your passion for the work you do. And as you just kind of explained with the response to Supervisor Ramirez's question, I just really appreciate the approach you're taking to your work. I think it's really progressive, and I think in the long run, it's going to help our families. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, it is something that you have raised the bar for all the other directors in our county now. See what you've done.
Thank you, Chair Parks, and thank you, Marcus. It's fun for me to watch you all get to know him. Marcus is an extraordinary person, very compassionate. As you can tell, that's just what he's all about. And you've heard the work and his accomplishments in the department and the team that he's built there. But his work in our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council has just been just system changing. And it goes on. But just the advice, the counsel, the recommendations, willing to meet anywhere with anyone, anytime on any subject, hard subjects, hard discussions. He's helping make a difference in our entire county's efforts in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I couldn't be more grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. It's my honor that I get to have a voice about something that's not only passionate, but impacts myself and my community every day. And so getting to do this work is so meaningful to me. And I just thank you for trusting me with that opportunity.
Thank you. Extraordinary. Okay, thank you, Marcus. And next up, we will hear from our Treasurer Tax Collector, the Honorable Judge Stephen Hintz. Take it away, Your Honor.
I'm here.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Hintz, Ventura County's Treasurer Tax Collector. I've been here since January of 2011. This is the best job I ever had, and I enjoy every day of it. Next slide, please. The gist of our business is the middle of this page. We collect, we bank, we invest. Those are the three jobs that we have to do. To do those jobs, we have 37 total employees. Myself, one assistant treasurer tax collector, Mrs. Horgan, who many of you know, and 3 managers. We have 5 supervisors and leads, people who will tackle the hard problems. So we have a employee to management ratio of 3-to-1. Long ago, when I was learning my management chops, they told me that a 3-to-1 ratio was completely wrong and that it ought to be 5-to-1 or even 7-to-1. But we've reorganized the office as much as we can to get it down to where that's it. What we've done instead is we've pushed management decision-making authority as far down the organization chart as we possibly can, so that what you might call regular employees have a lot of discretion about decision-making. Next slide, please. We collect. The main thing that we collect is $7 billion in secured property taxes. In addition to that $7 billion, we collect several $100 million in unsecured property. That is Mr. Powers' yacht and his Learjet, and a number of other tax rolls, including payments for things like business licenses, franchise fees, transient occupancy taxes from the hotels, and even racehorse taxes if you weren't aware that we collect money actually on racehorses in Ventura County. We supply the 1.7 billion in secured property taxes is approximately 90% of the county's general fund. I want to make it clear that we have important partners in that collection process in the assessor's office and the auditor controller's office. We could not do that without the work that they do. I know Jeff Berg mentioned it, and I believe that the assessor did also. So I just want to add an exclamation point to that about how good it is that the three offices involved in collecting all that money actually work together and pay attention to what each of us need. Our response to the virus crisis has been to send about a third of our employees home every day on a rotating basis so that they're still coming into the office, but working from home on the other days. We also responded to the governor's executive order. We have granted waivers of penalties and late payment fees to over 1,300 taxpayers, involving over $628,000 in penalties. It gave them a chance to recover and pay during, even after the tax year 2019-2020, to finish paying them by this tax year. Today, we went over 98% collection rate on the secured property roll. That's unusual. Usually we don't get over 98% until June 30th, which is the absolute drop dead day for payment on this fiscal year's secured property taxes. So the citizens of the county of Ventura have really done a very good job about supporting the county and paying the most important bill that they have to protect their homes. And I'm proud of the taxpayers because they have always come through to make sure that their government is well funded. We wish that the building was open because we wish that people could come to the counter without any significant restriction. There are a couple of major groups in Ventura County that only want to pay their taxes in person, and we have been hard pressed to be able to do that. We're grateful to the county exec for allowing us to allow people into the building by appointment. It made a big difference to them. We hope that we'll be able to go back to a more normal relationship. We bank. We are a bank. We are a $12 billion a year bank. We bank for the county and all of its agencies and schools and colleges. We take in about $6 billion a year, and about $6 billion a year goes out in payments. We open the county's bank account every day to see what's in it and what's available for spending in there. It's an interesting process. And one of our managers is the treasury manager, and it is her job to run the bank. Fortunately, Mrs. Horgan came to me as an assistant treasurer tax collector with a significant banking background so that she is able to lead from an acceptable distance the Treasury and its operations in banking. Next slide, please. We invest. Ventura County manages a $3 billion excess funds pool, which has about half of which is Ventura County government's money, and the other half is over 100 other government agencies within Ventura County, ranging from the Piru Cemetery District to the Gold Coast Healthcare Operation, which is the local Medi-Cal provider, park districts, cities, all kinds of government agencies have placed their excess funds in the investment pool. Right now, the size of the pool is $3.4 billion. It maintains the highest rating given by Standard & Poor's for local government investment pools. An object of some pride to maintain. It's always had that since the pool got any rating, and we work hard to make sure that it continues to deserve that rating. Last year, we distributed $55 million in interest earnings to over 250 fund participants. So that pool, managing that pool, is my particular day-to-day business that I do, in addition to going to endless meetings and to participate on the Vacira Board of Directors. It's an interesting challenge every day, and it puts me in contact with a lot of people that I would not ordinarily have dealt with. That's my presentation about what we do. I came here to find out what you wanted to know. Our budget, I would talk briefly on the next slide about our budget. We submitted a target budget that was $400,000 less than last year's, which we have accomplished mainly by not filling positions. And the county came close enough to our submitted proposal that we'll make it work. And I don't have anything in particular to complain about or to tell you about our budget, except that we will continue to do the best and provide the best service to the County of Ventura and to all of our constituents with the money that's available to us. And I'm grateful to the county as a whole for providing me with the opportunity to be the treasurer tax collector. And I'm grateful to the Board of Supervisors for providing me with the ability to manage the investment pool and to participate in the financial activities of Ventura County. And so I'm here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Judge. Do any members of our board have some questions to ask the judge? I know that, the work you do has been, while nobody likes paying taxes, you make it as easy as we can. And I'm glad to have you out in the East County when we were able to. We couldn't do it because of COVID, but just to be able to let people have a shorter trip if they want to actually, deliver that check directly to the office instead of putting it in the mail. So appreciate what you've done to increase the ability of folks to have that access. So let's go down the line. Supervisor Long, Ramirez, and then Levere.
Thank you so much. And Judge Hintz, I do appreciate your humor with the Learjet. I caught that. I was listening to you, even though we don't have one. It was funny. I just wanted to appreciate you going over it with me about the investments and how important that is for the stability of our county and its employees. You've done a wonderful job, you and your staff, in regards to that. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of our employees.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Ramirez?
I just want to thank Judge Hintz for his tremendous work and getting us to this. I don't know if you could get a better credit rating. I know one city in particular is a little bit jealous. So we're working on it down here. Thank you very much.
And Supervisor LaVere.
Thank you, and thank you, Judge. Marie sent a new member of the Treasury Oversight Committee, and it's given me really an inside look about the amount of work that it takes from you and your staff to keep that credit rating, and really all the work you do on our investment pool. You know, the board has authorized you to be our investment officer, and you're just doing an incredible job in it. And I wish the public could see all of the work that goes into that, because it really is impressive, everything that you and your staff are doing. So thank you.
And I believe Supervisor Huber too has a comment.
Yes, I just wanted to say, Judge Hintz, I very much appreciate your leadership. We're in really good shape, and it's because of your leadership, and it's not taken for granted. And keep up the good work. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. And yes, Mr. Powers, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Parks and board members. And I just wanted to thank the judge. You know, he mentioned the rating is amazing, but also it's the over 100 different local governments and districts and so forth that choose to invest their funds, the Medi-Cal Managed Care Plan, and you know the trust that they place because of the confidence they have in the judge and his team really says it all. And so we really appreciate that. And you don't have to look back too far, a few decades ago in other counties down south, I won't name them, where things didn't go so well, right? So the integrity and the conservatism and the investments and the thoughtfulness daily, every morning, I know he's there bright and early, making sure he's positioning it to get the most advantageous revenues in a safe way for our county government and all these other 100 local entities that he supports. So just appreciate it. And I think the yacht is maybe digital, Your Honor. I'm not sure it's actually, but thank you for the thought. So anyway, I really appreciate it, Your Honor, as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many people come in requesting a lower budget, by the way? So yeah, thank you for setting a new bar there too. Hopefully it'll catch on. No.
Yeah, it just keeps getting better.
That's right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, and to
our last one, right?
Finish things up, yes. Excited to hear from our medical examiner, Dr. Christopher Young. Dr. Young, take it away.
Okay. Are we screen sharing right now?
Yes. Well, no. Now we are.
Okay, working? Great. Okay, Chair Parks, fellow board members, CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Dr. Christopher Young. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Ventura County, and I'm joined by Chief of Operations, Renee Higgins. So she can help answer the tough questions. I'm kind of accustomed to coming last with a last name like Young, so this is what I've been training for my whole life. My presentations are usually about tragic subject matter, so I really enjoyed putting this presentation together because I get to talk about some positive things and the good things that are happening at the medical examiner's office. In Ventura, we have a unique office within the state of California. The current system wouldn't be available or possible without the wisdom and foresight of past county leadership and continued support from my current leadership. So this, sorry, let me get this done. This is our current organization chart. If you notice, we have a very small staff in our office. We have the Chief Medical Examiner, the Chief Operations Officer, an Assistant Chief Medical Examiner. We have 7 medical legal death investigators, 1 administrative assistant, and 2 morgue assistants. I'm certain that the Medical Examiner's Office is one of the smallest, if not the smallest agency in the county. And for a population being served, our staff is extremely lean, and this is something that we're hoping to address in the future. This is a photograph pre-COVID. This is a holiday photo from 2 years ago when social distancing wasn't a commonly used term. 2 autopsy technicians have since joined our team who are not pictured. Briefly, this is our budget. So for 21-22, up in the top left, you can see our per capita cost is $4.58 per resident of Ventura County. This population cost was generated using a figure of 846,000 population. Down in the bottom left was our actual cost for 1920 at just over $3 million. Our projected net county cost for 2021 is $3,885,000, and our budgeted 21-22 budget is just below that at $3.879 million. To the best of my knowledge, before 2018, our office had never successfully applied for or been awarded grant funds. Since that time, we've received nearly $500,000 in grants. On the left are grant donation sources, and on the right is a list of some of the things that we have spent these funds on. These include things like body storage equipment, mass fatality preparedness equipment, and training for our employees. In California, the terms coroner and medical examiner are often used interchangeably, and understandably so. When I was hired, the sign leading into our parking lot read Ventura County Medical Examiner Coroner. The coroner system of death investigation dates back to feudal England, and most of these programs are run by lay people without formal medical training. The modern medical examiner system was developed in the US in the early 1900s with the first office in New York. In a medical examiner system of death investigation, the program is overseen by a physician who usually has specialized forensic pathology training. This system has been federally recommended in the United States for the past 100 years. Despite federal recommendations, approximately half of the population is served by medical examiner systems and the other half by coroners. In this slide, you can see the green states represent medical examiner systems. The tan states are coroner systems, and the striped states like California are a mixture of the two. The majority of California's 58 counties have sheriff coroners systems of investigation, 47 counties. As you can imagine, this system has the highest potential for perceived and actual conflict of interest, especially in the setting of in-custody and jail deaths. As one of only 6 medical examiner counties, Ventura is progressive within the state. We've been a medical examiner system since 1974. It's really remarkable. And because there's a difference between a coroner and medical examiner system, I made sure that the confusing sign was removed and replaced with the proper sign. When I was hired as the chief medical examiner, I emphasized the importance of name accreditation. Briefly, what is name accreditation? NAME stands for the National Association of Medical Examiners. Accreditation is not required, but it is federally recommended. When an office becomes name accredited, it demonstrates compliance with industry and professional standards and performance criteria, and it provides an independent measure of an assurance to the taxpaying citizens that the community is being served well. In 2016, the National Commission on Forensic Sciences recommended that all offices, facilities, and institutions performing medical legal death investigation be accredited by the year 2020. The main focuses of accreditation are 3 things: proper policies and procedures, adequate staffing, and adequate facility and equipment to perform the work that we do. And a byproduct of these requirements is that our work is done accurately in a timely fashion. So regarding the facility for name accreditation, just to give you an example of accreditation facility requirements, name requires that the facility has sufficient office space available for medical examiner, investigators, administrative office staff, and other office staff. It also requires refrigerated storage space that's sufficient to accommodate the number of bodies during peak loads. And it requires adequate floor drains and non-porous surfaces that are easily cleaned in the autopsy suite. This is a photograph of our facility. It was built in 1996. It's a beautiful building. But when I took over as chief in 2017, I recognized that the building was beginning to show signs of aging, would need some updates to accommodate the county's increasing population and to meet name standards. Specific problem areas were insufficient storage for bodies, files and equipment, inadequate workstations to accommodate staffing that were increasing, and needed upgrades in the autopsy suite, specifically inadequate drainage and cabinets that were made of particle board that were starting to show signs of swelling and sagging after years of being used in a wet environment. The easy route would have been to propose a new facility, continue using the old facility during construction, but this would cost millions of dollars. The more fiscally responsible route was to make improvements to the existing facility to ensure that the building will continue to function for decades to come. As you can imagine, the logistics of continuing our work and investigating deaths and performing autopsies during construction is not easy. And who knew that the planned construction work would be during the COVID pandemic to make it even more challenging. This is a picture of our whole body x-ray system. It's known as a Lodox. It was installed in 2018. Before installing this unit, body x-rays took as many as 7 or 8 x-rays and could take upwards of an hour to perform. By using this unit, we can perform an entire body x-ray in about 13 seconds. This is a picture of our walk-in refrigerator. In 2017, when I took over, the cooler did not meet name accreditation requirements for several reasons. First, the space needs to be sufficient to accommodate the number of bodies during peak loads. And this cooler only could accommodate 15 bodies. That was our entire body storage for the entire office and for the county. Furthermore, the floors were unfinished. So this was porous concrete and could not be easily cleaned. If I seem excited in this photo, it's because I am. It was in a single day that we increased our storage from a total capacity of 15 to 45 just by installing these standard body storage racks that are used by their offices. And during the pandemic, we also converted our walk-in freezer to additional cooler space to bring our total in-house capacity to 65. This is a picture of the autopsy suite after the remodel. The existing countertops are the same, but the cabinetry below those were replaced by stainless steel when the floor drains were put in. And also during the construction, we also put in a fume hood. It's the blue unit in this picture to deal with noxious chemicals and fumes. In our small file room, we used to have metal file cabinets, and these were replaced by sliding floor-to-ceiling file system to better utilize existing space and increase our file storage capacity. Another focus of the remodel was the investigators' workstations. In order to accommodate the need for additional staff, the original 6 built-in workstations were replaced with 8 modern office cubicles. Also, an island was installed with 2 additional workstations, 1 on each end. Having addressed the majority of the facility upgrades, the next main focus will be adequate staffing. As the population of Ventura has increased, so too have the staffing needs for the office. This graph provides one illustration. Since 1974, when the office became a medical examiner's office, the population of the county has more than doubled. When the population of a jurisdiction doubles, the death investigation workload also doubles. Despite the significant population over the past 47 years, the number of forensic pathologists has remained 2. Switching gears a bit, the office has played a critical role throughout the pandemic. First of all, any death where we suspected there were symptoms of COVID, we deployed our staff to perform swabs and test. And this increased the number of scenes that we were required to attend to. So places like funeral homes, hospitals, and homes where we have reported deaths and wouldn't normally respond, we would respond to provide this critical role. Most of the COVID-19 deaths are diagnosed and certified out of hospitals because those are deaths under medical care. But the medical examiner's office would catch those other cases where they were not detected medically and people might die at home. And this was really important because we were able to identify that someone had died from COVID and make the proper connections to the people who might have been exposed, including first responders. And finally, having heard about the hospital and funeral homes becoming overloaded by COVID-19 on the East Coast, I wanted to make sure that we had adequate body storage in Ventura County. During the peak months for the pandemic, our office provided temporary storage for all 8 hospitals in Ventura, as well as a number of the funeral homes. And we did that free of charge. These are temporary body storage racks, which were purchased using grant funds. The racks were used in a refrigerated shipping container, which our office provided to VCMC during the peak months of the COVID pandemic. This is a 53-foot refrigerated truck trailer, which was donated to our county by the Hub Group. Using FEMA funds, the trailer is modified by Fleet Services to accommodate up to 70 bodies. The county body storage has been increasing significantly over the past 4 years. The total capacity of the office in the county, as I said before, was only 15. And now with our in-house storage, with the and these extra emergency storage units, our capacity is now over 170. The COVID-19 pandemic aside, 2020 has been unfortunately a record year for the medical examiner's office. This is the first time our caseload has exceeded 2,000 deaths. And these cases were not necessarily, the increase was not necessarily just because of COVID-19. These were deaths from all types of manners and causes. 2020 also brought unprecedented numbers of fentanyl deaths. Much of the national attention during the COVID pandemic was focused on increased numbers of overdoses and suicides as a result of the pandemic. While this correlation might exist in some other parts of the country, we haven't seen this in Ventura. Overdoses did increase significantly in 2020, and we recently put out our overdose data from that year. But the increase has much less to do with the pandemic and more to do with the deadly drug fentanyl in our community. So looking at this graph, you can see this is comparing in the purple color, the dark blue from 2019. These are opioid deaths of 77. They increased dramatically to 137 in 2020. And so if you look across at the drug types here, it really jumps out that fentanyl accounted for the majority of that leap. And so it can be easy to say, well, our overdoses are up. It must be due to the pandemic, when in reality, I think it's has to do more with this very lethal drug that's found its way into our community. With regard to suicides, the number of suicides in 2020, fortunately, actually decreased compared to the 3 previous years. I'm almost near the end, but I want to say that I love this slide. It shows the steady progress we made towards accreditation. The timeline begins in 2017 with the hiring of the chief medical examiner, me, and then we were very fortunate within a few months to hire Dr. Othan Mena as the assistant chief in October 2017. The LODOX unit was installed in August of 2018. It was April of 2019 that we increased our cold body storage by 3 times. We added an additional medical legal death investigator in June of 2019. We became an independent agency per federal recommendations in July of 2019. In December of 2019, we came out with our first comprehensive annual report for 2017, and we've been working hard on the years following that. In March of 2020, we moved over to shift work, providing around-the-clock 24/7 employees on duty for death investigation. In September 2020, we completed our facility remodel, and now as we're nearing very close to applying and becoming name accredited, the next thing that we need to look at is staffing needs. I'm impressed by the progress our agency has made over these past 4 years in light of the challenges we faced. This is a picture of the Thomas Fire as it was encroaching on our office with the Santa Ana's winds blowing the flames towards us. I'm also especially proud of my staff and the way they've accepted the challenges of natural disasters, the opiate epidemic, and the current pandemic. It's been really tough on our small office. We're small, but we're a resilient agency made up of people who work hard as a team and serve the county during the worst of times. Not everyone understands the work that we do at the medical examiner's office. Valerie Tackett is a first grade teacher who gave her class an assignment to write thank you notes for first responders. As the last of the first responders, we're often forgotten, but this class wrote their thank you notes to the medical examiner's office, and my staff loved it. And this is an example of one of the thank you notes and some artwork that I particularly liked. The message from this first grader says, "ME first responder, thank you for helping families and thank you for letting families know why someone died, Casey." And then there's a picture here with two people who are unhappy with question marks standing over someone who's deceased and wondering why they died. This message from a first grader is incredibly insightful. We honor the dead by investigating and documenting and determining the cause of death for decedents, but the unbiased reports and conclusions produced by our office are actually for the living. They're useful and helpful for families, as Casey pointed out in this thank you note, but the reports are also especially helpful for insurance companies, for civil and criminal attorneys, and for public health and law enforcement activities. Ventura County has a unique death investigation system within our state. We're especially grateful for the support we receive from the county and from the Board of Supervisors. And that concludes my presentation. I'd happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Young. We really enjoyed the photos too. Do members of our board have any questions for Dr. Young? It's so nice to see you on board. I know it's been a few years now, but you have made such a substantial positive change in that department. So we're delighted to have you. Supervisor Ramirez and then Supervisor Long and Levere.
Thank you, Dr. Young. I found it a little bit.
Let me go on to Supervisor.
I can finish. I can finish. It's okay. I found it a little difficult to watch, kind of close to me, but really appreciate the work of yourself and your staff and your office to modernize something that we absolutely need. I just pray that we don't need all of that space ever to be fully used. But thank you so much for being here for us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome, and I hope that we don't have to use those containers either.
Yeah. Supervisor Levere, would you like to go next?
And thank you, Dr. Young, for this presentation. I know it's a subject which sometimes is difficult to talk about, but knowing that we have you at the helm of this department is just very reassuring. My staff, some of my staff and I were able to come visit your facility and kind of learn a lot more about what you do. And you have an incredible team. It's a small team, but it's mighty. And I really appreciate your efforts as we work towards that name accreditation. I know it's something that I want to support you on, because having a strong medical examiner's office is so important to the county operations. And so it's great having you here in the county family. I know you're somewhat new like me, but thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you for the kind words.
And Supervisor Long, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to say right person for the right job. It's been wonderful seeing yourself, Renee, the whole team, just helping our community get the answers that they need and supporting them. We didn't expect to use this office so much, unfortunately, but you and your staff have stepped up and have supported us. And wanted to say thank you. The changes that were made, we don't always think, why would we need that? But to be prepared, we have learned in this county, that's the most important thing we can do for our community is be prepared and hopefully never have to use it. So I just want to say thank you. And I love those cards. That was a great sentiment just to show the value. Appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Thank you. And I think Supervisor Huber, would you like to comment too? And Supervisor Huber, if you could unmute.
Dr. Young,
okay.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your commitment to the citizens of our county. It's a tough job, and you're doing an excellent job for the citizens and the community at large, and very much appreciated by everybody. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And I also just want to add too, it was surprising to hear you say really the first time this office has actually applied for grants, I mean, something like that. And you do have, there are funds available and donations that you can get. And reminds me, my son's Eagle Scout project was to make backboards for the corpses in his advanced anatomy class at high school. It's just, just those kind of things where the community comes together and donates, but a strange kid, what can I say? But needed, right? Mr. Powers.
Thank you, board members. Dr. Young, thank you. It starts with having really high quality forensic pathologists, and there aren't many of them, just to be fully blunt. And so we're very fortunate to have Dr. Young here, and then he recruited Dr. Mena, who's amazing also. So we've got the best, and then to have a high-level administrator like Renee Higgins is also a huge plus, I think, to keep things moving there. And your board's investment, you saw the improvements in the office. That's about 1.2 million in improvements from the investments. And also, we've also reorganized the office for Dr. Young. He recommended per name that it be a standalone department, no longer part of the agency. So we've done that. So it directly reports here. And then I want to recognize the investigators too in the office. It's a 24/7 job, very difficult. As you can imagine, appreciate them being out there for us at all hours. And then we are adding 2 additional positions to the office as well. So with that, thank you, Dr. Young. That's a wrap for today. And thank you, board members, for your time and attention and good questions and comments today. So,
thank you. And I know we have another item that was on our agenda, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Levere, Supervisor Levere. I think we have an administrative glitch we need to take care of.
Chair Parks, did you want to receive and file this item, or?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, let's first receive and file item 40. Do we have a motion?
I'll move that.
Thank you.
Second.
And second? I think that was Supervisor Ramirez, and could we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Levere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber. Supervisor Huber.
Okay, let's go
Supervisor
on.
Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Absolutely, yes. And thank you again, Mr. Powers, for bringing these in the fashion that you're doing, so we can give each the appropriate time and have a great understanding, particularly for new board members, of what all these departments are doing. So it's a real good way of doing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parks, and appreciate the departments and all of our budget analysts also who help guide the work with departments. Thank you.
Yes, a lot of behind the scenes work. Yeah. Great presentations today, really great.
Thank you.
Yeah. And now back to Supervisor Levere.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we adjourn tonight, I just wanted to bring up one item with agenda item 30, which was our resolution we considered earlier, just to make sure that the intent of our agenda item was clear. Obviously, it was the intent of this revised motion to supersede our prior motion. And I just want to make sure that we go back and clarify the language in the resolution. And so with that, I would move that we reconsider agenda item 30 briefly to make that change.
Second.
I'll go ahead and, was that Supervisor Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, second by Supervisor Ramirez. Can we have the roll call? And this is to reconsider.
Supervisor LeVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Thank
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, going back and looking at the resolution, I want to make sure we include at the suggestion of Supervisor Long in paragraph 3 that the word some is included before white supremacists and anti-Semitics, and so we make sure that's clear. And then lastly, in the now therefore be it resolved paragraph, I want to add just a final sentence which clarifies, which would say prior resolution, which resolution number 21-005 adopted by the board on January 26th, 2021 regarding the attacks at the U.S. Capitol is hereby superseded and replaced by this resolution, which we voted on earlier.
And that's a motion?
And that's my motion.
And I'll be happy to second that. Could we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Supervisor LeVere.
Yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, and thank you for that clarification. I think that is definitely needed. Thank you.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramirez.
Yes, and thank you for catching that.
Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. And with that, I believe that passes unanimously again. Good. And I believe that concludes our Board of Supervisors meeting for today. And with that, unless Mr. Powers has anything to add?
That's a wrap. No, thank you.
Good night.
Stand adjourned. Thank you all for your great work today.
Good night, everyone.
Board members.